1, go. 3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, 1, go.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Let it break me till it's over. Let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Looking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and know will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of life, antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna
Hello everybody, welcome to the Esports World Cup with myself, Epidamnos, and joining me is John X5. We're coming in for day 2 of these Eastern European closed qualifiers. John, how are you feeling for day 2, man?
Feeling good. We saw some explosive gameplay yesterday. You know, we saw some really good matches coming out. I think Cybergoose looked pretty sharp from what we've seen. Maybe their first matchup against Liga team looked a little bit awkward for Liga, but they still have a chance here as well because it is double elimination. But we are on day 2. This is when we start to trim the fat down a little bit, Epi. We start to get some of those lower bracket matches. Eliminations on the line. A few teams are going to be left at the roadside for the road to the Esports World Cup. And it's time to bring out that A game. Because again, there were a couple of games that I recall from yesterday that looked pretty horrific. And this is mainly on Liga. I remember a few matches where they were like 44-4 or some dumb scoreline like that. It just felt like they had no game. Hopefully, they've kind of shaken things off from that day 1. And coming into day 2, they bring out their best. Because they did manage to take a game off of Cybergoose. You know, they did manage to clean things up. And again, we need to see that here today. There's no room for mistakes anymore for the lower bracket teams. If they want that deep run, you've got to find those wins. You can take a look at our brackets here as well to kind of summarize, revisit what happened there in day 1 here, Epi. Of course, again, we had Navi up against Esports World going 2-1, with Navi going into the quarterfinals as well, getting 2-0 over one move. One move for them. They did manage to 2-0 Runa team before taking that loss to Navi. And of course, we've also got Team Next Level, who did get 2-0'd by the 4 Pirates, who also got 2-0'd by Cybergoose, who did beat out Liga team. So today, we've got the semifinals up there in the upper bracket later on in the day. That is going to be in our primary stream, EWC Platinum. That's where that will be later on. Of course, we do have, again, the lower bracket here, where some of the teams have been knocked down to already. And the first round is going to be Esports World up against Runa team, again, on EWC Platinum. While for us here, we've got Team Next Level up against Liga team, and you've got One Move and 4 Pirates waiting in the second round of the lower bracket, with the lower bracket final to move on to as well later on. So a lot of action packed up here for today, Epi. All elimination for us here. This stream will have all these lower bracket matches, and this is the one where, you know, we're going to see some hopes dashed here for the road to the Esports World Cup.
Hell yeah, indeed we are. So it's one of these teams will be going home, and I think this is the stream to watch, you know, because one of these teams, they've got to put all that they can into getting through all the way to the end and securing their place in this lower bracket, which just makes this scene just so much more intense, with them fighting on the line in order to stay in. And as you can see here, we've got our matches scheduled for today. So obviously, of course, our first series being Liga team versus Team Next Level, followed by One Move, followed by what was it again? Who goes against One Move? Is it?
It's to be determined. The winner of this series, I believe, is what's facing up against One Move. Yeah, so either Team Next Level or Liga team will face One Move, and of course, all the way in the lower bracket final, it's down to whoever wins out. Like all of the series. So still a lot to be determined, but this one's the interesting one here. This is the one coming up right now, Epi. Liga up against Team Next Level. We didn't get to see Team Next Level ourselves. We did catch Liga.
Nope.
And they had that really strong Game 1 performance up against Cybergoose. They ran the Zeus strat of Chen Beastmaster, and then they faltered in the next 2 games, not really finding their groove in. So I'm hoping we see a little bit of that magic we saw from that first game in that series up against Cybergoose for Liga team. Something unique. Maybe you go back to the zoo. Maybe Team Next Level isn't ready for it. Team Next Level, for their part, did have a little bit of a rough time as well. Again, they got 2-0'd by the 4 Pirates, who, from what we saw, was also a relatively easy opponent for Cybergoose. So, at the least, Liga team took a game off Cybergoose. That should mean, you know, a little bit better in their performance coming in. They can kind of hold their own. And again, we just have to see. I feel like for this kind of matchup, it all boils down to what you bring out in draft. And for Team Next Level, they've done a couple interesting things in the draft. Again, they've only played 2 games here in the road to the Esports World Cup so far. But they've done stuff like the Doom Pause 1. They've brought out the offlane Magnus. They've been running that AN Silencer on Pause 5 as well for Fake Mink. So there's a couple of foundations there the Team Next Level can get back to. I'm just curious if the side of Liga team will kind of ban out any of that. Because again, AA's been a top tier pick. Shadow Shaman's been a top tier pick. Doom has been somewhat prioritized in a few matchups as well. And for Team Next Level, do you ban out that Chen? Do you ban out that Beastmaster? Are you scared of the Zoo? because that zoo can be overwhelming if you do leave it in that draft later on.
I mean, we saw the zoo have quite a significant impact in the early stages. It should do. But we have seen teams actually prevail against it and survive through the early stages of the game. So I'm not sure whether it's down to whether the zoo is not as impactful as we thought it was at the start of the game, or the fact that just the teams are not pressuring hard enough with the zoo. But we're going to find out shortly, will there be a zoo, will there be a Noah's Ark or not, as we get in with the draft of Liga versus Next Level. So let's take a look at the band-wise. And Batrider, we've seen this band out quite a lot, along with Undying, haven't we, John? We're never going to be able to see that Bristleback gone too.
Yeah, I like this, though. These heroes have felt extremely strong. Kind of interesting to ignore something like the TA, the Naga Siren, that we've seen other teams prioritize in the first phase. Bristleback on, as you mentioned, but I think the big ones are those. Shadow Shaman now, Mr. Chicken taken away. Love that from Liga. So they are very well aware of, like, what's strong now. We've had enough days in the road to the Esports World Cup that I think teams are starting to identify these more busted heroes coming in. There you go, TA Terrorblade being taken out by Team Next Level. Nothing out of the ordinary. Liga team does have first pick overall. Silencer's there, AA is there, Doom's there, Beastmaster and Chen are there, if you'd want to go either way here for the side of the Liga team. So it's just a matter of banning out what you probably don't want to face up against. We'll see what it'll be. They still have a lot of reserve time left. Maybe a cheeky puck ban or a tiny ban. We've seen some teams prioritize that as well, as those heroes can be quite annoying, especially if you don't manage to draft against it in the case of something like the Storm and the Puck. But usually a little bit early for that. You want more of the flex picks kind of taken out here. Again, Beastmaster, if you're not going to go for it on Liga, can be quite detrimental. They'll go to Pangolier ban, so this could set up for the Zoo, because Pango does clear out those creeps quite nicely. They bring out the Naga Siren, one step forward with some illusion spam here. A hero that we tend to see first phase banned, and this hero on support has felt pretty damn strong, Epi. I don't think we've seen it yet in the Eastern Europe region, but I've seen it in Southeast Asia, on the POS 5, even though Deluge lost its status resistance reduction, this hero is still a menace. Like, that reel in is just an insane amount of crowd control early on to set up for kills. She can be really a nuisance with all the illusions coming around, just pushing out waves, zoning out the enemy support. Team Next Level will take the Kunkka to try to clear out those Nagasiren illusions. I don't think this is amazing when you're picking Kunkka to deal with a core Kunkka to deal with a Nagasiren support. It's really not a good solution, because this is a support you're counteracting. You have to get more value out from the Kunkka. You want to be able to counteract some other matchups. This is still fine in general, because Kunkka doesn't really lose, say, mid matchups too much, or even safe lane matchups. So this can still work. But in the wider scope of things, it's an early commitment from Team Next Level that the Liga team can try to work around now.
Yeah, and I'm not a particular fan of the Kunkka pick ever since I saw TA2000 play the Kunkka, because if you remember from when it was around about the late stages of the game where he was trying to actually use the Tidebringer to clear the waves, he was actually having some difficulty in this. You know, this is a kind of time where you expect Kunkka to just wipe the creep wave just with a one shot, but still has some problems, especially when you're grabbing yourself, you know, something like Helm of the Overlord. How do you feel with the Kunkka pick, John?
I'm not the biggest fan. I can see why teams go for it. It's just, if this is your main win condition, it's a very awkward win condition, right? Like, it does kind of drop off. The damage doesn't sustain if you're not staying in the lead in the game, and that can be really problematic, especially up against better scaling carries that we have seen. At the very least, you ban out two of the big ones in Terrorblade and TA, but even some like a Razor now could be really good. Although it does feel like the Eastern Europe region has ignored that, at least in the matches we've casted. Haven't seen too much of anything like a Razor coming in, so might not even be a consideration. But yeah, I think it's fine in general. I do feel like when you get this Kunkka, especially if it's POS 1, you want a harder scaling mid. This is one of the games where you'd actually be pretty fine with like a mid Lina, if that's the way you want to go here for Team Next Level. It scales good. It can go into right-click build. It's still fine in terms of dealing damage. Its win rate has been pretty horrific in general, but the hero can work, and this is one of the situations where Lina as a pick works, because she can eat up all that space. The Kunkka doesn't need to eat up as much. So we'll see if that's the way they want to go here for the side of Team Next Level. They still have to figure out what bans they want to take out here. I'd say this is maybe a little bit stranger, but since you've got Naga Siren potentially coming out to support, something that's really nice to tie in is like, again, not so popular, but Mirana. Mirana 4 is really nice right now. The secondary Starstorm, strike with a mischance and added damage is plenty of poke in lane. If the Naga rotates through the gate, let's say, into top, you get an easy movement for net into arrow. Nice easy setup, easy pickoff, easy kills. You get Moonlight Shadow to play with. Probably not something Team Next Level will consider banning because you don't see it too often. But it is a strong combination. Yeah, they'll just ban out tanky DP. So they leave a lot of combos here for Liga team to consider. And I would love to see the Mirana. You could run it with a Kunkka as well, just less common. They'll go to Jakiro, which is a better solution for the Naga Siren. Right? You've got the dual breath, you've got Liquid Frost, Liquid Fire to just slowly melt the illusions down. This can be a really good way of handling that hero, especially if you're trying to force this hero onto a core now. You have two good answers on Team Next Level. We'll have to see what the commitment is from Liga team. Still have a lot of time left. Again, Mirana's not been popular, but I would love to see it. I think you do have enough to kind of play up against here. You have your setup in Naga Siren. Even something like Jakiro getting caught out. Relatively easy to burst still, even though he is annoying. We also have seen the Rubik kind of make its reappearance just a tad bit, and Rubik into Jakiro is nightmarish for the Jakiro. Granted, I don't think the Rubik won the game, but having Ice Pat, having Dual Breath, having Macro Power easy enough to steal can be quite scary. And even just the Boat X or Torrent here from Kunkka. So could be a nice consideration for Liga if they want to go. No, they get the Tiny. Which, I mean, you know my feelings about Tiny. You know Mike's feelings about Tiny. It's not amazing, but it was winning yesterday. But that was when Cyber Goose was playing it, not when Liga was playing it. So until they win with it, I'm not convinced.
Who's been playing this Tiny again on Liga? Was it Erase?
I want to say
or were they playing it somewhere else?
I think for Liga, I think it has been a race. It's mainly been a race. I don't think we've seen a U-Tiny just yet. So it should just be something like a mid-Tiny setup here. Unless they do something weird with a Naga, but I don't think you're doing that now. Shadow Fiend coming out for Team Next Level. That's your hard scaling, probably carry at this point. So I'm expecting now a Kunkka mid coming out for Team Next Level. Just have that matchup up against a Tiny. It's a matchup that's fine. Tiny can still farm as well, but Dual Rays shouldn't have any problems here. Then again, with a mid laner's name like Dual Rays, you would assume he would play Shadow Fiend, wouldn't you?
Mm-hmm. You would expect it with that kind of name.
If you do run this, if you do run the SF mid, the matchup against Tiny's pretty good. I'm just concerned because SF mid, it can scale. You don't normally go for the right click SF for mid lane. That's the thing. Like, you can be that scaling hero for the Kunkka to play more up tempo, but that does mean again you're going for Presence of the Dark Lord facet. You're not going for the the Mire raises with the slows to try to win out your lane. So you miss some aspect of the 1v1. You miss out on the potential of the dual raise coming out there for dual raise. So I'm not sure. I think you have to hand this away from dual raise. You have to run the SF safe. The lane partnership of SF Jakiro or SF Tusk is pretty sickening. That's a lot of damage. Easy enough setup with either the Shard or the dual breath slow. You can get that chase down on the Shadow Fiend relatively early on. We'll go with the Drow as a solution from Liga, which I do like. I think the Drow directly into Shadow Fiend, directly into Kunkka. You outrange both of the heroes, of course. There's no direct backline jump from Team Next Level outside of the Tusk with the blink timing. You have saves from Liga. You've got the Song. You've got the Ringmaster and the Escape Deck. This is a very clean game for the Drow Ranger to just play her own game. You know, you've got enough area control, enough bodies in front that you can just hit heroes here freely for the Drow later on.
How long's it been since you've seen a Shadow Fiend?
Very long. I want to say... Man, my sense of time is so bad, but I want to say 4 months. I want to say around 4 months, maybe 3 months since the SF was really relevant. I think last time it was like safe lane SF going for, again, Presence of the Dark Lord facet. I think it was, if I recall right, it was like Tamato playing it a lot. He was one of the last few carryouts for Shadow Fiend on safe. and he did manage to make that look decent enough. It's pretty up-tempo if you do manage to get some kills. You get your 15 talent. You see John Towers really, really fast after a team fight, so there is that added utility. But
yeah,
I think the hero's just lost too much. It's been nerfed really hard. I don't think that much change for him to feel good. So I'm curious to see what Team Next Level wants. I would expect now, just again, Shadow Fiend 1 here, Kunkka mid. Maybe you could run Kunkka off lane. You last pick something else for dual raise on mid, or you last pick a carry. You just run the Shadow Fiend mid, which again can be fine if you have a harder scale out from Team Next Level on safe. But it looks like League of Teams also expecting a off lane to come out. They ban out the Dawnbreaker, something that could get on top of the Drow with that Solar Guardian. Team Next Level are banning out the Beastmaster. You do still have like Tide, Mars. Mars could be horrific for your SF to kind of have to contend with. There is the option for, I would say when you have a Naga, Centaur is always a really good consideration for League of Team. Really good escape, really good engage as well with Stampede Song to set up on heroes. So that could be one way to go. That could be the ban. They'll ban out the Brewmaster instead, something disruptive here. But I think you have a good enough pool to dip down into for Liga. Again, Centaur is another body up front. You've got good combinations, especially once you get that Blink on Tiny. You've got Stampede to help maintain the chase. Your lane matchup up against an SF safe lane, to be fair, is horrific. It's not that good for Centaur overall. But for the game, it's really good. So I'm curious if that's the mindset here from the side of Liga Team, or what kind of makeup they'd want on their draft. That and Centaur's Ags here, the workhorse, isn't too bad because you have a Drow. They banned the Centaur themselves, so they don't want to hand out to Team Next Level. Fair enough, as it could be on top of Drow. And they get Magnus to close out the Liga Team. It is nice. It's good presence. You can just play with the diminishing returns facet for just free Shockwave in lane. I think Eternal Empowerment really is a bait outside of Pause 1 Magnus. Even off lane doesn't really want it. You kind of want to play with that added Shockwave. You want that additional magic damage, that additional slow. Does a ton of work. So I would expect that here from Magnus. The one thing with Magnus, with a Drow, you don't really benefit too much from Empower. I guess plus attack is always nice. And there's the Morse we were mentioning as an option. So they take it really good against range carries, of course. You're going to be able to block off some damage once you do have your Blink initiation there for Norma. And it is a dual raise Kunkka. So you are running the UI Shadow Fiend safe lane. I'm a bit surprised he's sticking to Shadowmire over the Everlasting Presence up against the Magnus, but up against a melee matchup, it does make sense. You can bully out a little bit more. I just worry about the scaling.
Yeah.
Because that does mean you might be forced to go into more of the magical build, more of that early tempo. I don't think you go all in, though. You just go for your raise. You still build right-click. You just use the utility from the Shadowmire raises to try to get the kills. Overall, draft-wise, hard to say which way I lean. I can see both sides kind of playing their own game. I will say it might be a tad bit more forgiving for Liga Team because you have this way of just disengaging from respect. You have the song to just back off if things get bad. You have the saves from Amoralis with a Ringmaster. So chances are Team Next Level shouldn't be finding the easiest pickoffs. Certainly have the lineup to find those pickoffs, though. But it's not going to be nice and quick and easy. I think the one thing that raises a question mark for League is how well Erases Tiny does on mid lane. Because the Kunkka matchup isn't particularly great for Tiny. Kunkka, sure, level 1, Tidebringer is not amazing. Cooldown's fairly long, but you hit level 2, you hit level 3, Tidebringer, then you're kind of fine. You're going to be winning out. You're going to be trading against Erase fine. You're controlling the lanes fine. So it shouldn't be too big of a problem. Even like the toss-back plays for Erase aren't clear. Because if Dual Raise realizes he's in a bad spot, he can always just X-mark himself. If the timing's right, doesn't really matter if you toss someone back. So the mid-Tiny's always the issue on hand, but otherwise, I think Liga Team does have a good draft. I'm a little bit disappointed Malik sticking to Eternal Empowerment, but it does make sense if you are expecting to just sit back and farm. So at the least, he'll be able to play that jungle a little bit more efficiently here on the mag. But again, laning presence does diminish off the back of that.
So let's see how this game goes, John. Interesting picks with particularly that a Shadow Fiend being on next level for UI. And we've got ourselves a Magnus last pick for Liga Team 2. So I think we've got ourselves a pretty interesting game 1 to cast here. Some nice spells to
I don't mean it literally.
And look out, I mean, especially RP. That'll be exciting to see. Although there's quite a bit of saves. As well,
There
with the
is.
snowball and arena.
And it is. I think the saves are nice and all, but if you manage to time your song RP, I don't know if you're going to be able to save anyone. It is a very delicate timing, to be fair. Like, you have to be on point. You're 1 microsecond off, and RP's whiffed. You have to run away. You're going to be embarrassed. You're not going to be feeling good here on the side of Liga. So it can work against you, but it shouldn't be that hard to kind of line up the shots. Again, for Malik, Eternal Empowerment is nice. It allows you to farm quite well. I'm just a little bit surprised for anything but safe lane that this is what you picked. We've seen a few safe laners go, off laners go for it. I still rate Shockwave. Diminishing returns better just because, again, you want to win out your lane. You're going to find farm anyway. It doesn't matter if you have to spend Empower on yourself. You'll still get that build up. So we'll see how much Malik can try to maximize that value. If he manages to get stacks, that could just be the fastest giving you your returns. Anyway, late smoke out from both teams. Very interesting. We've seen a few teams be really patient for these bounty rune fights. So you get a good flank. Both sides do have some defensive wards already set up. A little bit further behind on Team Next levels. Further away from the river. So it might be harder to utilize for them.
Did we mention that Shadow Fiend has changed to Lasting Presence as well?
Okay. That's good. I was worried with Shadowmar. This is just better for scaling SF. Take a team fight. Every single kill you get, suddenly everyone's a lot softer, so it snowballs really fast. A good positive feedback loop to play with. And the smoke does not pan out, but yeah, I prefer this. I know why Shadowmar is good. It's just, it's been nerfed so much. And up against a Magnus, I don't know if you can even maximize that, right? Because he has Skewer back down the line. He's going to be able to back off. Your chances are you're not landing all your raises here for UI. So it's better to just go for the scaling facet. See a little bit of a block coming out here from Normas, you tend to see on the off lane. Just taking away what they can on that Mars. Ensuring that the creep wave will be in their favor. Respect now going for the late block, but the damage has been done. So the wave will shove out quite a fair bit here. They're going to be able to soak up nicely, and this lane can be a bit of a nuisance for the side of you. Respect can't really apply pressure. This is a Jakiro and a Mars. The moment you step up, you get slowed. You're going to get out-poked. We've got the Twin Terror facet for Fernance. The double hit damage is pretty significant. And Respect is just going to lose a ton of HP very early on. The key thing is to just buy space.
And UI's courier literally just walking into the path of Amoralis on the top lane. So an easy courier kill, no tangos for the Shadow Fiend, but he's doing okay at the moment with Magnus having to level Skewer at level 1. And be a bit defensive there, because Flacco was on the aggressive on Tusk with the tag team.
Yeah. But again, it's kind of fine for Malik to go for that. You expect this top lane to be the most aggressive lane out of all of them for the side of Team Next Level. This is the one that you really have to hold up against. Level 2, level 3 spike here for UI and Flacco is pretty damn scary. You suddenly start to get level 2 raises on you. You get the shards up. Chase down with the tag team is a lot of damage. And just having that skewer for defense is big enough.
Already some harassment here. I think you would be able to get that kill there with the Shadow Rays level 1.
No,
nice harassment nonetheless.
Yeah, you're forced to go for 2 set of tangos for Amoralis, so he's not going to feel too bad about this. He does still have more tangos, still 5 tangos left to eat through, so he's fine, but you are, again, getting the openings there for your Y. You are starting to, again, work that lane up top quite nicely, although
this is
a little bit
aggressive. Deep. Yeah, I mean, you've got a Skewer, and this might be Tusk dead. Yeah. First blood. A little bit of a blunder there from the Tusk. And they just take advantage of that, skewer him back, separate him from Shadow Fiend, and get the kill. Not sure
Just
what he
to be
was
clear,
expecting.
If I call you mate, I don't mean it literally.
It's just strange to commit right by the tier 1. You were already seeing Malik look for the angles from the skewer once you commit the charge so close to tower. So you really have to respect that coming out here for Malik. Yeah, their laning presence isn't amazing, but the skewer back plays when you shove in the lane this hard is still a threat. And you do have to show respect. Nice pickup for the side of Liga team. First blood on Malik does set some good tone, as we are seeing a little bit of a replay there. Again, overstepping the bounds. Good flank or good angle found by Malik to clean up. And a really clean first blood. Erase asking what the last hits for Kunkka's like. And Dual Raise just says go. He is at 9-4. And just a heads up for good old Erase. Erase is at 8-3. So pretty even on the mid. Again, this is relatively even. Kunkka does get a little bit better as you get that Tidebringer up. Level 2 Tidebringer now. More uptime for the harassment. And that should lead to, again, a bit of an easier time. But Erase is just using his body, right? He has so much more HP. And he has a decent chunk of HP. He has his innate, at least, if direct trades do come in. So some damage reduction to play with. And the Avalanche is some decent magic damage. So always have that for the Tiny to fall back to. You would want maybe a stronger start, but an even start like this isn't bad at all. And you're going to have room for, say, even a contestation on 4-minute water runes. Not so important in this game, though. Maybe a bit more important for Team Next Level to deny that from the Tiny than it is for Liga Team to deny it from the Kunkka. So there is that aspect to it. You might just ignore it for these 2 strength mids. As not the biggest resource. Power runes, probably the bigger one outside of water rune. We'll see down the line, but again, League Team already feeling good. Bot lane for you has been going swimmingly well. There's good harassment still coming on mid. Every single time you see that Avalanche, it is a threat.
Just saw some action top, but it's kind of hard to actually get a kill on Ringmaster and Magnus now, especially when soon you're going to have yourself the escape act and the fact that Malik can just skewer away.
Yeah, you have to be so cautious with your commitment because of that threat. And again, if you shove the lane too hard, suddenly Malik's much more willing to walk into the path of the ice patch, or into the shard, and trying to look for an angle for the skewer back. And you don't quite have something like the snowball yet for our Tusk to save. Flacco still needs a little bit more EXP to get things going, of course. We're also seeing the really good poke damage coming out there from Amoralis, just having that little impalement arts. It is doing free damage onto your wire that you can't really cancel off. So always having to eat regen. At the very least has the pocket wand there. 10 charges up. And again, compare this lane for our Shadow Fiend to the lane coming out for you. Use lane control, it's pretty good. Keeping that lane at a good spot. They're having to pull back really aggressively. It is shoving out slightly, but they've managed to get that start you want on the Drow. And this is just not great news. They have to reel in the poke.
Attempted to commit with the ice shards there, but unable to catch anyone. And 2 points put into the impalement arts now. So, doing substantial amounts to the SF.
They have snowball this time around.
Well, they skewer back the Tusk, but Tusk snowballs away to the range creep. And SF is getting hit a lot there by the melee creep, so lost a significant chunk of his HP.
Okay. I do like this again. You need a snowball in this lane for Flacco, so suddenly that threat from skewer back isn't there, and you can try to bait out the skewer. You can try to set up for a cleaner kill. If they don't manage to find that angle, out the snowball, you go into a good shard. Free pickings there for the SF to land his raises, and you can just get going early.
Ringmaster.
Oh.
Maybe perhaps they can find dual raise. And a nice use of the torrent there, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to save your life. It is not. There's a kill found there. Onto the Kunkka with thanks to the rotation from the Ringmaster. It does leave Magnus on his own though. Maybe perhaps they're going to try for a kill. Maybe not underneath the tier 2 tower. This is very dangerous. He has himself 5 armor. The snowballs there. They still find the kill. It's very nicely done. The fear is there. No mana though on the Ringmaster. Still Tusk and SF will survive. And I would expect a TP from the Tiny mover perhaps, but because you don't have yourself any mana, no avalanche opportunity to get a kill, so I assume that's why he stayed on the mid.
It's a good kill to find for the side of Team Next Level for sure, but you're giving a lot of freebies out to you as well. He managed to get a good chase down on Fernandes, a little bit of a scuffle over the haste rune.
And maybe perhaps they'll go for it because the boat is ready. The eye shards locking in place the Tiny. Yep, here we go. Here comes the torrents. Very soon. There it is with the boat. Getting the return kill onto the Tiny with dual raise chasing Ringmaster underneath the tier 2. will decide to disengage from that and not pursue any further. The haste rune expiring there. Seen snare and the drawback. He's okay though on the Conquer. Get the D ward on the observer.
Yeah. A little bit unfortunate for the side of Liga that you're really not ready to show up just yet on Malik. Again, he's gone full empower. He's going for all of that farm. He's not going to be ready to play anytime soon, as we do get the go-ahead now. Conquer is fairly tanky still. And all of this emphasis mid, again, is just giving a free lane to you. Norma is somewhat keeping up in farm. He's 10 CS behind on the Mars, but he's getting that solo EXP, so Arena's still going to be up at a time where you can play with it. That's really going to be the key aspect here for the side of Team Next Level. You have managed to put a damper on Erase's game. He is going for the full phase boots before the blink, so he wants a little bit of that damage, he wants a little bit of that phased movement before really looking for getting some plays for his team. This will stall the tempo for Liga. We've seen Tinies going for phase boots, get their blink stalled out by like 2-3 minutes, which is a ton of time where the enemy team just doesn't feel a threat. And this kind of lineup, with the fast that you've chosen, I don't expect there to be much of an initiation threat anytime soon. The biggest thing you have is that Ensnare to reel in, to set their sights down bot.
Well, they've caught themselves a Drow Ranger and a spear into the shards. Tag team is there, and they find the kill on the Drow underneath this tier 1. Maybe perhaps onto the Naga Siren too. Gonna try and use the mirror image, but that is not gonna help as the snowball comes upon her. And a double kill for the Jagiru. Very nicely done here by the side.
Radiant's bottom
Team
tower
Next Level.
is under attack.
You're not able to make that same play up top. We're seeing a little bit of setup there from Amorales, trying to use that space, that full commitment coming bot, but just not enough bodies to toss out. Again, you aren't leaving this mid lane anytime soon for a race. He's just wanting to get as much farm as he can. Another piece of power rune coming out for dual raise, full arcane. More uptime, still has the boat, could look to play aggressive off the back of that. Bot tier 1 falls, you've got the level 6 threat up now for Norma. And off the back of those kills, Team Next Level are coming into that tempo. Again, they make that good decision on mid. They get that solo lane for EXP on Norma. He has that threat with Arena. Finding that pick off now on any hero is just a lot simpler. They'll try for a smoke play on Liga though, heading into the top. Need to find some punishment onto Yawai, who has been free farming this entire time now, going into the Mask of Madness, but they don't even fully commit for that chase.
That is a dead Siren, maybe perhaps. Yeah, slowed down by the dual breath. No escape there, but rotations from Erase. He's going to toss back the Conquer underneath the tier 2. Boat's going to come in, try and help him with that roam effect. As the Arena, coming out now there from Norma. They got themselves the Drow underneath that tier 2. And Mars is going to fall there from that tier 2 tower. So at least they'll get something there. RP coming out. It's actually caught 2, bringing them back into the tier 2 tower. Maybe perhaps they can find the kill there onto the Conquer. Oh no, the Boglet! The Boglet saves Conker's life with the stun. I mean, at least they get themselves the toss. But Boglet MVP.
And it is. Again, every single time you take these fights around the water camps, you're gonna get messed up somehow. Those Boglets, those little creeps with all of their tendrils of the deep, arms of the deep. It's just too much. And very fortunate for the side of Team Next Level. They find the kills they want. They get that cleanup as again. This happens because they were focusing top. If you look at the mini-map, they were smoked up top. They couldn't find the angle onto the SF. The response is a little bit slow from Race. And they're just in the firing line. That durability at this point in the game for Team Next Level with both in the Mars on hand is just way too high. And there's no burst threat yet from Race, not until that blink is up. So they're able to just play their own game. You had to commit RP. At least you find one more to trade on top of that Mars kill. But without that Conka kill, it just does not feel good. And again, Yawai gets all the free room up top. This SF, already at the Mask of Madness, not too far off from the Dragonlance. The early tempo this hero can set is not to be underestimated. And they're still not relenting. Such short cooldowns in Team Next Level, they could go again. They know RP's down. They've got the boat. Race.
Well, this tiny solo, 120 HP. Yeah, you're dead. You're dead. You're not escaping from this one, sir. As the Tidebringer claims his life. Looks like they may rotate to tier 1 now. It's 4.
Yep. Not too long of a push. With all the output you got on your Y, with a Shakiro on hand as well. You have nothing you can do here on Liga. You need some levels to come up. Like, once you have a or once you're able to play with a Wheel of Wonder, again, with a blink on your Tiny, things can start to simplify. There are angles to take. You start to work towards that blink as well on Malik, who is only about 500 gold away. Your tempo can't hit in. It's just, you have to wait now. You have to stem the bleeding for a bit, stall out for 2-3 minutes here, maybe 4 at max if your farm is just being soaked up a little bit too quickly, and just let Team Next Level do what they want for now. Full Blade Mail up on Dual Rays. I love this build. It's higher tempo than the Radiance, so you're active much earlier. You can use that return damage quite nicely with your Rum buff as well. So you can just leverage your tankiness for more DPS here. See if Liga can start to, again, find that tempo. Blink up on Malik. Has the RP ready. Just need the courier to come in. But a Blink Kidnap play is ready if they can find an angle out. One easy way to get those pickoffs going for themselves here on the side of Liga.
They're pretty distant, though. They're keeping their distance. Either something might be up. Oh, I say that. Dual Raise now. Activating the Shield Rune, which is very nice to protect him if they do want to try and pressure this tier 1 tower and take it. Only on 100 HP. And I think we got ourselves a Blink Dagger on the way to here for the Mars.
That's scary. That is not good news. Like, whoever gets a better Blink reveal now is just gonna win out the next engagement. And again, you've got the map control lined up for Team Next Level. They're shoved all the way out. There are good wards watching this rotation. Like, they should see Normus blink now. He walks under a key ward, setting up that defense down bot. So they should be aware. Maybe not.
Oh, there we go. Blink reveal with the spear and the arena. And that is a Drow dead. Cannot see them whatsoever because of that Bloodsport facet. However, the Skewer does bring back the Tusk, and at least they find something there. So they won't get away with nothing.
I'm a bit surprised you stayed around that long. I thought Liga would be set up for it because Norma literally just runs under a ramp ward. Like, his courier comes into him under a ramp ward. Like, they see that blink. They don't call it out. They get punished for it. Big kill for the side of Team Next Level to find. As you is bottom net word out of all the cores. Like, this Drow has, outside of the laning phase, has not had a game. That progression is just down in the pits. Even going back for a Midas now after the Dragonlance, which is not what you want to see in your pause 1. The Drow can certainly use the attack speed, though, so maybe not all too bad. And again, because of how low these cooldowns are, they can kind of keep hunting with the smokes. No macro pyre, no arena for a little bit longer, but again, with that map control advantage, finding these kills isn't going to be too hard.
Oh, and a spear affecting the Skewer there, but able to blink away. Oh, as Dual Raise is found to the other side, bringing him back there with the X marks and a spear, connecting him into a tree, and the Raise to finish off Malik, claiming the life of the Magnus. Are they going to try and get a kill here, though? Yeah, blink forward, a Raise there with the Avalanche and Toss. So now they'll try and find the Kunkka, but the Shadow Raise does not get off. Maybe perhaps they'll find it.
Oh,
Never mind, look at that, skewered into a tree. With the Requiem of Souls, finding the Drow Ranger there too, and the Song of the Siren being incredibly late.
No, this is a nightmare scenario now for Liga. Again, you're fully online for Team Next Level. Your Drow is just not having a game. Their positioning has just been so on point for the side of Team Next Level, and you're seeing how painful it is to... They missed the toss on a race as well. That's surprising, considering that it looked like he should have had a room if he just took a step closer. Rather unfortunate. Maybe you get that kill on the SF. But again, you're seeing the effect of just how much this lasting presence does. Like, -4 armor with the 2 heroes killed. -2 armor for every hero killed. Like, you can't take the follow-up fight safely on side of Liga. And it's not even the right-clicks yet from UI that's a threat. Just the magic damage at this point in the game is still very relevant. You don't have a pipe, you don't have Glimmer Capes on hand. You have the 1 save and escape attack, that's it. The song has to be timely here on Respect. It just didn't land far enough to try to save the Drow. Maybe find a freebie. Or not.
Maybe not. Yeah, Flacco's still alive. Tag team in the War's Punch there, taking out Amoralis. Not able to get a kill on the Tusk. And Team Next Level, they're having good presence on this map right now. Just look at where all their heroes are positioned. Maybe perhaps they want to try and find themselves a tier 2 here.
They certainly could. Nothing holding them back. Yet blessed with an amp damage rune as well here for dual rays. Even more damage to play with. And I'm a little bit surprised Liga just aren't able to connect. We saw them yesterday. Again, in their game 1 up against Cybergoose, they looked fantastic. Perhaps it's down to... That game was down to a little bit more of being able to get away with a draft that most teams aren't normally playing up against. Like the Zoo hasn't been the most popular. Smoke still having it hang here on Norma. That Blink Arena is going to be one way to just ruin this. Again, catching Entin Key in the back line. Taking care of the Naga King Song could be nice. Instead going for the defense up top.
Oh, amplified damage rune. Dual rays. As the X-Marks bringing back the Tiny. There we go, getting the torrent off too. And the Ice Path, that's some great control there. They take down Erase, Erase gone. Meanwhile in the river, they've also found Ringmaster with a Walrus Punch, taking out Amorales.
There's free kills coming in there. They do find that top tier 1 in Liga, but the sacrifice is huge. Roshan now open for the side of Team Next Level as well. You do have a cheeky song play you could get here for respect, but I don't know if you want to take that risk. It doesn't look like they really feel confident. They don't really have the vision set up. They just see a Mars casually taking their watcher away. And they know Arena Requiem is still up, and both being committed to that win. Still smoke out. They need to move fast though on Liga to try to make this work.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Maybe perhaps they'll try and make it work now, but maybe perhaps they'll be too late because they've snatched themselves the Aegis. But they have found themselves a Jakiro at least. So. Oh, and maybe perhaps a Conquer there too. Blink forward there from Malik along with the RP there through the BKB, but not able to do anything there to the Conquer because of that BKB. So he just waltz away like nothing's happened.
And that is a bigger expenditure on the RP than it is on the BKB for Dual Rays. He's happy enough to pop that. He knows he has a window where the team fight threat's kind of gone. Outside of Song to save now, you don't have that big play for a 5v5. He's willing to put his body for it. No fear.
Yeah, he activates the Blade Mail. And the Arena comes out though, counter initiation, but the Song of the Siren is there. And the Ringmaster saves himself from the boat with the Escape Act. Is he able to get away? The shards always caught the Ringmaster. Ringmaster in some trouble. Walrus Punch claims the kill. Skewer though onto 2 underneath this tier 2 tower. The cushion there from Drow along with the multi-shot too. The Mars in some trouble. Well, we've got UI here on the SF trying to lay into the Drow Ranger. They do find the kill onto the Mars, but Drow Ranger is away. Meanwhile, Erase going to toss back the Jakiro there. There's meanwhile a skewer back into the tier 2 tower. There's action happening all around this bottom lane. There's now Drow turning it back around here onto the SF. SF is in some trouble. Can Jakiro come back here and try and save this SF? There's now they're going to the Tusk. Tusk down. Drow turning back onto the attention. Onto the SF. SF has the Requiem Assault, but it's cancelled there by the Avalanche and will fall along with the Jakiro there too. But has the Aegis of Immortality. But the SF on his own, skewered back into the tier 2 tower. Going to activate that Mask of Madness now to try and find a kill, but he's not going to be able to find anything here as they're just pouncing all on top of this SF, and there we go. They get the kill, SF gone, and Liga team somehow coming out on top of that fight.
It just felt like Team Next Level weren't coordinating on the targets they wanted. Like you mentioned, towards the end, they were just so split apart. This deep dive coming out from UI, chasing the Drow when everyone else was focused on heroes right by the tier 2, getting ping-ponged around with the Skewer. They needed to focus on just one target here. Like, they split their attention too much. You got way too hyper-focused on UI for that deeper chase with no supports really tying up to him until the control started to fade away by the tier 2. They get punished. You can see here again, they take that re-engage quite nicely. They find the 2 supports fast, but that precision, the TP spot they had by the tier 2 cuts off your Mors and Kunkka, and UI's just chasing the Drow. Look where the rest of his team's at. Right across the river, not in position to help. You can't hope to get that chase solo on the SF, and then he overcommits. They waste the Aegis, they find the kills on Liga, they reel back a little bit of that lead in the game. It is still Team Next Level's game to play, for sure, but this mistake should not have happened. Team Next Level, again, just getting a little bit tunnel vision there. Maybe they could find some compensatory kills. Amorales, a little bit of a freebie.
He's dead there. Yep, God's Rebuke takes him out. Lovely catch there from the Tusk. And they might just get themselves the Tormentor, actually, to make up for what happened on the bottom there. That'll be nice. Who the shard go to? And it is Tusk. Got the
Dire's middle
extra
tower
ice
is under
shards
attack.
upgrade.
Can be quite useful in catching some of these heroes out with that depth. We've seen this area denial come in clutch in quite a few circumstances. It's not a bad free shard to get. I would be maybe a bit happier with Fernand's getting his. So much damage output with having both the Liquid Frost and Liquid Fire. Unfortunately, not winning that coin flip here today. And do appreciate this build on Fernand's as well. He goes for the power treads. He is going for a little bit of extra right click. Has the Yules on hand. Going for the blink next for some positional play. Could look for, say, casual BKB perhaps later on. A Dragon Lance would help the cause. A Hurricane Pike is never scoffed at either. So there's some good upgrade paths for the sports here on Team Next Level. For Liga, and again, that gimme from Team Next Level has given you a shot in the arm. Look at the farm distribution across the course. They were a little bit further behind earlier. Now they are at least drawing parity with Norma. Behind just dual raise and your Y. So it's not as bad as it once was. The lead from these two heroes on Team Next Level, it's about 2 item components, let's say. Like 2 1,000 gold items. Not the biggest in the world. See if the smoke lines up, though. You need to catch the big ones. You really need to find a drow somehow. Sneaky Malik. Stopping that movement with that break. And what can you do? You don't have the forward vision set yet on Team Next Level because, again, they just kind of decided to get really aggressive on that bot fight without setting up vision. You do have some ward set up, but not in triangle. Triangle ward is fresh, of course. And that bot ward behind the tier 2, again, they didn't run into that area. So not quite where they had some information to play with. See exactly what they want to start doing now is the stall game can come out now from Liga. You've got a Naga that can split farm.
They might find a raise. They found a raise with the high ground. BKB has to be activated here to at least try and escape. Will you be able to blink away? No, you will not be able to blink away. They're cancelling that blink time and time again. This might be a kill unless he can hide in the trees and blink away. No, the blood grenade stops him from blinking away. What? How do you have that at 23 minutes? The torrent's there. They find the tiny. Blood grenade at 23 minutes. Having that impact to stop the tiny from escaping.
Blood grenade's goated, man. Such a good item. Something that I think any good support has to carry even later on if you have the space for it. It just does so much. If you're, especially when you're up against so many blinks, you see the value there. Never able to really get out on a race, and that's big punish. Dragging that tiny back down a little bit. He's trying to scale into right click now. On a race, going for the Echo Saber, not going for utility, would say the Yules, the Octarine, knowing that he has to kind of pick up some of the slack here, which is fair. I think for the side of Liga, this Ag's timing for Malik is pretty big as well, if you can find it. Already has the BKB on hand. So the only debuffing TPS you do have is that punch. See if Malik can start to play into that. Smoke is nice. Your Y would be a big target, but he missed their mark. You want something juicy here.
Oh, that smoke. It's going to break on Tusk. It's broken. Oh, he blinked right into them. Snowball incoming. Are the team going to respond to this on Team Next Level? Attempt to try and save the Tusk. Macropie is going to come out. The Ice Blast there too. And Arena catching in too. They may have found the tiny here. Even through that Song of the Siren, one more physical attack is needed. There we go. They will be able to get the kill down onto the tiny, and the Requiem popping out, taking down the Naga Siren. So it's going to be a 2-for-1 there, and Drow just able to TP away. Amorales, though, in some trouble. Wants to try and get that bounce in there before he falls. He wants to place there with the ice pack and found, taken out by the Mons.
Again, unfortunate for Liga. They had the smoke, they were playing the normal route, which you really can't fault them for, walking into the triangle, but if you just walk further south, your smoke would have broken to an Invis hero. You might be able to catch out your Y, you get the bigger SF kill. You can start to feel a little bit comfier with the game, starting to even out off of a bigger kill like that. Just not finding the angle. Got a Team Next Level now, starting to get room down mid, they got that room down bot for your Y. Again, with the lasting presence up, and not even with the affecting buildings yet. It's just so easy to siege. You have so much damage coming in here, and it doesn't take too long for UI to just get things rolling. The damage is starting to get overwhelming from this Shadow Fiend. BKB coming up next. Get no
Radiant's middle
concerns
tower is under
once that's up
attack.
outside of an RP. Whether or not Malik can actually find that angle though with his own BKB, we'll have to see. As he didn't manage to commit it in the last fight. So you still hold on to RP for one more engagement at least. But again, for the side of Team Next Level, their cooldowns aren't too long. Arena's back up, Boat's back up, Requiem's going to be back up in 20 seconds. Macropyre's ready to go. Ferdinand is going for an Ags as well on the Jakiro. So that the slow on the sides is massive. The pure damage on the Macropyre will just rip you to shreds.
Dire's top
BKB's not
tower
going to
is
save you
under
from the
attack.
damage output at the very least. So things still looking well for Team Next Level. Roshan's up as well. They want to take control of that area. They're just keeping all the waves shoved out as best as they can. Top lane has been shoved nicely by Liga though. So there is a lane that Team Next Level has to kind of come back to and course correct just a tad bit. But not enough to really hold them back too badly. I think for the side of Liga, we still need to see more on our Drow. Again, this gap between you and Dual Rays has not grown beyond 2k, but you are feeling the impact of
Radiant's
just
middle
being two
tower is
components
under
ahead
attack.
on the SF and on the Kunkka. It is significant still at 27 minutes in.
Going for here now, just a plain Yasha on Dual Rays.
It's like Dual Rays. Sanjin Yasha, you know, just getting that full stat resist up. Get that security. They start with Roche. The War does reveal. Again, they do have Song RP here.
Are scanning.
Just need to somehow work it.
Give it into the Roche pit. Siren found and taken out. Oh, they will get a Tusk though in return there. Escape Act helping out. Oh, buyback from Tusk. They want to capitalize on this. It's the BKB there from Magnus, helping Malik to get away. So BKB's expended though, apart from Tiny still has it, but it appears like they will still get this Roshan on Next Level. No Song of the Siren, so Aegis is theirs for the taking, and it'll come into the hands once again of the Shadow Fiend.
You are getting to have that secondary life, with especially since BKB is just about 200 gold away. Gonna give him a lot more leeway in comparison to that first Aegis we saw a while ago. So you have the tools now to keep that siege going. Mid tier 2 not gonna last too long with your Y taking point. A little bit of a smoke behind as well. Trying to find a good angle. Closest one is Amorales, which you don't necessarily want to find. Maybe you find Respect again. You take away the Song one more time for the high ground defense. Let's make things simpler here.
Yeah, on a Naga Siren. Give it into the trees. Easy kill. BKB finished now on SF2. That's going to be handy for the fights. Because right now, I think most of what's going for Liga right now is their lockdown. And, you know, stuff like Avalanche and Toss from Erase, which is like his big impact within these team fights. But now with all these BKBs coming out from Team Next Level, what really can you do other than rely on the Drow Ranger? But she gets anywhere close, she dies. So she's had to get herself a BKB here too.
Yeah.
Still got 9 seconds on it. Hopefully it'll be enough for Liga team. Otherwise, I think it may be their demise in this game 1.
I would say the pressure's on Malik. He needs to land out the RP setup. That's the one thing they have to pierce through that debuff immunity. And that's the one threat that just stays relevant throughout the entire game. Of course, the Magnus is always something you have to watch out for. It's just that he's not been able to find the angles. Team Next Level's one. Oh, there you go, an RP.
And Conquer almost dying there, but the snowball save coming out in return. They do still find the Conquer though. There's a lovely pick off for Liga, along with the Tusk there too. That is what they needed at Liga. Now maybe perhaps they'll look for more. Song of the Siren. Maybe they could set up with this, but Norma on the Mars is slowly approaching, ready with the counter initiation, blinking forward. But a Ray saw him and tried to jump for the Mars, but Mars blinked the other way. So they won't find anything more, just those 2 kills. But this will delay the siege with this Aegis, which has got about 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. So will they have enough time to actually use it, or will it just fade away?
they might have enough time. My concern is that you did pop BKB, so that makes the timing a little bit tighter for you to wait through BKB timing here on especially Norma. It gives you a smaller window on the Aegis, but you should still have that lined up. Your also does pick up the full crystals flying out now, so he can swap the BKB into the backpack for the secondary life, get some damage going for himself, start to rip through some heroes. I do like how he itemized here on you. Right, stops at the Yasha instead of completing the Manta, gets the full Ags up, so it has the hypothermia running with the frost arrows. A good way of eating through that durability you have on the Mars, on the SF, and Kunkka. Especially cutting through the SF and his life seal right now, playing with that Mask of Madness. So you have done well, and you managed to finally get the full Ags delivered from Malik, having to wait for his courier to get back up. So the Horn Toss is there, you don't have to get that full RP commitment. You have some plays with just Blink, Horn Toss, Skewer backs now. And that can just start to, again, give you more opportunities. Like you mentioned here earlier, Epi, you're talking about Race getting toss backs. Having that easier option with a Skewer is quite nice as well. So the kidnap play is still there. The issue is just, again, finding the angle. Team Next Level, when they are scattered apart, they are easy pickings. They do tend to try to play greedy because they have that advantage. They're trying to work a big part of the map. And that is keeping them a little bit looser than you'd maybe want at that point. Still, you've managed to do a great job of just dodging Aegis. Less than a minute left. If you want to make a move, it has to be quick on the side of Team Next Level. And for Liga, they're just camping on the high ground. They know Aegis is about to expire. They have to just hold. Maybe you can bait out UI. Like, if he hangs here with like 20 seconds left in that damn thing.
Oh, there we go. It's been skewered back right into the tier 3, and that is a dead Shadow Fiend for sure. I mean, maybe perhaps they can do something with this though. Yep, Arena coming forward, but the BKB timing is perfect there from Erase to stop him from being skewered into the arena. Now Song with the Siren. Maybe setting up for something more, but the BKB activated there by the SFW. Oh, the RP coming out. That's going to be a definite kill there onto the Shadow Fiend. There we go. They all have to disengage. They were not able to seize the high ground and just not able to cancel the TP there with the Avalanche. That was very close.
I'm getting a little bit surprised. Flacco.
They found a toss. And maybe perhaps this is going to be Sus here dead too. Yep. Rally gets the kill.
Okay, that's a little bit optimistic from Team Next Level. Again, we were talking about how low the Aegis was. We were talking about all of the kidnapping play. The fact that you're putting your SF right in front like that without, say, dual raise with an X. Like, it's such a simple save. All you need is drop an X on your SF if he's going to go Siege. Didn't manage to get that done. Good opening found by Liga. And they get a lot of gold swinging back their way, dropping that lead down to just 5k. And showing how strong this Drow is without any sort of damage steroid yet. There's still room for some, like, say, Butterfly, room for the full Manta, maybe room for a Daedalus, bypassing all these stats and instead just going for the big fat crits. All of that can work here quite nicely for you. So, I know, Team Next Level, they still maintain that advantage, but down at 4k at 3 to 4 minutes in, it's not as intimidating as it is for Liga. And as this game scales on, because of how you itemized here on a race, it's not just the Drow you have to worry about. You have to worry about the timing in his right click as well. Going for the full Silver Edge next, having that break option, especially against the Mars, is going to feel fantastic. Tormentor just goes for free, you taking it solo. So now you have the additional healing on that full Sonic the Siren. Even more options to reset on the side of Liga team. And for Team Next Level, it's just down to execution. I don't think they're itemizing wrong. I don't think they're working the map wrong. But definitely their approach in the high ground was very optimistic. Not showing enough respect for the repositional plays that they have on hand. Because you do lack stuff like Yules. You do lack stuff to block off the X. So if the SF is just blink skewered or blink tossed back, as long as he's constantly X'd up, there's nothing to really stop the X. I don't know why UI is just hanging there by himself. And again, just some disconnects here for Team Next Level working as a team. Whereas Liga, this is a team that has played together for a fair bit. This iteration, maybe not the longest that we've seen out from them. But certainly are starting to be very familiar with how each player wants to play. And can just work around that communicational advantage a lot stronger. Especially as we approach, like, say, this point of the game, 35 minutes in, into 40, 45, approaching late game now. And that's where it's all about, say, getting good Blink Arena off, or getting good toss back and good skewer. Not even the RP, just even the skewer alone. opens up these games, as we've seen.
And this is maybe perhaps a Tusk dead. He's a bit too deep. Skew it into the river. Killing spree for Malik. So it looks like now Liga are starting to claim parts of the map that they have lost and starting to expand now, which is great for them. Manta Style almost finished now on you also.
Yep. Again, it's hitting critical mass now for Liga. League down to 2K for the side of Team Next Level at 36 minutes. Pretty irrelevant of a net worth lead, 2,000. And that's mainly on how farmed Dual Raise is, along with
Dire's
your
bottom
Y.
tower
But
is under attack.
Mars is starting to fall
Dire's
behind here.
bottom tower
Armor's
has
not doing
fallen.
too hot. You managed to overtake now, even on Respect. Trying to build up quite a fair bit here on our Naga. And then for just even more utility with full Ags coming in.
Dire's bottom
Longer
tower
end snare.
is under attack.
A real entry spell. Debuff immunity is going to be massive once you have that up. Do like seeing that on the Siren here. A little bit more of a luxury item for sure, but when your Naga's at the point where you can just farm up Ags, you know, you should know things are going southbound here for the side of Team Next Level. They'll try with a
Dire's
smoke
bottom
again.
tower is under attack.
Maybe they get a good angle this time. But they're not able to
those
commit.
smoke
They're still a tier 2. Yo, why?
Oh, they're still going to go for the tiny hit with the Warrior's Punch, but he has too much armor. 53 armor on the tiny. So
Dire's
SF
middle
does
tower is under
absolutely nothing with this
No.
Daedalus.
Really nothing. Maybe if you find kills again on some
47.
softer targets. And you find some kills, build up the presence of the Dark Lord with that lasting presence. It could start to ramp up, but you're not finding those softer kills yet. And off that smoke, Lika can smoke as well. Again, the threat of
Radiant's
skewer back,
top tower
the
is
threat of blink
under
RP, toss back. Have to be a bit cautious with Team Next Level. It's all about position here in these next few
Radiant
fights.
Yeah.
are scanning. Dire
Oh,
are
they're grouped
scanning.
up on the side of Next
Radiant's
Level.
top tower is under
There's
Oh.
an RP. Oh, that commits onto 3. That's absolutely beautiful play there from Malik. There's already the buyback there from Tusk, but I think it's too late. You cannot recover from that fight at all. And executed perfectly. The team fight lasting mere seconds. Can they find more? Dual Rage trying to escape. The top river will be able to there indeed. But that's all that she needed.
Radiant's
Just an
top
RP onto 3. Absolutely lovely.
Refresh was right on time. Amorales kills 2 of them with a Tame the Beasts. Maybe not the hero you'd want to hand all those kills to, but you know what? You'll take it. You find a turnaround, you get the network lead now your way. You get the Aegis on top of that with the cheese as well. You have nothing to worry about. And as this game scales into the late game, you've got the RP as your ace in the hole for the side of Liga. You have the
Dire's
reset with
middle
Song.
tower is under attack.
Team Next Level, they're still strong in pickoffs, but man, they've not been finding these 5v5s. Their smokes have been falling flat. Liga has been reading these smokes really damn well.
Dire's middle tower
And-
has fallen.
Your high ground control could still be good, but you have to nail these arenas here. It has to be you initiating
Dire's middle
on Team
tower
Next Level,
is
because
under
if Liga
attack.
finds the angle for that RP first, there's no counterplay. You really don't have that counterplay whatsoever, unless your Tusk is right back,
Dire's top
way far
tower
back,
is
able
under
to get
attack.
a big blink snowball save. And that could be one counterfight, but even that's just very optimistic. Not the easiest thing to pull off in these kinds of games here.
I'm just looking at the win
Dire's
probability
top
as well,
tower
John.
is under
65% now in the favor of Liga team. And look how that graph has slowly climbed up.
They had so much control in Team Next Level for so long. All the way back to even just like the 10-minute mark, even before. Like around 8 minutes. Till that point at
Dire's
30
top
minutes,
tower
it was
is
their
under
game to
attack.
play. They were in control. No openings for Liga until they made those few mistakes. Again, the start of the mistakes was that little chase down bot with the first Aegis. And then this team fight positioning,
Yeah.
sticking together in the ramp. Not ideal, as they can just siege away for free now.
Dire's top
Yeah.
tower is under attack.
I mean, another thing to mention is, oh, never mind, Arena onto 3, but there's no one here to help. And an RP comes out, it locks down Mars. Mars down, not able to use the second Arena with that refresher. As A
Dire's top
defensive
tower
Requiem
is under attack.
comes down, and they're going to find more. They're going to pick
Oh,
off
that
the
damage.
Toss maybe. They take down the Jakiro. The SF taking way too much damage here from the Tiny. There we go. SF down. Deleted as if he wasn't even a carry. It's 3 down. Bringing back the Tusk. 4 down. And GG is called. Game 1 is going to go to Liga team here. Team Next Level. They possibly had this
Dire's
game,
middle tower is
but unfortunately for them, were outplayed by Liga team, keeping the high ground, being defensive, taking use of the mistakes made by Team Next Level, and with that, they move their way up and get themselves 1-0 in this best of 3.
Yeah, it's a good start for Liga. Again, a very slow start to the actual game there. I think their lanes were not as good as you'd want it to be. Certainly a lot of things to sort out here for the side of Liga team, as Team Next Level found that tempo very fast. Key thing for Team Next Level is, again, Dota is a 5v5. It's a team game. It's a 5v5 game. You have to work as a team. And certainly, I think I was just very disappointed with the movement on that tier 2, which again, Liga team is the more disciplined, more experienced team. Team Next Level had such a good start, but that chase around on the bot tier 2, the waste of the first Aegis, really set the tone for the comeback there for Liga team, because that was the opening they needed to reel back the game. And after that point, it just looked like Team Next Level were uncomfy with looking for some openings. The smokes weren't panning out, making a few small mistakes. Like, you can't fault them for playing together on the ramp. Like, it's you're trying to move as a team, maybe looking for a smoke setup, but to be stuck in that area up against a Magnus, just really unfortunate for the side of Team Next Level. Very well played from Liga team. We'll see if they can keep it up. After a bit of a short break, we'll get into that game too.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup with myself, Epidamnos, and John X Fire. We've just had ourselves Game 1 between Liga Team and Team Next Level. Team Next Level looked like they were going to get themselves the first game of this series, but Liga were able to swap it around, turn the tables, and take this Game 1. It's now Game 2 with draft already underway. Let's take a look right now and see. But John, what did you think of that Game 1 with how Liga Team were able to swap that around in the favor of them and get that Game 1?
I think it's a missed opportunity from Team Next Level. For a long time, it felt like it should have been Next Level's game to win. Like, they were in charge of the game. They were taking over the map. They just failed to connect with a few smokes. Sure, that's not the end of the world. They were still maintaining that gold lead. Where it really fell flat was this decision-making with the Aegis. Right, first Aegis, you saw them dive tier 2, get split apart, and UI got kind of tunnel-visioned onto chasing the Drow. Dies, waste Aegis, so you rinse and repeat, you're still in the lead. I think at that point they still had a 6k lead despite that loss. So they try again, they get second Aegis, they try to siege onto the high ground, and the skewer backplay happens, and again, you lose your SF for nothing. So I think for the side of Team Next Level, it's certainly a little bit of a team outplay. It feels like Liga has shown that they're better as a team, especially in these late game scenarios. So I'd like to see if that's something Team Next Level can rectify between games. It's really hard to fix that kind of issue in between. Just that maybe lack of experience in like late game scenarios as in a professional sense. That can make it really hard to adjust. But we have seen holes in Liga Team as well. Their early game was pretty slow. There was a way to abuse that in Team Next Level, and they certainly did. Taking control for, what, around 8 minutes to 30 minutes, it was just Team Next Level's game. They had the EXP, gold advantage, map advantage, everything you could ask for. So I think if they do that again and just play cleaner, then I think they can actually take something off of Liga. We'll have to see if Liga also starts to speed up their own game, because that pacing was, again, very slow coming out from them. You weren't really going for high activity out. There's no one to connect with Erase on the Tiny. Malik went for the farming build on our Magnus, although he was pretty active once the blink was out, so props to him. But again, if Team Next Level just plays cleaner, I don't know if that's a game that Liga can climb out from. We'll see. Terrorblade was left in the pool. Terrorblade's picked up for Next Level here. Could be our offlane hero coming out, as offlane TB has been the most common role we see that hero thrown at nowadays. There is still flex potential onto safe for sure, so you can kind of still run it as pause 1 if the lane matchup is good, but for the most part, you are looking at offlane. So I'd like to see some more activity from mid, depending on what we get here for dual raise. Is something that can pick the slack for a Terrorblade that doesn't get too active early on. Liga Team, just in case Terrorblade's pause 1, do pick up the Brewmaster before it's banned out. So TB into Brewmaster lane is not great for TB. Brewmaster's tanky. He doesn't care too much about reflection. He doesn't care too much about metamorphosis. He can just constantly apply magic damage onto you and slowly poke this Terrorblade out. I like the solution from Liga Team. This is something we've seen Malik play on different teams before to really great effect, so it's something he's comfy with, and it is very disruptive. I like seeing this out. It's a nice safe pickup. It does show your intentions, though. Like, there is no flex for Brewmaster. You're not running it mid. You're not running it safe, and you're not crazy enough to run it on 4. So chances are this is just the off lane. Whereas, again, for Team Next Level, now you can really just consider Terrorblade off lane, take it away from the Brewmaster lane, look for something else on safe up against Brewmaster. You mentioned in the last game some like Lifestealer could work nicely into that hero. Ursa's nice as well. Razor's in there. The Drow could also work, but it might be a bit greedy with the Terrorblade on hand. Still fine, as they can play off that synergy of the marksmanship. So you could kind of work that. It's probably not a priority ban either for Liga. So you have a lot of room now, again, with that Terrorblade flex.
And this is the final ban for Liga Team 2. Before we start to see the draft come out to play, as they got pretty much quite a lot of
10 seconds
reserve time here. But Brewmaster is a hero that we haven't really seen all too much, have we, John?
5 seconds
At
remaining.
the moment.
Not too much. It's been banned out, though, quite a fair bit. I think banned more than it's been picked, as we've seen a few Brewmaster bans here and there. I think I've seen more bans of it in Southeast Asia as well. But again, it does make sense. I feel like this hero is still highly disruptive. It is a natural Radiance carrier if the game goes well, so it's already one way to kind of get this Terrorblade missing. Any sort of right-click carry will not enjoy
Dire
playing
team
into
pick.
the burn.
Radiant team pick.
Curious to see how they kind of tie that up for Liga. They go into the puck now as well, so they just straight up pick 2 big win conditions on Liga. Love the puck coming out. Like, this hero has just felt like a massive nuisance now for at least 2-3 patches. It's not been like the most popular carry. It's been a very popular mid, but it has been denied a fair bit. In a few games, you get it sliding through. It has shown itself to be a menace. Team Next Level does have some good picks against the puck. You know, Shadow Shaman's there, Lion's there, Bane's there if you want that. Disruptor's there as well. Silencer could be one way as well. So it's not like the freest puck game in the world. I'm a bit surprised you commit it right now before any of those supports come in, before you see that hard commitment from Team Next Level, and you can see if this puck is playable. We'll see what their answers are, but again, some hard hold is available. You didn't ban all of it out. Shadow Demon's gone, but Lion's there, Bane's there, Disruptor's there. Still a lot of ways of ensuring the puck won't have a great time. Mid lane matchup is going to be 50-50. It's always 50-50 for puck. They never really lose lane. It's going to be the Pangolier for Team Next Level as the mid matchup, which is fine. And it works out enough. It's not really a bad matchup. It's also not amazing. Again, puck will just draw almost every single matchup to 50-50. My concern is picking Pango into puck means if the Dream Coil does come out faster, you're not going to be able to roll away. You're not going to be able to get out of that position. You're not going to be able to team fight. So that is one concern. If you manage to initiate first on Liga, you can cut off Double Raise's impact on that Pango very fast.
Dire team pick.
And Lion. Okay, so pretty solid support, but we haven't seen it. It comes through here for, I think, is this maybe perhaps the first time of each year?
I think for our qualifiers here,
10
yes.
seconds
I'm
remaining.
trying to think if I've seen it in open qualifiers. I think I have.
5
It has
seconds
popped out here and
remaining.
there. Like, the hero did get technically buffed. Level 1 cooldown and finger is down by like 10 seconds. They nerfed the Ag's cooldown though, so you don't get 100% uptime on Fists of Death, which is sad, because that facet is already kind of a meme. But I don't know. Like, this is a good way of holding down the puck though. Again, we were talking about that. You do need something with Blink Hex. Lion is one of those heroes, so you get that going for you. League team just take out the Ancient Apparition,
10
which is
seconds
very
remaining.
strange to pick when you're into Terrorblade.
Radiant team pick.
You already have a way of protecting from the Shatter with Sunder.
Ooh.
So I'm not sure about the full value of that. The Muerta comes in as well. This could be our pause 4 Muerta. Could be pause 1, but chances are you're just running at pause 4 now. Dance of the Dead still works the way it was. So you're not going to go for the carry build like we saw before.
10
But
seconds
I think this
remaining.
is a solid support duo. Hard Lockdown, in comparison to what you have on Team Next Level, it's
5
not as
seconds
amazing.
remaining.
Again, Lion is pretty low committal once you have the Blink. Here you have to commit with something like the Split into the Hurricane or Stone, or just the Dream Coil from your puck, which is, again, a much bigger call to drag your mid out, but chances are you will want to be active in the puck anyhow. The nice thing with, say, Muerta Puck is once Dream Coil's down, you got a lot of value from Call of the Dead. You got a lot of value with a dead shot to break that link. So it's very nice to set up. It's also a good setup for the Ice Blast as well. So there's some good tempo that can come in there. But again, there's some holes here you can abuse in Liga team. It's just you already picked your mid and you already picked your off lane. Those are the lanes that kind of have more leeway up against these squishier back lines. You don't really have room to figure that out now unless you shift Terrorblade to 1, giving it the horrific Brewmaster lane, but taking something else on off lane that can help with the initiation from Pangolier, which I guess you still have like the Mars if you'd want, but I think at this point you just give your Terrorblade
Radiant
as
team
good
back.
of a lane as you can get. Just drag. Okay, never mind. You are just going Terrorblade 1, and you will have that
team
follow
back.
through initiation with the Beastmaster. I am concerned about your Terrorblade space though. Again, into a Brewmaster lane with potentially the Muerta around. There's a lot of magical damage you have to contend with there. There's a lot of good poke. Whenever Metamorphosis is down, you will get poked hard by Malik.
10
And
seconds
the Brewmaster's
remaining.
nice. It's not exactly the big team fight I was wanting to see. I think this lineup
5
needed more
seconds
area
remaining.
control than it did single target control, because you already get that from the line. But this is, again, another stable way of trying to hold back the puck. And I suppose, for the side of Liga team, your supports don't really deal with, say, the Zoo build up on Beastmaster that well. Right? You're fairly squishy on both. You don't want to have to pop your ultimate here on the Muerta just to survive. Ancient Apparition really
Radiant
can't do anything
team
because you
ban.
don't get the AoE Cold Feet facet. No one does. You get the minus strength. So you're always going to be susceptible to all of the creeps coming in, which I appreciate. Maybe now you could gun for something on Team Next Level. The Liga did. You could consider a Chen. They banned out NP and Disruptor on Liga team.
10
A Chen wouldn't
seconds
be so
remaining.
bad. Like, again, high tempo, Terrorblade can kind of join you as well with early
5
metamorphosis.
seconds
You
remaining.
can siege onto objectives. The supports do not deal with creeps all that nicely. So you can just rip them apart like a Chen. I wouldn't mind it at all for the side of Team Next Level.
So final ban. 5 seconds reserve time
Radiant
remaining. They have to be quick. There we go. Abaddon is gone. And now comes to the final pick here. So they've already got their cores from what it looks like. So
Dire team
looking for another support.
Oh.
And it's Bane.
A little bit curious. It is, again, doubling down on the single target control, but it is a lot of single target control now. Like, there's so much pressure on the puck. Even a Lincoln's won't save you with all of that single target here.
10 seconds
Just give you a
remaining.
window to try to react. For Liga, I would say right now, shift the Muerta to 1.
5 seconds
Lane to Beastmaster is
remaining.
fine. Go for Silencer support. Like, it has to be it. Global Silence on the Bane. You'll never counteract that. You'll always cut off the grip. You'll cut off their initiation. You'll cut off the Sunder from the Terrorblade if he pops Manta early. I don't think it's bad. It's not a bad Silencer game. Sure, you'll be stuck with AA Silencer support duo. That does sound atrocious. But I think your lanes, your cores on the lanes are fine enough that you can kind of get away with it. You can think about the game rather than the lane here. Muerta 1 plus Ancient Apparition is pretty damn good. You drop the Ice Vortex, you get a dead shot. It's a ton of damage. That spell amplification, that magic damage amplification is not to be scoffed at early on. Muerta can certainly feed off of that. A Silencer Brewmaster lane is pretty good as well. A lot of DOT to poke back in the Terrorblade. Yeah, I'd say Silencer. Shift Muerta to 1 for you. Take the Global Silence, cut off this Bane, take away its value, take away the Beastmaster's value, all of them in a team fight. Have that clean initiation. Have that coverage for the puck to feel safe. Just go from there. If not, something like Silencer, then Oracle on the shift.
Choose your hero.
Dawnbreaker instead.
Dawnbreaker.
All right. What are you doing then? Okay, Malik, Brewmaster, and you get the U Dawnbreaker. With Amarala staying on the board.
Okay.
Dawnbreaker
so they
1.
transitioned Muerta to support.
Yeah, and then they stick to that Muerta support. The Dawnbreaker 1, I'm not fully convinced. It does make a lot of sense. It clears out creeps nicely. It's tanky. It can somewhat counterfight onto the Bane. Because, especially pre-Aether Lens with no enchantment adding plus range, then you are kind of in the firing line of that AoE. So you can stun the Bane out, just channeling your Holy Solar Guardian. I do like that use shifts to Star Surge. The extra right click's more important on the core Bane. And you're seeing Dual Rays just shifting between his facets, just making Pangolier jump around as he respawns every time. But does stick to the double jump. We do get the, again, Terrorblade pause 1, having to lane into the Brewmaster, which is not for your Y, but they draft it this way. They have to contend with it. Draft-wise, I'd say Team Next Level fixed their late-game issues. Like, they can play late game with this, with Brewmaster, with a Beastmaster, with a Terrorblade, with a Pango. Their scaling's good. They have good single target control with Bane Line and the Beastmaster. For Liga team, it actually feels pretty much the opposite of last game, where their late game scaling's not particularly amazing. Dawnbreaker can be a beast, but it's not the scariest here in the late game scenario. You know, especially since, again, you have debuff immunity Pierce with, say, Grip. You know, you're gonna have to need like multiple Lincolns in this game here for the side of Liga to feel secure. But Liga does have some early tempo,
Prepare
especially
for
in early
battle.
team fights. Once you hit level 6 across all 3 of your cores, you should expect them to start linking together, especially like Puck and Dawnbreaker. Right? Like, just a simple Dream Coil Solar Guardian can kind of open up these early engagements for you.
Yeah.
But again, this tempo at, say, 25 to 35 minutes should feel a lot better for the side of Team Next Level. It's around the 45 to 50 mark where you start to get more items on Liga where things can go back their way. You get the movement out even without the smoke. That Puck is not an easy one to find, of course, but you at least drain some mana away. do find a ward as well. Like they have the sentry and Flacco. He should sense that the ward's there.
A game
And
of some
it is
sort?
right on the mark. So they'll get the D ward.
30
They can deny off their own ward. Doesn't look like they will. That makes it pretty obvious as well for Liga, of course. But you get a bonus. Already down 1 obs. You take control of 2 runes. The side of Liga should be able to find their own 2 runes though. So should be an even 2 for 2 trade with just that extra obs ward money here.
And they've got vision of Flacco. There are 3. Is he going to go for the bounty rune though? Oh, he is. He's going to get cut off here. Blood grenade committed. Dead shot there too. Looks to be first blood. There we go. It'll go to Amorales.
First to fall.
You're happy enough to get that pickup. You want to give it to Erase as much as possible, but just not enough damage on the puck. A little bit longer and cooldown from Orb. So you get the one you want anyhow. You get a little bit of a bonus with the even bounty rune trade. You are seeing some poking as they were trying to block the creep waves up top. And the poke is pretty menacing from the side of Team Next Level up here. Easy setup for the stun. Good poke damage with the boar. Not much to really clear that here from Liga early on. You also goes for the level 1 Starbreaker over the Celestial Hammer. So you're not really getting that much creep clear as well. At least safe creep clear here for the Dawn. But it should be a stable lane for the side of Team Next Level. And again, trying to kill the Dawnbreaker, it is going to take you kind of stepping out very far away. You're better off trying to poke out Respect. The AA doesn't have the strongest presence here. That is simply something that you can bully out. Taking a look at that bot lane. Already seeing a lot of poking from both sides. And again, you can just see how much that magic damage does onto UI. Like, he does have the reflection, but Malik doesn't care too much about it. The Cinder Brew igniting off of something like, say, the Deadshot is just so much damage if you're not too careful here. Again, you have high armor, but not high HP for UI. You have to be very smart with when you pop that Metamorphosis. Like, that's your laning presence here. Once it's gone, Malik's going to be able to get aggressive.
What is this?
On the top.
A game
Oh,
of some
11 HP. If only Cold Feet survived for a little bit longer. Level 2 now on Dawn and AA. So Celestial Hammer and Starbreaker. They got to watch out for this combination now at the early stages.
They should. And this is, again, it ramps up once you hit, say, level 3, level 4. I believe we've seen Dawnbreakers actually bypass Luminosity nowadays. They've been leveling up, again, maxing out Starbreaker because of the facet, and just kind of sticking the extra point in Celestial Hammer, skipping Luminosity, which I think is honestly fine. If you don't need that crit, you just want the raw output, you want to play with your right clicks, which is still pretty menacing here for the Dawnbreaker early on. So it can kind of work out. For the side of the Lion and Beastmaster for Norma and Fernandez, this is, again, it can still be threatening. Level 3 can still be a nice spike. I'm assuming Norma's just going to go for level 2 Boars and just kind of go all in with the Inner Beast, skipping out on the Axis. That does make it easier to play the lane here for the side of Liga, but it does double down on this eventual push that comes in if the timing works out. It's just, again, you might be giving this Dawnbreaker a little bit too much room to be comfy, as it's already looking very good here for you. Down bot, still with a chase here.
There is with the Metamorphosis committed, both supports. Looking pretty low. Healing self committed by Flacco, so it will be full HP. And as we get level 3 on the Bane, then perhaps we'll start to see some dominance on this bottom lane for the Terrorblade and the Bane. Because level 2 Brain Sap, just constantly trading here with one of the supports, is nasty. It's not fun to be on the receiving end of a level 2 Brain Sap on the early stages of the game.
Certainly not fun. At the least with Metamorphosis fading away, that's when, again, you get that presence back from Malik. You can try to play with the Cinder Brew and try to just keep igniting the Y as much as possible. And that's where the pain really starts to come in. No dead shot from Amorales this time. I think the mid lane's the one lane we haven't really managed to look at too much. And that Puck lane up against Pangolier does tend to go in Puck's favor, if not a 50-50 at worst. And Erase is having himself a grand old time. No contention for the 4-minute Water Runes. It looks like they have that coverage on the top lane as well. So Erase should be able to get 1, if not 2, if he manages to play with his Illusory Orb. But Dual Rays can just swash as well. You're not getting too much of an advantage in terms of ring control. Really interesting to see this facet as well. It's the curveball instead of the Waning Rift facet. So he does have that weird mobility to him. He does lose the ability of dragging all of these heroes together for the Ice Blast, though. That is maybe a little bit more of a concern later on, but it certainly does allow some cheeky plays from Erase. You can see how well you can maximize that curveball here on the puck, as it's the less common facet that you see for sure.
Yeah.
What is this? A game of some
I feel like the curveball as well, you definitely have to have experience in using it too in order to understand it, because it just changes the hero quite substantially.
That does. The damage output's pretty nice though, because of the way it scales the damage. 5% for every 0.5 second it's up, and it does stay up 100% longer than the original orb, so it does allow some good way of clearing. Actually, that might be the entire reason you pick it. Clear out all of the Beastmaster summons, clear out the Boris, clear out the Dominator creep a little bit easier, right? And that could be the mindset here from Erase more than anything else. Just counteracting the Zoo strat, which, again, Liga team is very familiar with the Zoo. They played it yesterday. They took down first Cyber Goose in one game with that spectacular Zoo strat. Down bot, though, lots of poke.
And we've got some poke on top too, with Ancient Apparition falling. Tried to commit on the Beastmaster there, but paid the price. So, League are losing 2 of the heroes, both supports on either side of the lanes.
This is not a great laning start for Liga either. Your CS and your Y is kind of slowing down, but your CS as well here for you is doing well. Again, you're bleeding those kills to Norma. The Dominator timing is going to be lining up. That's the key thing. A fast Dom, a fast Drums. Tower threat push does come in. You take over the top jungle. That's where you kind of want to soak up some farm there for you. And it starts to kind of disappear fast when the Brewmaster does take control of the lane.
Radiant's middle tower
You do have to
is
watch
under
that
attack.
early on. 6-minute power rune as well. Any luck here? Not quite.
It's going to be tough.
Faster 6 for Dual Rays as well. Has that Rolling Thunder to play with. You do manage to at least get the Dreamfall with that little bit of extra time you had here on a race. But he doesn't have the healthiest mana pool. Again, without the top up, doesn't feel too good for the puck. You're finding pretty much everything you could ask for early on for the side of Team Next Level. Maybe that death down bot kind of sets you back a little bit. Still.
Oh, yeah, Rolling Thunder, here we go. Got Malik there, only level 4 here too, so could be a kill. Yeah, the Rays will get it.
Yeah, nice and simple. Slowing down the Brewmaster. This means, the Radiance timer we were talking about, it's going to be very stalled out here for Malik. Bottoming that for core right now by
Radiant's
a
middle tower
significant
is under
margin.
attack.
800 behind in comparison to everyone else on the map, at least the other cores at minimum. It's going to be a slow process for Malik. He will be relevant at least even with just the split, but without the Radiance, you're not really hitting that full potential for the hero. You might have to pivot your build into something more Oreo-oriented outside of a Radiance, as, I don't know, it does feel like it's going to take too long to farm that up. And you kind of want to get connected with your puck, connected with your Dawnbreaker earlier than later. Sooner rather than later.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, and they're going to go for the kill here onto Dawnbreaker on the top. Primal Roar comes out. Got the Centaur Stomp there too. Dawnbreaker's still alive. Actually going to man fight here, and they actually find the kill down to line, and Dawnbreaker's alive with all of these rotations coming out. The Dream Coil there now from Erase 2, trying
Radiant's
to
courier
find
has been
Flacco
killed.
on the Bane. Has no mana here for a Brain Sap. So, not able to get it. And the kill will go to the book.
really good activity to get out. Very sick Nightmare save, or almost looking like a save coming out there from Team Next Level. Rather unfortunate time. Does cut off the full swipes, but also provides just that window of invulnerability for you. More than enough time to save him. They're still trying again, though.
Dawnbreaker again. Beastmaster back alive. Will finally get the kill.
Return to nature.
Dire's
Back
top tower
behind
is
that.
under
Now may
attack.
perhaps be able to pressure the top tier 1 tower with the helm of the Dominator.
Doesn't take too long. You got that wild hunt. You got the extra attack speed at play.
Dire's top tower
You
is
managed to take that
fallen.
safe objective. Again, for Liga, finding those team kills up top is nice, but you're not really getting extra space out for Malik. He's still down bot. He is still going to the Radiance, which I can appreciate that you still feel the need for it. Up against TV, up against all of these summons, it is very strong. It's just, again, the tempo for Malik is just so slow. You will have to stall for the Brewmaster. Could try to join when he has 6 at least. Dream Coil on mid.
Still here in some trouble. Not escaping that one, sir. You will be found and taken out underneath your tier 1 tower. Some nice pick up there from Liga.
That's the combination we're looking at, right? The Solar Guardian plus the Dream Coil, easy setup. Nice early global presence coming out here for you. They are still lagging behind net worth, but they're finding some tempo at the least on Liga. Issue is Norm is just running away with the game. Again, when the Beastmaster takes control of that off lane, takes the tier 1, plays with the Dominator into the
Radiant are
Overlord,
scanning.
his farm just goes skyrocketing. And you're not able to really easily contest the hero. He's tanky enough. He always has the roar. He always has the ability to just run away. That movement slow on top, pushing everyone back. And that is the concern. No luck as well being able to get the rune. It's just a regen being denied away, so not the biggest one to lose out on. But with all that attention mid, it's actually buying space somehow for Malik. Again, he's still bottom network core, still about 700 gold behind the next core to him, which is you. It's still every single second of space counts when you're trying to recover. They are starting to set up for mid. Some beautiful wards here from the side of Team Next Level. Very hard to deward that one right behind the tier 1 tree line.
Kill attempt on the top. Oh wow, meanwhile, it's kill on the mid too. Ancient Apparition down along with me, perhaps Flacco here too. Trying to survive, he won't be able to. He'll be found there
Dire's middle
underneath
tower
that tier
is under
1. And
attack.
almost a kill onto Dawnbreaker here. Look at this. This is the kill that I was watching. Surviving on 70 HP. Norma is not able to get it. Get out there. Yeah, just the death on the Ancient Apparition and the Bane.
Not the biggest ones you'd look for on that commitment out, especially for Team Next Level. They're the ones dragging the heroes onto mid. A little bit spooky for you to have to play into, again, this Beastmaster who's 2 levels ahead, who pretty much has that full Overlord up in 700 gold, and is just, again, eating through all of that space up top. At the least now he has to join his team mid to get that siege underway. And that's a little bit of room for the Dawnbreaker top. And again, lots of room down bot for you to just try to build up on Malik. Is one part into the Radiance build, so hey, some progress being made. 2.6k until the full Radiance is up. And you just give out. Like, you know, with the Beastmaster up, you can't really stop it. Maybe when they play bot.
And that's a dead bacon on the bottom. Yeah, I'm not. No escape from that one.
Dire's middle tower
No.
is under attack.
Simple pickup. Again, not the
Radiant's
biggest
top
one.
tower is under
All
attack.
you've really found in the past few minutes have been 4 Bane kills out of 6 kills total. So you're not slowing down the cores by the extent you'd want to here on Liga. You are getting some space. You're getting some room to recover
Radiant's
after a slower
structures are
game.
fortified.
I think the key thing now for Team Next Level is to just kind of ride out these support pickoffs, get your own timings up, because Mage Slayer on dual raise is going to be massive. I do like that in this game over the Diffusal. Just mitigating some of that damage on Puck, damage on Muerta, damage on the AEA can be quite big, as they are reliant on spell damage at this point early on. An early smoke as well for dual raise and Flacco. No one playing up top. Should have seen them all start to stick down bot. And see whether or not anyone TP's back to take that top lane farm, but the wave is shoved out far enough that you don't necessarily need it. We're seeing them just soak up that bot jungle again. Sap away at a lot of creeps. You actually goes back top.
Oh, already used Celestial Hammer here too. Is there going to be any rotations for the Dawnbreaker? Oh no, the Boglet!
that-
The Boglet assist!
Not again.
Helps to get the kill on Dawnbreaker. And Dooray's now attempting to flee out of there. They will catch themselves a Bane. So at least they'll avenge their fallen comrade, but still losing the carry Dawnbreaker once again. It's not having a fun time right now on you.
No. lagging severely behind in comparison to the farm elsewhere. When you compare that to Norma, almost a 3k difference. It's a rough go. But again, had a lot of room to just farm down bot, maybe thinking that top was safe. You have to expect these aggressive wards to come in now. Especially since, again, the Beastmaster's just been hugging that area for so long. The side of Liga still has quite a fair bit of work to do. Full Mage Slayer up in dual raise, harder to pin him down with the magic damage. Again, mitigating some of that magic damage with the Mage Slayer passive. I can't believe it's actually just called Mage Slayer, as the passive effect can be really annoying for Puck, annoying for all the supports. Radiance for Malik, slow progress being made, 1.6k gold away now.
Radiant are
Eventually
scanning.
we'll have that up, and again, eventually we'll have that impact, but it's just so damn slow. Team Next Level again showing that early game prowess that we saw from Game 1 here at the... They've taken control of the map. It's very similar to what Game 1 showed us. Maybe a little bit more back and forth. League of finding a lot more kills than they did in the last game early on. Does kind of set up some good hope, but theoretically, Next Level should still be in control. Roche taking is maybe not as quick,
Dire are
although
scanning.
the full Overlord should, again, kind of speed that up. I'm wondering what form it takes. Probably just this Granite Golem. As he's just standing there with a creep, looking for stacking. Okay, maybe he gets something better. Let's see if he's lucky, if it's something he wants. It is a Prowler. So you could go for the Ancient Prowler Shaman if he wants, and he doesn't. Never mind. Would love to see what creep he'd want, but hey, you know, sometimes you just want to farm. I guess.
Just realised too, they're going double Radiance on Liga, because you wants to go Radiance, and Malik is already halfway there to his Radiance.
I honestly think that's fine, because when you think about it, the Dawnbreaker plays in a separate area in comparison to the Brewmaster, right? Like, especially when you split, you can have your Spirits Chase elsewhere, you can have Radiance Presence across two fronts in that case, and that can kind of help you out in this fight. So it's not too bad. Dawnbreaker also plays across the map anyhow, so you are relatively independent with your Radiance. You're looking for farming instead. I'm surprised it's a Radiance over, say, Echo Saber Harpoon, over Sanjin Yasha, over BKB Blink. Those tools feel a lot more straightforward to play with. Roche now being taken by the Next Level. Ice Blast will at least scan it out.
Yeah, there's still Aegis going to the Pangolier. Team Next Level. Alright here at the moment, with Terrorblade pretty much free farming here too. I mean, UI has not been touched at the moment. No death, Manta style on the hero.
Dire's middle
Pretty
tower is
alright on
under
the
attack.
Terrorblade. All three cores are top of the net worth too.
They are. Again, they've been in control for the side of Team Next Level. Very similar to Game 1. Liga team just needs so much farm, which is really not where their lineup fully shines. The scaling is still there on the side of Team Next Level. I mean, again, Dawnbreaker can kind of keep up with a right-click build. Puck becomes a menace once you, say, reaches timing with Ags, with your Shard, with your talents up. Puck can be a monster, but you have enough control as well to threaten. There's that first Radiance up on Malik. Farm pace improving. Can start to play with a split as well, though it's still a level 1 split, which makes it relatively uncomfy to try to commit in these fights, as you don't have that added HP. They will need to stop the tier 2 take, as this is a lot of map space being found early.
Oh, and a little bit of a misplay there from Dual Rays with the Rolling Thunder, but still able to get the kill onto Lion and Bane, so both of the supports down. In return, Ancient Apparition getting close to death there, but Pangolier will fall. But this was a 3v5 situation. And Dual Rays is out of there with his Blink
Dire's
Dagger.
middle tower is under
So,
attack.
I mean, at least he survived, but what did you think of that play, John, with 3v5 near the tier 2?
Yeah, that was a little bit strange, especially with the initial roll from Dual Rays. I'm not sure if he purposely bounced back so he could get that angle to roll in a little bit better. Certainly felt a little bit optimistic, to say the least, from the side of Team Next Level, especially since you didn't even get Norma out with a roar. So I'm not sure what that was about, but it's again those opportunities for Liga. Again, very similar to Game 1. You make a small mistake with the Aegis, around a tier 2 fight again, you kind of work the angle out. Norma didn't even bother running across into tier 2, but the support's already caught them back. And you weren't anywhere in position to try to play there with your Terrorblade. Again, the only lucky blessing there is that you blink out somehow, not getting an Ice Vortex away from Respect on top, just to get some DOT damage. Also, quite strange, but it does happen. Maybe wanting it to set up a little bit better for, say, the catch, if they did manage to catch him out. You count your lucky stars here on the side of Team Next Level, but 6-9, 4K lead standing for Team Next Level. Again, it's looking like game 1 here. Except the win condition on Next Level is still good with the Terrorblade. We'll see if the smoke starts to line up to anything. They eventually still find that top tier 2. A race would be a massive target if they can pin him down.
Tries to go for the blink there.
Oh,
Unable to get the puck. Oh, the waning rift. Puck's out of there.
Broke some ankles. Going back and forth, taking them around just a little bit. And they even bait out the wrong position for the sentry, right outside of that ward spot. So you're getting still the value here. You're still getting the value out. In fact, that obs ward is under a sentry. So you're very happy with Liga right now. You can still maintain that map
Moving on to
control.
Norma's still okay though. There's the Solar Guardian coming down. The Primal Roar there onto Puck, but there's no follow-up. Here we go. Here's the Rolling Thunder. The Beastmaster will fall, however, they will find the Puck. Ancient Apparition is gone. It's a 2-for-2 at the moment. The Primal Split coming out, trying to now take down the Pangoliers. Meanwhile, we've got UI chasing the Muerta, but here we go. There's the Starbreaker. The Starbreaker actually does not connect onto the Pangolier. UI will find the Muerta, and Pangolier will fall to the Radiant Bird. And Bane is going to fall here too, but in comes UI now trying to find Dawnbreaker. It's a 4-for-3. And the Sunder's there, but dodged the Starbreaker, with the Magistyle. That was lovely from UI. Is now trying to obtain the kill onto Malik, but of course he has the Drunken Brawler, so he has incredible amounts of movement speed. But boy, oh boy, that was a bloodbath. Middle area. 4-for-4.
It was. And it's hard to tell who's that better for. I'd say maybe just slightly better for the side of Team Next Level, as your Terrorblade does get good activity out of that. Right, he's managing to sit there, he soaks up, he gets a couple of kills for himself as well. Find some wins overall. A little bit awkward to have your puck caught out. That control onto that hero again is pivotal here for Team Next Level to find their own play. And you are just a little bit split apart, not able to save the backline quite nice. That grip at the end to line up from Flacco to give that room for the Terrorblade to run back in as well was super important to find here, as that gives enough time for your wire to come back in. Bit of a chase.
Dead hit. And Dreamcoil in return onto Dual Rays. Oh, actually gets himself up to the high ground. Is he okay? The dead shot's there. Erase wants to chase with the Illusory Orb. But Dual Rays is out of there. If he did not have that shard with the roll-up, he definitely would be a dead Pango. Sure, in the river.
That he would have been. Nice little hit and run though. They come out on top here for the side of Team Next Level. And again, they widen that lead back to 8K. They're in a comfy spot, and they have their scaling on their Terrorblade. They're growing bigger and bigger as well under other heroes, or a play now coming out from Norma. Pipe up, mitigating, again, a lot of that output that you're reliant on the side of Liga team. And for a Pangolier, the Ags isn't too far off, so more utility, more damage coming out of the shield crash as well. If you can find an angle to UI, perhaps this starts to look a little bit better. We'll see.
Now the Primal Split coming out. Oh, AA Blast. It does not connect. Terrorblade still okay for the time being, but is pulled back. Not able to get off the Sunder. Down to 50 seconds. Already used that Manta style. It's now Liga. They want to try and find themselves more. The Beastmaster will be able to TP away. They're on the pursuit for the Bane. Trying to flee here within the river, but a race coming forward with the Waning Rift and the Illusory Orb. There we go, finding the kill onto the Bane.
That's the fun thing you need. Kill off that win condition. Not the highest net worth here on the map. Those 2 kills alone just swing at 2K. Back away of Liga team, taking that lead down to just 5K now for the side of Team Next Level. The big target you really want right now in Liga has to be this Beastmaster, though. If you can find Normal, break that Pinata open on the Beastmaster, the game does start to, you equalize in net worth in a big way. You stop that tempo that's been coming in. the quick scaling on the Beastmaster. He is going for, again, a little bit more tempo with the Aura BKB. And that does mean we're not getting the AC timing that you sometimes see nowadays on the Beastmaster. He is queuing it up now with the BKB flying out. So at the least you'll have, and some of that aura, some of that damage from Norma still stay relevant for the AC and the blink position. But it is stalled in comparison, going for double defensive items first. So that could make it a little bit troublesome to fight in. I guess offensively, it's not going to be as strong as you think. But you have the Terrorblade anyhow to back that up. So again, a very even game so far. The 5k lead at 24 minutes, it's still significant for sure. You are getting just that extra spikes out here for the side of Team Next Level. But Liga has shown us
Radiant's
time and
top
time again,
tower is
this
under
is not
attack.
something that you should feel ultra comfy with on Next Level
Dire's
just yet.
middle
They take a
tower
tier
has
2,
fallen.
one outer tower left for Liga. But that build-up still continues. Manta fully done on you. Harder to pin down that Dawnbreaker. You are, again, sort of reliant on just getting a good Earth Spike or Hex now on some of these slipperier targets. These high priority targets.
Radiant are
As
scanning.
it does get harder as well to tell who do you want to grip up. For camping Roche, a little bit of a longer timer, although let's see how long in short order here. Could take it quite quick again inside of Team Next Level. But I have to tell you here, Epi, if they lose that second Aegis again, like they take the Aegis and they don't manage to get the good high ground out of it, I start to get very concerned that this is basically game 1 on rerun, because it looks like the same story.
Yeah.
Almost.
I mean, they're still top of the net worth, though, all 3 cores. And I feel like they have still a lot of impacts to apply against Liga team. I mean, look at Beastmaster, for example. BKB, you've got a pipe of insight here, too. Like, this is going to be massive for the team fights.
That it will be. Again, the key thing is just finding these team fights somehow. You have to take initiative. You can't afford to just sit back, hope the Liga team makes a mistake and walk up to you, because they are the ones on the aggressive here.
And rolling Thunder. And on in return here to try and protect the Lion. Lion may fall here, though, with a race coming in. Nice phase shift, dodging the rolling Thunder. Dreamcore comes out, though, in return. AA Blast connecting onto the Pangolier. The rollout's there. Is there anyone going to respond to try and save this Pango? There's no one in position here. He is completely on his own. Silent Storm. There's the cold feet as well. And a second kill. Team Next Level. They're just giving away kills at this stage.
And it just boils down to playing a bit too passive. You have this kind of advantage. With Beastmaster, you have to take tempo, you have to take objectives, you have to play as a unit. You have to take advantage of that lead. Especially up against a team like Liga, who, if you flounder around, if you play greedy, they will punish. And that is some good punishment to find out at 4 on Pangolier. Starting to get that siege down bot just a little bit. Kill themselves a nice Granite Golem. And do back off, but again, their lead off of those 2 kills just goes down to 3k, which is not too significant at this point. Yes, you're still top net worth with your cores. You has equalized, keeping up with dual rays and to an extent to your Y as well. Within striking distance, Norma is the one soaking up all of this farm. But is the investment in Beastmaster at that point worthwhile? Well, it has to. Blink up now, perhaps now. You start to play your game, because you have to. You cannot just play this farm game waiting for Roche every single time. Liga has shown us they will punish you. And they'll punish you again, and they'll take this game back. And you just throw away your lead for no good reason.
Lion prowling, moves forward. He has a Hex. No follow-up, he's in some trouble. He has a Glimmer, but they've revealed him there with a Sentry, and Lion on his own, falling to the hands of Liga. So, I mean, they could have found something there. They really could have, but Lion was too far out of position, and there was no follow-up.
I don't understand as well. Like, he had an Invis rune. They didn't set the ward preemptively. It was a reactive ward. Like, he didn't have to go for the Hex. He could have waited a little bit longer for the TPs to come in. And again, it's this factor of how much do you play together as a team. Right? Because Liga is an established team. They've been here for quite a fair bit. And this roster may be a little bit fresher, sure, but they've had a few months to play with each other at this point. And for the side of Team Next Level, and maybe it's just that inexperience kicking in. The coordination isn't as clean. The lead is just gone now for the side of Team Next Level. And that is worrying. That was them playing with a lead for the last, again, almost 10 minutes here. They were in control. In fact, looking at the graphs, they had an early lead starting from around 5 minutes all the way up to 25 minutes, almost. So, a good span of 20 minutes where you had control in the game, you were taking tier 2s, but you didn't manage to capitalize hard enough, you didn't manage to take initiative on these engagements. And now the side of Liga, they're feeling confident. Full Parasma almost done on a race. They've got the Lincolns up on the puck to protect from the Roar, to protect from the Grip Nightmare. They've got the Smoke up. They could go hunting, take a team fight into Roshan. A loss of Roche here switches this game entirely. Swings it all the way back.
And an Orchid. Oh, and Blink, AA Blast. Right onto Bane. Bane is dead. Rolling Thunder though for the Ancient Apparition. Lion is a bit too far forward as the Solar Guardian coming down, and they claim his life quite easily there. Both of the supports down on Team Next Level. Just keep dying and getting picked off, and now this is an opening for Liga. Just get themselves a Roshan.
Yeah, nice and quick, and again, it's one fight into Roche. It's just like we were talking about. The Team Next Level. This Roche number 2 being given away. Liga team will have control of the game at this point. You still have the safety net in your Terrorblade. I'm surprised your Y is going for that Orchid you mentioned there into the full Bloodthorn and BKB. I think you should have just gone Scotty. Like, the BKB's fine, but the Orchid up, and there's a Lincoln's, maybe you can Lincoln's pop, there's a Manta on you. Orchiding Malik probably is your best bet, as there's nothing defensive on this Beast, this Brewmaster, so could be the way to go for that, but for the wider scope of the game, the Scotty will do way more. And that timing's going to stall out if you want to go back for it now. Big clump up here from the Next Level.
Oh, Primal Roar though. Onto the Brewmaster. We've got the Bane Grip there too. The Silence also. Is it going to be enough to take down Malik? It is just about with the Wild Axes. Not able to get off the Primal Split. As they've also found themselves an Ancient Apparition here too. Finally, Team Next Level able to finally pick something up here and get themselves 2 kills, but that took quite a long while there to set up, and they have lost themselves the Aegis, but still nonetheless they are pressing forward, and Lion has been found out here again, down below. There's the Dream Coil's there, and a race is still okay. Has been silenced up though, stunned up with the Rolling Thunder, and that is a kill there onto the puck, so they have found themselves another kill. Team Next Level. Not sure what a race was doing. I think it was really trying to find the backline kill onto Lion, but he stayed too long.
And he did, and also looked like he expected you to come in with a Solar Guardian, never really flew out. So that entire idea falls flat, you lose your gem, High Ground opens up, and you reel it back to 6k lead. You have no buyback in the puck, tier 3 just falls. What the heck happened there? Liga. Oh.
There we go. Oh. Just landed the AA Blast. Lion still completely fine here with thanks to that shot. Pangolier, the Primal Roar comes up there. He's still okay, but he's slowly falling. And there we go. A big crit from the Dawnbreaker, finding the kill. Buyback here from Moeta here. And they actually keep intact their melee racks and take down 2 on the side of Team Next Level. They will lose 2 heroes. And Liga keep intact some of the base and push back Team Next Level.
It's still a big win for Next Level though. Even just taking the range racks, having that bot lane slowly shove out means that you've always got to respond now on your puck. At least a race is highly mobile, so you can get that done. Again, all of that gain from Team Next Level off the back of those mistakes Liga team made. And they can't afford to start disconnecting as a team now. Right, like Team Next Level also are capable of making use of these holes when you're not working together as a unit. As we've seen, even the Orchid pickup here paying off on Yawai as that Lincoln's breaks. This is very far forward from you by himself.
Oh my gosh, that is a lot of damage there onto the Dawnbreaker. Oh my god. All that was a Lion Finger and a Earth Spike and some of the illusions coming into play, and Aegis gone just like that on Liga.
I don't understand. I really don't understand what Liga is trying to do. What can you achieve by himself without having to pop BKB, which he doesn't? The rest of his team was in mid, across on the river. They're so far away. I'm not sure. It's just awkward. And the side of Team Next Level, again, they're just going to eat up these mistakes. Keep that lead up at 5k. The smoke for Liga is literally to nowhere useful. Just looking to correct up top. Try to maybe hit these timings now on the side of the Liga team. Get that full Parasma up in the race. Then you can maybe start to hope for the Ags to come in. The damage to really ramp up here on the puck. And see if that's something they consider. For Team Next Level, BKB for UI does significantly improve his durability in these fights. You don't need to worry too much about the blast. You're going to get you're going to get space to get a Sunder off. You're always going to have that safety net. You're not going to be scared of the blast, of course. So you are hitting that critical spike now for Team Next Level. Even something for Norma here in the refresh, it looks like. Going to be massive once he has the double roar, double BKB. And again, for Liga, they only have so much save here. You've got to be cautious about bleeding out like that. Free shard for Amaral is good. 10% spell amp is actually pretty big for this hero, considering this is a support. And Muerta going for Ags is massive counter control as well.
So double roar is ready. And, oh, Parasma taken out. It's big. 3 minutes down on the Parasma.
That's very yucky. Like, you need that extra damage. I suppose with BKBs coming out, maybe it's not as important, but it just takes away so much presence from the puck. I'd say at this point in the race, yeah, he's going for Octarine. You might really want to consider maybe a refresh, maybe a Yules, something else to defend, because there's so many ways to pop through the Lincolns. There's only so much you can do as a puck. A Yules can at least buy you time. Once the Lincoln pops, you can try to blink away. Look at this cheeky smoke angle out from Team Next Level. Trying to snipe stragglers up top. And it's you farming a little bit forward here as well. No defensive wards. At least no forward vision from Team Next Level to scout that Dawnbreaker. But it is a very scary spot. You do not have buyback either on you. So if he is picked off, the defense becomes that much harder here for Liga team.
Radiant are scanning.
So just caution is the main thing.
Oh, they thought it was the real one. Illusions.
Interesting. But their smoke didn't break. Why? I get, you know, the tension's up, you know, and you feel the need to do it just in case. You still have the refresh war at least, so there's that.
Liga wants something. They really want something here. They've seen that Primal Roar's down along with Metamorphosis too. It's only got half of its duration remaining. On the hunt they go. AA Blast is going to scout out the Bane. So at least they'll get the kill on the Bane support there. And that's all they can find though.
It's a good kill if you can translate that to a wider fight, but again, Team Next Level already back off. No rush to try to sneak away here as well. No objective you can really gun for. You're forced to just kind of play the waiting game. Full Octarine up now for dual rays, and he has had a Basher for a while. So the Basher's a pretty big one as well. Just getting a random stun onto the puck can just open up some fights here. We'll have to see if, again, the League can start to coordinate as a team. It's fallen flat a little bit. Amorales, you have to respect that line. Does have a lot of damage on that finger. Four finger of death kills, 160 bonus. Not the biggest in the world, but he can also just run up and fist of death you. You know, there's some decent right click damage there if you're not too careful. It's a fun one. It's a fun one.
It's kind of slowed down here now. Roche may respawn in around about 5 seconds time, so we'll see how long that is. Maybe both teams just waiting out for the next Roche play. How long is that?
Roche is definitely
About like a minute.
Next flashpoint. It doesn't look like the longest. I can never tell with this stupid clock, but maybe about a minute. You have
See,
full
they don't
axe
even
up
know
now.
how to use that clock.
What is that? Sorry.
So you wouldn't even know how to use that clock.
No. I think some nerds do. I'm sure there's like a Dota wiki guide for reading Roche clock, but I've never. It's really interesting that they took that away for observers, isn't it? Like, you only see the guarantee to respawn within its maximum time. So, alright, it worked fine before, but it is what it is, beta game. Full axe again for Amorales. It's pretty nice, although Fernance sees them running out.
They do. And Norma, blinks away, does not get caught by the Dream Coil. Got a BKB TP out. They won't find anyone. Meanwhile, you've just got a Flacco. It's top. Just farming close to where the action happens.
Yeah, getting that Ags up, which is really scary, as now if you grip up the puck, you have to clear out the illusions as well. Which again, Dawnbreaker with the Solar Guardian can somewhat do, if it is within range, and you don't have plus cast range outside of just the Aether Lens. So theoretically, you should be able to.
Solar Guardian though coming out, and another BKB TP away. No, the AA Blast will find him. Rolling Thunder now here too. From dual raise, he'll attempt to flee. Liga team are here, and they're here to stay as they'll attempt to pressure out the bottom lane with the Beastmaster being down for 70 seconds. Big opening here now for the team. Try and find themselves some objectives, like a tier 2 tower.
Nice and simple. We still have the split ready on hand as well on Malik. The wider team fight was to break out. Doesn't look like it will. A few pings up on the mid. They do see where UI and Fernandes are running around on the top jungle. Maybe look for some punishment here. You kill that Terrorblade off with that siege down bot. And open up a lot of distinct possibilities. They're playing really greedy holding this ground too. Trying to play around their ward vision. They should be able to back off in the nick of time, but looks like they want something.
They hit Terrorblade. No, there's no way they can go for that. Yeah, he's out of there. Gotta get him. Roshan is up though now. So, oh yeah, and they definitely scout that out. They're taking it right now on Liga. The Raw alerting next level. This Roshan is being taken right now. Aghnim's finished on the Bane, and an Abyssal for the Pangolier too. There is no way in hell that they're going to get here in time, because this Roshan is done and dead. Refresher Shard, Cheese, and the Aegis all available, and they'll give the Refresher to Malik. He'll get himself a double primal split, and the Cheese going the way of you. Aegis in the hands of a race.
I don't mind that. I think this puck does need to play the game. The Ags is concerning from Bane for all the reasons we mentioned, but since you have the Morta Ags, it might not be as impactful as you'd expect. One good dead shot kind of ruins all of that. So I do appreciate that from Amorales. This counter action is going to be quite nice here on the Muerta, so long as you, again, save that dead shot for the big moment you need it. A little bit of a slow siege onto mid. They have to course correct top with the illusion just shoving in. And still be able to find it though on mid lane. And again, the beautiful thing about having Dawnbreaker, it can respond to the split push and still join the team fights with a Solar Guardian. Really cool build from you as well. Doubling down on the plus attack speed. Has a full Mjolnir up. So isn't going for too much deadly damage. Just focused on the right clicks, but there is a lot of output already on this Dawnbreaker. Even taking the alert enchantment for plus attack speed still, as they are poking here.
Yeah, they are. Malik will have to commit the split. As he runs forward now to try and find something there, and the rest of next level, they will back themselves away if they can, but Dream Call connected onto 3. Will find the kill onto Lion at least. If this primal split is still active, they'll find Bane there too, and look at Erase go. Jumping around with this illusory orb, helping to find both the supports here.
And it's so big to take care of those two supports. Now the pressure for Norma to land something with a double core is massive. Still have the Aegis for a long time. Banner down as well. And the siege again does not take too long here with the heroes you have on Liga. With all of that attack speed on you, this is relatively quick pickings here. Respawn is short.
He's ready with the blink, the rolling thunder. Both supports back in 10 seconds. This melee rack's still alive. When is he going to commit it? Rolling thunder, he's still waiting. Gotta kill this Roshan banner. will commit the glyph there too. And they'll just get the tier
Radiant's
3
top
tower
tower
here. They'll
is under
disengage Liga.
I like that respect being shown. Again, they understand how much these supports do in the team fights. They should have seen the Ags up on Flacco as well. So they are aware of just the added utility coming in here. You are close to some timings anyhow on Liga, like Ags here for Erase. The damage on the Dream Coil is going to be insane. It is something to respect. Full Shiva's finished up on Malik. Simplifies that chase. Lessens the healing as well.
Dream
It's
Coil
nice. Good
on
catch.
Rays. Solar Guardian as well. The Dream Coil's broken. The Starbreaker's there, and a lovely pick off onto the Pangolier. That is huge. Yeah, no buyback.
Radiant's
Down
top
for
tower
90
has
seconds.
fallen.
Now they'll begin to siege
Radiant's top
the tier
tower
3,
is
and
under
possibly
attack.
we might be able to find the rest of the base here with Pangolier being down for 90 seconds. That is more than enough time.
Radiant's top
Liga.
tower has fallen.
Stop picking at these
Radiant's
objectives.
top barracks are under attack.
Doesn't take too long. Again, you've got the attack speed, you've got the damage here on you. Still have that safety net with the Aegis for a minute and a half. More than enough time to take these objectives. I like what they're doing here on Team Next Level. Just pushing bot, looking to equalize, take that, take something off the map. Are they actually going to try to base race?
They're going for tier 4s. Who has TP rotations? Okay, Erase is back. And oh wait, oh TP cancel Malik. Malik's TP was cancelled there by Lion. They're really going for the tier 4s right now. The Dream Coil's there. Malik has got himself another TP with thanks to using that refreshing dog. As now the Sunder's there. The Primal Roar coming out
What?
on support, but there's no follow-up damage because the Primal Split is there. UI was actually focusing the Brewmaster here. As the Terrorblade will be found taken out down for 90 seconds. The Brewmaster was able to get away, but buyback is available for the Pangolier, but no buyback for the Terrorblade now. So it's kind of a similar story what it was about a minute ago.
And that's a huge gamble to make. Really nice stuns coming out to at least cancel some of the TPs. But you're in a happy position for Liga. No buyback on TV, no threat. They can go. That was such a big gamble. It had to pay off there.
Oh, what a rolling thunder coming out. Oh, but you gets all of his HP back there. Mana. Lovely usage there as Norma is instantly found, taken out buyback from Lion and Beastmaster trying to come back to the fight. Pangolier still okay, dealing so much damage here there.
It just
with the
expired.
rolling thunder. But now the Grim comes out there onto the Puck. The Puck is down. Puck is dead. Puck's going to attempt the buyback. We've got a Starbreaker there onto Free. The Beastmaster closely, slowly falling. He will fall. That is a dieback there, but he might be able to get the Dawnbreaker here too. Dawnbreaker going to fall. Buyback there for Dawnbreaker there too. It's still ongoing, but the Beastmaster down for 120, so there's still a situation here for Liga to still get this victory. And not able to get the kill there onto Lion either. He survives. No, he doesn't. No, he dies.
Dies in the fountain. The Parasma. Just a little bit too much on the tick. Barely enough HP. And this could pay off. No Beastmaster for a little bit longer. Sure, your Terrorblade's coming back up, but without that control, without the Lion and the Beastmaster, I don't think you have enough.
Yeah, they have the glyph. Oh, Bane gonna maybe perhaps sacrifice his life here, maybe. Yeah, buyback is available. Buyback is there. Rolling Thunder now, but the Dream Call stopping that Rolling Thunder with the shield crash there. Pangolier in some trouble. He's possibly going to fall here. He has been AA blasted. Where is this Terrorblade? Where is he gone? He's trying to rush the base here. He's trying to rush the base. I don't think he's going to be fast enough. The Rolling Thunder is trying to fight time
Oh, they're
here.
so
I
slow.
don't think they're going to get it. It's slowly going. I think they might get it. Oh, no, my God, they've got the
Oh my God!
No way! They won it! They base rushed them, they had the glyph! Next level play from Dual Rays with the stunning up and the rolling thunder. And UI just committing there with a metamorphosis to take down the H if they win the base race. It's
That's
an equalization.
That is insane. That is an insane way to draw us into 3 games here for the side of Team Next Level. Very next level play. Again, they took a gamble and the first time they did it. Maybe not expecting it to happen again here on the side of Liga team and not having that fight back. I mean, they just miss out. Look, in that kind of situation, it's so hard to make that choice to try to go back, to try to correct that creep wave because you sense blood and water. You bought back, you committed, you're looking to just end it. And Team Next Level managed to abuse that quite nicely. Again, a very next level way of drawing it into 3 games. Spectacular performance out from Next Level for Liga. A couple of holes here and there. They were the ones making a couple of mistakes. Same thing with Team Next Level. They did have control for the first 20 minutes of the game, as we were talking about, and then it suddenly reeled all the way back to Liga. But this all-in play at the end coming out from UI saves them. I'm not sure how you discuss this on the side of Liga. I'm not sure what you do with your 8-minute break, how you reset, because that is certainly quite a way to drop the game. I'm sure they're going to have some discussions about that. We'll see if they can course correct as we do get a full 3 games here. Epi will be back after a short break for that game number 3.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the Esports World Cup East Europe Clues Qualifiers with Jonic Fire and myself, Epidamnos. We're coming in for Game 3 between Liga and, of course, Next Level, who actually won this Game 2. It was very close. Liga was going all in to close the game, but not until Next Level did some Next Level play and basically rushed the throne and won the base race, which now leads them to a Game 3. John, do you think they'll be able to close it up, or do you think Liga could potentially come out as the victors here within this series?
Look, if they didn't take that gamble for the base race, I think Liga would have had that game. They've shown us an execution. Sure, there were also holes for Liga in the last game. There were a couple of moments where they probably shouldn't have taken some fights the way they did. They shouldn't have been in some spots they were in. But I think Liga overall is the stronger team. So a good win by Team Next Level. Again, Game 1, they were also in control for a long time. Game 2, they were in control for a long time. Actually, first 20 minutes did feel like they had everything they'd want, but they couldn't translate it as well in Game 2. But still, again, the base race gamble in the end paying off. I think Liga team are still favored coming in, right? Like, clearly when it comes to team fight, clearly when it comes to execution, clearly when it comes to recovering after a slower laning phase, Liga team is better. So I would say it's still them that's favored. But you can't count out Team Next Level. I don't think they get away with a base race in Game 3. Certainly not something I'd expect them to kind of get a free pass for any longer. But Liga team have to be kicking themselves a little bit as well after a loss like that, right? Like they see the base race once, they stop it, they defend in time, they go all in, they can't push fast enough. They see it again, and they can't TP because they're being rolled around here by some good plays coming out from dual rays. So I don't think that happens again, but maybe this time Team Next Level can get that strong laning start once more and then clearly translate it into a mid-game control and into a late-game advantage without throwing anything away. I think that's where we really need to see Next Level step up. Some of those decision-making they have, especially when they're in the lead, has not felt clean.
5 seconds remaining.
Well, we need to see some improvements there for sure.
Yeah, we certainly do. It felt like that in Game 2, they could have pressured like a lot earlier, but they just didn't, and the supports were like dying like quite a lot of the times on Next Level. So maybe perhaps just a little bit more in terms of sticking together and, you know, really trying to push the buttons of Liga here and actually pressure early on when you do have these advantage spikes in your heroes. And Next Level, they're going to go with the Terrorblade again, first pick.
Why not? I feel like the lane coming out there was pretty fine overall for UI. Like, he was getting the farm he'd want. He wasn't really contested. He scaled nicely in the Terrorblade. His itemization, I questioned it at first, but it eventually paid off with so many ways to pop the Lincolns on the puck. The Orchid was highly effective. So I can't fault them for just going back to this now for Team Next Level. For the side of Liga team, I'm wondering if they pick something that counteracts the Terrorblade even more. Like the Beastmaster, the Brewmaster offlane was good. Maybe you can go back to that. It was all right for Malik, and they will. It was a little bit of a slower game for Malik, despite having, again, a decent lane matchup, as he was being bullied out when Metamorphosis would fly on. So it can still be a little bit tough in that sense. But I think you can work some better lane partnerships now for the side of Liga. We'll have to wait and see what will pick up and what else gets banned out.
5 seconds
You still have options like, say, the Bane that's still available. I'm not sure if that gets respect banned. I like that the Beastmaster does get respect banned here from Liga team, as it was getting quite a lot of space. Again, you were getting that early tempo coming out there from Norma. He was shoving in quite hard with that early Dominator into the Overlord timing. So I can't fault them for just taking that out of the picture. I'm just wondering what Team Next Level wants to take care of. They ban out the Tiny, which is fine. I don't think that's the most winning hero. I'm wondering if the puck gets respect banned, because it did feel like you were getting quite a lot on Erase. Again, maybe his facet choice was also very fascinating, focusing in on just more damage on the orb, a little bit more of that dancing around perhaps, but lacking that Waning Rift did take away some of the bite, some of that combinations you could have with the AA. You see the Batrider being banned out as well. It's taking away some of the kidnapping strats here entirely, for the most part, from Team Next Level. You could still go back for, like, say, A Magnus, although with Bruce
10
Brewmaster on hand for
remaining.
Liga team, you're probably, if you do pick Magnus, looking at it for you or a
5
race.
seconds
So
remaining.
either a mid or pause 1 mag could kind of be nice here, which I don't mind. It does give you, again, a little bit of kidnap, debuff immunity pierce with the RP, good damage, good presence overall. Not something that really has anything that's too scary. We'll see. As they are, again, taking their time in these bans. Having a good think about it first. AA still in the pool, if you wanted to go back to that.
Radiant
Although,
team pick.
I'm not sure if you will
Dire
either.
team pick.
Pangolier also gets respect banned after the dancing around there. And the Dark Willow makes its appearance. So, easy ignites here for the Cinder Brew on the Brewmaster. With the Dark Willow on hand, all you need to do is throw a Shadow Roll him out. Nice and easy. Lots of good magic damage to deal with the Terrorblade early, especially if you get blink timing here in the Dark Willow.
10 seconds
You
remaining.
can pressure onto UI a lot better. Bully out the TV even from
5
lane.
seconds
I like that
remaining.
correction for Liga team. For team next level, honestly at this point, I'd say something like an Oracle wouldn't be too bad. Right? You scave your Terrorblade, you take away the magic damage in lane with Fate's Edict. You heal through, it's fine. You can give him False Promise, the window to get Sunder off, which was also a little bit of a struggle for UI in the last game. So I wouldn't mind just a strong saving support here if you wanted it. We'll see if that's something they consider. Bane's still in the pool as well if you want to go back to that for team next level. Stuff like Witch Doctor's there, Warlock's there if you wanted just a very static lane for the Terrorblade. Could be nice as well. So a lot of options still in the pool.
I definitely do like the Dark Willow pickup that Liga team have. I feel like we've seen quite a few great Dark Willow plays in the past. I mean, especially with like a 3 or 4 man fear, which has been fantastic. Especially with the control that this hero provides too.
Dire team pick.
And
Admiral
Conquer for next
All right.
level.
I don't mind it. It feels good with Terrorblade. Rum buff on a TB is quite amazing with a damage reduction. Mid lane matchup for Conkas in most cases are pretty fine. You draw 50-50. You don't have to worry about a tiny matchup. At this point for
Radiant team
Liga, they can
pick.
consider some mids they'd want. Disruptor comes out as well, so tying into some team fight. Really good reach from team next level. X Mark at max level is going to be big. Glimpse at max level is going to be big. Static Storm on a Brewmaster is going to ruin his game. You're not going to feel that good here on Malik with so many ways of stopping your split.
10 seconds remaining.
So I like this. It ties in some of the weaknesses in terms of wider team
5
fight. Last game was
seconds
very
remaining.
focused on single target control here from team next level. Disruptor and the Kunkka both kind of correct on that quite nicely. For Liga, what do you want up against all of this potential hold, up against that durability? You could think about Oracle yourself. Witch Doctor doesn't sound too bad, but into Disruptor it could be
Radiant
annoying.
team
Disruptor
pick.
Kunkka.
Dire
You don't really get max value. They'll just go for the puck first, which again, Kunkka matchup is quite fine, and the AA once again slides out. So I don't mind that. I think the backline jump of the puck is still there. It's just risky when there's Static Storm and Torrent. Like, Puck is not a hero that enjoys going BKB, of course.
10 seconds
So,
remaining.
even if you're jumping the backline, you do have some area control coverage here.
5 seconds
From
remaining.
the side of Liga team, you have to be fairly quick on your fingers here for a race, but we did see him be relatively quick with his fingers last game anyhow, so it might not be an issue. I'm wondering what facet we get. Will it be that orb facet, or will it be back to the Waning Rift? Because it does feel like the Rift pullback, that little vacuum action you get, just really helps your AA setup, and I think that's important, right? Because if you land the blasts more consistently, you're going to get kills more consistently as well. It doesn't feel necessary to go for the orb, as there's not too many summons here. Maybe the illusions are annoying for you, but Puck still has damage for that, especially with his shard.
Dire team
So you could
back.
just afford to go for that facet. We'll see.
Incarnate.
Oh, a little switcheroo with the Void Spirit coming
Oh.
out, so team next level will run the Kunkka off lane now. And that matchup against the Puck is a lot better for the Void Spirit. Like, this is actually a workable matchup for Void Spirit. You've got your ability with your shield. You have decent right click to go run up to the Puck and poke.
10
You can hold the Puck
seconds
down with a
remaining.
Remnant as well.
Radiant
Blink.
team ban.
So it's not going to be as easy to work that lane now for Erase. I'm loving the answers here next level. And the Ags timing is going to be devastating. Again, this Puck here does not enjoy going for BKB. You might have to force it, if not a Yule's pickup here on your Puck, which, again, not ideal for the hero.
10
So the
seconds
Void Spirit,
remaining.
certainly a strong answer for what you have running here on the side of Liga team.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
Not ban out the Lion. Lion, surprisingly. Getting banned out. Do not want to go up against a single target Hex.
It's fair. We saw a lot of impact in the last game, right? Getting some early ganks out, using the finger well.
10 seconds remaining.
Getting some good counter fight with some good earth spikes as well. I can totally respect the line
5
ban.
seconds remaining.
Kind of giving them that solid hold, because right now your hold on Team Next Level
Dire team
is there
ban.
to an extent with X Mark, with Glimpse, Kinetic Field, or Fence, but it's not hard hold. You do kind of need something with harder hold to try to hunt the puck, especially pre-Ags of the Void Spirit. What options do you have left with the Muerta ban? Bane is still there. I wouldn't mind that.
10
It kind of
seconds
feels awkward
remaining.
with Disruptor Bane, but it certainly is workable if you
5
wanted to go that
seconds
direction.
remaining.
Could be the way if you again want that, but it worked last time quite nicely. I think if you do go
Yeah.
Bane, you shift. You actually run Bane, pause. I'd say depends on how you want to run. Depends on how you run your lanes, because Disruptor Kunkka can be nice,
Dire
but
team
maybe
pick.
Bane Kunkka is also good. So either one can work quite well here. They ban out the Doom that we've seen every now and again, expecting a quirky carry to come out. You have so many melee heroes on the side of Team Next Level that, I don't know, again, I feel like Razor is a standout choice here. The Drown
10
is not too
seconds
bad,
remaining.
but you do have enough jump in the Void Spirit to make that pretty awkward.
5
So it
seconds
might not be the
remaining.
safest game for a Drow Ranger here for you, but it is a good game for it, so I wouldn't fault them for just going back for that.
Radiant team
So it's
pick.
either Drow or Razor, I think, for Liga team, and Team Next Level
Oh.
take the Nature's Prophet as their pause for. This hero has had some good impact. We've seen the effect of the healing sprouts. It's actually pretty good. And even the early rotation potential, yeah, it's not as strong. You don't get extra damage now. You don't have that giant tree to
10
kind of
seconds remaining.
rotate around the map and threaten fast, but just showing up, just sprouting to get some
5
durability
seconds
for your
remaining.
team when you already run a Kunkka draft is already pretty sick. I like this coming out from Team Next Level. I want to see them really utilize this in lane.
Templar
It's the
Assassin.
Choose
TA.
your
I'm
hero.
surprised this was left in the pool.
Wow.
TA comes in. Now, mind you, TA into Terrorblade matchup is an awkward one. It's not the
Yeah.
best matchup for TA. Terrorblade is theoretically a little bit of a tempo hero, as I think a few carry players describe him. But TA is also very much a tempo hero. I think when it comes down to late game scaling, you're a little bit better off on TA because Terrorblade relies on Metamorphosis, but it's not so bad. Especially if you manage to work like your Ags, you got your Shard, Demon Zeal is still scary. So, I know, it's a little bit harder to call this from draft here, Epi. I would maybe lean slightly towards Team Next Level because it feels easier to execute this kind of draft.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, is Flacco really going to stick to Nature's Prophet?
10 seconds.
Really?
remaining.
The tree, the money tree? I hope he
money
does, because that
tree.
would be funny.
Remaining.
It's the first time I'll see it in the pro match. I've seen it in normal matches. It's kind of trash, but maybe he can make it look good here. It's a weird one. I don't think.
Yeah, I
don't
am
know.
wondering.
The bags of gold. It's like, all right, that's nice. You wouldn't. I mean, it's like, I guess it's like playing a Global Crescent's bounty hunter in that sense, right? Like, it's like you get to track kill, except you're not all getting the gold. Someone has to pick up the bag, which makes it maybe a bit awkward. But
Yeah.
it's fascinating. I want to see if this works. But yeah, I think it's easier to play Team Next Level's draft. I think for Liga team, again, there's this timing that the TA can hit a little bit earlier. It's Dragonlance, it's Desolator Blink. Once you have that, you look for a team fight, you go Roshan. Roche control, very important, of course, when you're in a TA. Into Tormentor control as well. I think it has to be the double whammy for Liga team. That's kind of what you want to see here from you. On paper, this isn't the worst TA game in the world. Again, outside of your direct matchup to Terrorblade, which can be kind of back and forth. That one, I'd say, in like mid to late game scenarios, can actually be 50-50, depending on how well your early game goes for either side. But the tempo advantage you do have in TA is a little bit better than Terrorblade, right? Because she is a massive threat with Dragonlance Deso alone, even without the blink. And that's a little bit quicker than what you'd normally wait for on the Terrorblade. So you have that tempo,
Prepare
but you
for
are
battle.
reliant on that. Liga has to get a good time on you. If you're stuck farming, if you're stuck with a delayed Deso Dragonlance Blink, you're not able to take first Roche, you start to get a little bit worried with this kind of draft. Just a tad bit.
FYI, no money tree.
Aw. He switched back.
He switched back.
Flacco. You boring, man.
I do feel like if he does have a good time rotating around, an early Orchid would be amazing here for next level.
Would be.
If he's able to get that.
Would definitely catch that puck off guard. And like we were talking about, this hero just doesn't enjoy building defense. A little bit of a late smoke. Late smoke as well from Liga. The race is in a good spot to kind of break the direct movement
30 seconds
into that
to
area,
battle.
but don't really manage to find it. Looks like we're going to get a straightforward 2-for-2 in the bounties. Very strong defensive boards here from Liga, as they don't want to play in that bot area. So they'll be able to spot out if anyone does make their way down and pick up some runes. They'll be able to read that smoke. In fact, Yu is still in position to try to break it. Could be at risk, but doesn't fully commit the body, so we're happy enough. We're trying to get extra. Erase is actually just going
The
for the
battle begins.
right side rune.
Lively now. Your
Doesn't
admiral
win.
is on board.
Yeah, 2-2.
Bit of a shame. See how the lanes break out. Again, a little bit boring that Flacco does go for the shooting saplings, but hey. And no money tree here. Early blocks again, as we've seen consistently from the side of Team Next Level. Norma just blocking to ensure the creeps go right under tier 1. Fernand will not block, of course, as they want it to be right under, so you'll get that favorable laning start here for the side of Team Next Level. Lane will shove out. See if they can utilize that later on. Whereas Yu is currently alone, as his support has not rotated back to him. Respect is just hanging around the Watcher, will eventually TP, and we'll get our lane start. It is a, surprisingly, a Terrorblade Nature's Prophet lane, which, to be fair, is quite fine.
Oh.
Sprout someone up, you get Metamorphosis off, or Reflection, there's a good amount of damage that can come in. There's still a lot of tangos and quelling on hand, so that's not going to be too effective. Again, the magical damage combination here is strong with a Shadow Realm.
Oh.
Cinder Brew. That's just
Yeah, you just see
on
that.
every single time.
That looks nasty, that combination. And Morales really laying in the harassment.
It's a tricky one. There's not much presence from Flacco early. You don't have a tree to kind of throw around. You're playing around Sprout, you're playing around that poke, but the magical poke is just a lot higher at level 1, even to level 2 here outside of Liga. So that's one thing working their advantage here for Malik. Should be able to find his farm, no problem. Let's see if that starts to improve later on. Take a look at the other lanes down mid. Of course, you've got Raze again on the puck. Up against dual Raze on that Void Spirit. Again, this lane for the Void Spirit's pretty decent. You launch off the Resonant Pulse, get some right clicks, you can sustain, you can poke back in the puck if you land that nice Aether Remnant. And even if the puck tries to dodge with Phase Shift, you are still going to be able to get that hold. So it's a trickier puck game on the mid matchup. You're trying to isolate away Flacco a tad bit here. But has it.
Yeah, you'll just TP, yeah. Go back to the tower. Meanwhile, bottom lane, trading both the supports here, and Fernand is going to just sacrifice himself to the neutral creep so he can come back with full mana and full HP, but nonetheless, first blood on the Ancient Apparition.
Nice little pickup for them. Maybe stepping a little bit out of bounds there for our AA. Have to respect the glimpse. Even level 1. And a little bit of added damage is quite nice. Enough to kind of poke down a support playing on the edge. You are still getting a relatively free lane out for you, which is to be expected up against the Kunkka. Kunkka can still hold that lane, of course, with a Tidebringer. And you can kind of reduce the effectiveness of Refraction if you land a Torrent. And even just a Thunderstrike, of course, slowly whittles down that. So it's not like it's the freest TA game. It's not the freest TA lane. But it certainly is manageable here for the side of Team Next Level. Again, a nice quiet start. The lanes are going very smoothly for Liga outside of these pickoffs. Look at the farm comparison. Like, Yowai in comparison to you is definitely not having a game. And again, it's down to this magic damage. How easy it is to ignite that Cinder Brew. Every time you step in for some CS, you're just in danger of getting shot down. One more combination like that, Shadow Realm is ready. Yowai would just die. He's not too careful. Has to watch himself.
Level 2 Cinder Brew. Maybe they can get it here with the Shadow Realm. Nope. Oh, hiding behind the tree. will commit onto the Nature's Prophet. The Sprout is there. Metamorphosis coming out in return. Will just be able to TP away, but the Terrorblade in trouble, trying to get underneath this tier 1 tower at 50 HP. There's nothing more to follow up unless they trigger a Shadow. Oh, there's the Cinder Brew. Can they ignite it? Oh, he has a magic wand. Meanwhile, though, on the bottom lane, they do find the kill onto the Templar Assassin.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, it's a bigger punishment coming out. They're not finding anything on Liga. And again, for the bot lane, you have a lot of ways of going right through Refraction. Yeah, you even have that cheeky glimpse into Torrent that you can play. Fernand's just tried to sacrifice the tier 1. Spread out gold. Get a reset again. But you have to really respect just these displacement plays on next level. Do put a hamper on you, who has been having too much of a free game. But, you know, it's still better than what you're getting from UI. Despite that one death, like this Terrorblade's still not able to CS comfortably. Right? He's still lagging behind in terms of CS. He's lagging behind in terms of net worth. He's not really getting much. Like this combination with Treant Protector, or Nature's Prophet, certainly isn't doing much for the TB. And because the lane's such high pressure, Flacco can't actually leave it to try to rotate as well. So you're losing some of that oomph that Nature's Prophet support can provide, because how weak your top lane is into that specific matchup. So those are the trade-offs. You are bullying bot a little bit, but you still farming. Your top lane's a little bit slow. Your mid lane has been left alone in a 1v1, which Puck is getting that 50-50 out of. First power rune's going to be important, and you are in a better position to try to steal the way here.
Rotation bottom. Nature's Prophet with a TP, helping to find the kill onto Ancient Apparition. Just caught off a little bit there with the disruptor on the high ground. Thunderstrike hitting down, and we've got level 6 now on both the mid laners with power rune spawning. Supports are rotating. Where's it gonna be? Is it gonna be top? And oh, commit there from Dual Raze, trying to find a race. Has been silenced up though. The Dream Coil there too. Uh-oh, with Ancient Apparition rotating in here also. That was a bit greedy. We'll pay the price.
Was really good use of the respawn as well for respect, just TPing onto mid to help out. So he wouldn't be there in that position that quickly if he actually lived through bot. So you're happy enough. You're getting some compensation here on League, and you did manage to waste out.
Terrorblade here too. He will turn it around though with a Metamorphosis. There's no Shadow Realm. Can he get the kill on Dark Willow? One more physical attack. Oh, the body blocks from Malik, stopping the Terrorblade from getting the kill. However, oh, look at this rotation from Nature's Prophet. Flacco gets the kill with the Sprout. There we go. And he TP's away. Oh no. Grabs the watch it.
Try.
He doesn't have a TP actually. Uh-oh. He might be
They have
dead.
numbers here though.
I don't think that's going to help. They're just going to give it. Can he deny himself to the Hellbear Smashers? They're walking back so he doesn't fund the collapse. But the illusory orb is there. There we go.
I appreciate that little play. Trying to get that steal as well in the Shrine of Wisdom. Doesn't find it, but wastes some time. Dragging Race onto the mid. Providing some room to just farm up on Dual Raze, and knowing that your side lanes are secure because the puck's not getting a deeper rotation onto the course. You're happy enough. And the start here, I mean, you look at Yu's last hits, it's just insane. Like this TA is allowed to farm up so much. Despite that one that's still top of the network board, really riding it out with a CS score as well. You do have some good aggressive wards to watch when the TA dips into that back jungle, allowing that NP rotation to really line up. So that is the one risk here for you, as they haven't been able to deward, and they're looking to collapse onto that TA again.
Oh yes they are. Dual Raze. The Astral Step. TA still okay though. Never mind. There's 4 heroes rotated on the Templar Assassin. Not escaping. Raze finds the kill. But that was a very durable Templar Assassin, I have to say. But meanwhile though, Terrorblade is on his own, who's also being pursued here on the top lane, and will be taken out with the use of a Primal Split there. Bramble Maze and the Shadow Realm all coming together with that Cinder Brew too. He was heavily slowed down underneath that tower. With the 4-man rotation bots, they take out a carry too.
It's raw even here. Maybe a little bit better overall still for next level because of how ahead this TA is. It's actually allowing a little bit more equalization even with the Terrorblade death. you are slowing you down just a tad bit. You found a courier, you find a little bit more gold. You're starting to find that bot tier 1 pressure. They are starting to rotate in for fight, but not a lot of mana here on our puck, so we'll have to see how many spots they can really throw out. In fact, they didn't even send the puck. This really just happened to farm Amorales.
Gets on the Nature's Prophet with thanks to the Bramble Maze, so not able to TP away. That TP was cancelled.
Yeah. Again, it staves off the push just a tad bit. Tower is very unhealthy though. One more siege will do it. Surprised they still haven't found these wards, but it's a very sneaky warding spot for sure. Still gonna get value for end security in that siege. 5-5 game. Probably the most active game we've had in the series already. And Team Next Level, I mean, they are setting tempo. It's just not really getting
They're going for a kill onto Malik. He doesn't have himself Primal Split. They could get the kill. The Glimpse is ready, bringing him back. And there should be a kill for UI. Yep. There we go. Nice, easy kill. Nice rotation there from the Nature's Prophet, who's now going to move mid because there's some action also happening on the river here. I mean, not a lot of mana on a race. We'll just use the last of it to Illusory Overweight. Never mind, will not. Will be brought back by the Xbox there, and the boat will come in and claim the life of the puck. There's a Sprout also affecting Dark Willow. Stuck within the trees, cannot get out. They do have an Aether Remnant, and the Glimpse is actually going to pull back the Ancient Apparition here. The Dark Willow is going to fall. Look at this. Everyone on Liga team is actually melting here as the Disassimilate is there, taking down the Ancient Apparition. And that is 3 more heroes from Liga team down.
big mistakes from Liga. Streaming in one by one. Maybe a little bit too much of a forward position there from Erase, considering, again, he had no man to play with. Putting himself at massive risk now. A level 9 Void Sword you have to contend with, and an amp damage on hand as well. Simplifying the siege with Siege Creep up. Next level, these kills drag them into the 2k advantage. They've got some key timings done. Blade Mail done on Norma. The frontline tankiness of the Conka starting to kick in. You buy space out for your White to try to recover up top. It's still a slow process, but he is doing a lot better than, let's say, Malik at this point. Forced to split again. Not achieving much with a split. So 2 minutes without that safety net now for Brewmaster. Your saving grace here on Liga is this TA. Like, Dragonlance up. Only about 600 gold away from the first Mithril Hammer. 3,000, around 2,200 from the full Deso. And that's when you really need to see some action come in. You've got level 6s up in your sports now as well. So it's time to hunt. Try to get something with a Blast. Try to get something with a Terrorizer, the Bedlam. The scan is really nice and clean though. Next level should know something's up here.
And Kunka's still hanging around here. He could be ambushed. Yep, he's in a bad position. Oh, but Static Storm does come down. The Dream Core's there. AA Blast incoming. And there we go. That is going to be the Kunka dead. That is for sure. The AA Blast should finish him off unless the Rum is going to help him here survive. I don't know. No. He will fall and crumble from that AA Blast.
Takes a little bit of effort, but they also bait out the Static Storm. Not the longest cooldown though. So I don't think you're going to be too upset on next level.
Skill respect on the mid lane. They get an easy pick off there.
I once thought you might
Utilization, but Erase waiting on the high ground for Flacco. It's actually going to Illusory Jolt away as Dual Raze was ready to come in. And look how close he is to his Agnims, John, too. Holy boy, he's about 2,000 gold away. Almost.
After a little bit of a slower start in lane, those kills really ramped up for Dual Raze. This Ags is just going to ruin the puck. I mean, it's going to be talked about. Erase doesn't want to have to go for heals. He's going for the Witchblade first, which is going to bite him once the Resonant Pulse kicks in. With the two charges, with that silence, it's going to be a bit of a slaughter for Liga. They don't have anything defensive anytime soon. Team Next Level are starting to really find their footing in this game. And again, this is an elimination match at this point, Epi. You have to bring out more here on Liga, because you're kicking yourself over that game 2. This game 3, your start is slow as it has been throughout the series. We've seen Team Next Level just have stronger laning starts overall. And it does feel like this time around it should be easier to translate all of this. Like, your tempo is really high, you're mid for a Dual Raze. Again, with that timing on Ags just being 400 gold away, gonna be a bit ridiculous to have to play into all of that silence. For the side of Liga, you just need farm. Like, Malik still needs more time for the full Radiance. 600 gold off. The Deso, at the least for you, is just about 150 away.
Are scanning.
So we'll find that at a nice point. Maybe the Blink Dagger next to start to feel comfy here. And that's when you need to see Liga make some moves. Even killing off the squishier targets like, say, the NP or, say, the Disruptor could be quite good.
Oh, speaking of Nature's Prophet, yeah. That is a lot of damage there from the Bedlam. How much damage is that done? 1,445 damage from the Dark Willow.
Gotta love it. You gotta love it. Just so much. All magical. 941 from Bedlam. I mean, it's a great spell. You know, that's why it was nerfed down. That's why you don't get to apply it to an ally. Smoke out now with the full Agzo for next level here. Dual Raise. Again, having that silence, having the 2 Resonant Pulse. He can ruin this game for Liga team. You have to be so careful with a race. If he gets caught in one of those, it's game over for Puck.
Speaking of Void Spirit, find a kill onto Ancient Apparition. Does not have any more Resonant Pulses to pursue for a further kill, but still nice nonetheless. They get themselves a pick-off.
Good deal. Not the ideal Ags reveal, so Race should be ready, and he is actually going BKB this game. Gets the Witchblade out, sees the Ags, is like, yeah, there's no way. I need a BKB, nothing to use debuff in Nintendo. Nothing like a Puck, nothing like the Beastmaster with Roar. So it is an easier game to play Puck BKB. And that's going to be a key tool, but it's again, sometime you have to wait on Liga. Desolator fully up on you. Should start to be able to show up now and start to contest some objectives. Stop being sieged away. Desolator needs to speed that up a little bit. You want to take a team fight into Roshan if at all possible. See if Liga finds some opportunities, but and did you have the Radiance up in Malik? The confidence to take these fights should be there. We'll see as next level has just fully shoved in bot and mid. They have to kind of course correct on Liga. But the more time you waste here, the more time you're not able to find that team fight into Roche. The more painful this game can kind of get, because again, this Terrorblade's free farming. Your Y is just given free room in the triangle. Maybe you find a couple of cheap pickoffs here.
Oh, and that's a Dark Willow found. Dual Raise to just clean up. Maybe not. Whoops. Okay, there we go. Mega kill. And meanwhile, Flacco was found too by the Templar Assassin. Big Desolator damages now with the meld.
That it is. Going for the Blink next and not too far off of that pick-off at least. 300 gold away. So, you do find a pick-off. You need more. And again, you want a little bit of a wider team fight to take it into Roshan. Maybe you just really want to wait for this BKB on a race. It does look like they want that tool to be up. If not, the Blink first. Either one's kind of fine here for a race. Safer with a BKB, of course. We'll see what his decision is. Another smoke out from next level, though. And this is going to be sneaky through the gate. No trap to watch. No vision as well on that Radiant side to watch this deep move. They are a little bit far back here. Respec is in a good spot to break the smoke.
Yeah, they can kill.
Oh, that's perfect.
Oh, the Glimmer. Oh, they don't know where the A is. Oh, there we go, the Sprout. Reveals the Ancient Apparition. UI gets the kill. Will they pressure the tier 2 now?
They could. Not quite finding Amorales still, but you do have the damage with your chibi. They are playing really cautiously, though, on next level. I think because of that caution, this lower strat is actually working for Liga. Because now you have that blink in the TA. You have that blink on Erase, who is, again, going to the BKB and is getting the room to farm that up. Counteracting this Ags build-up on Dual Raise. Dual Raise?
Oh, Dream Coil? He's got a shield root, though, so he's completely fine. So that Dream Coil will go down. And I feel this is a little bit similar to how we've seen games pan out before, you know? Like, we've got Next Level, who are doing really well at the early stages of the game, but they just can't find an opportunity anymore to press on further and get some extra kills, unless they go for Templar Assassin, who's still hanging around here, maybe. Is hidden with the meld. The invisibility rune.
This is spooky though.
It is.
Is fine.
Yeah, we'll go away.
All right, so you are right. It's very similar. I feel like the series has felt like this. Even our games yesterday kind of felt like this. Maybe this is just the Eastern European way, where if you lose early games, you do a great job avoiding mid-game fights, and you just catch up in form. Like, look, the net worth lead hasn't increased at all for next level. It has stayed at parity. You're able to farm up at the same pace for a Liga team. You're able to get that build-up. Erase is 2 parts away from BKB now. A little bit scary, and that the puck will be able to just run around these team fights. And even Malik is going for the BKB. So chances are you just play the long game here. I mean, you don't care about Roche. You might be able to take Tormentor. Sure, that's a little bit quicker for an objective. You is still stuck here, but at least they don't see him.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I think he did want to go for the disruptor there then. So just going to clear the creep wave and blink away. Conker's coming in though.
Oh,
Just appearance popped. He's out.
Quite nasty with the TA shard up. Like, actually trying to make these moves is so hard. They'll try for a Torm, but I believe the trap did get a glimpse of someone walking in.
I don't know if they can kill this.
It's not quick without the Terror Blade, but...
It's a bit slow. Flacco. Run. Oh, he's okay.
barely okay. Nice shard for himself, though. That does mean you'll be able to spot out this TA in the tree line quite fast. Even just catch the puck out a little bit more. The Curse of the Old Growth going to have a lot of impact here. And like you mentioned, the Orchid's going to be nice too, but look at this. Instant smoke from Liga. Your Y is just there. Right by the tier 1.
Oh, he's going to be caught out. Dream Coil's there. Will there be any rotations to save the Terror Blade? The AA Blast, it's off target, but they've got the fear there and the damage. It's enough to take down the Terror Blade. Tier 1 tower, it will fall too. Lovely pick off there from Liga.
Do they need to maybe hunt for a little bit more?
They found Void with Cyclone, but are they in range to do anything with that?
It's a bit too tricky without that coil. You need the puck ultimate to really secure something on that high mobility hero. And even though you find a Terrorblade, without finding more, you can't really take Roche either. So all things considered, yeah, you lose your pause 1 here. It's a bit nasty. You might find a trade at least.
Yeah, they'll get the H in that first.
It's annoying. At least wasted dust. At least waste some 180 gold. Somewhat annoying. Not the end of the world. Again, for the side of Liga, their big issue now is they're only finding pickoffs that doesn't translate to more. If you kill 2 heroes, you're going straight to wood. It's not quite the case here. And then you're working on the BKBs. BKB now for you being farmed up. Recipe lacking for Erase. 2 parts in now for Malik. Also just lacking Recipe at this point. So it's just going to be en masse BKBs against the one piece of control they have. There's a timing later on that can catch him off guard, like the Axe timing here for the Disruptor. Long ways off. Scan's good in the pit. Blast is going to come in as well, but no one's in position to try to steal.
Yeah, they'll still get this. For ages in the hands of Dulrays on the Void Spirit. And this is a Manta style on the way too for the Void Spirit.
Like that.
With this spell.
Most of your control here on Liga is, again, pretty soft. It's the silences, it's maybe some debuffs on hand. Bramble as well, so Manta's going to take care of a lot of that. It's more stats to play with to kind of get value from your innate intrinsic edge and your universal status as well. So just a little bit more output. Not too shabby. Might have maybe preferred a full BKB, honestly, but I guess that the BKB is also just kind of counteracted by the blast if you're caught in that radius anyhow, so it can be a little bit dicey. 9 to 14. Yeah.
Is Conker out? Is Conker missing an arm?
Radiant's bottom tower.
He is,
under
yeah.
attack.
He's got some bugs. there are some bugs. I know Conker cosmetics are kind of buggy right now, for whatever reason.
Those look pretty funny, actually.
Radiant's bottom
Yes.
tower is under attack.
It is fun. I mean, as a pirate, he should have a hook, but
Dire's
Yeah,
top
no, that's what I
tower
was
is under
expecting.
attack.
I thought that's why his arm looked a little bit small, but
oh,
didn't see no hook. Oh,
find
Yawai
Yawai?
is yeah. Oh, he's just been pulled back. Oh, this is not a position you want to be. Oh, the AA blast comes in, and that is the Terrorblade dead. Terrorblade gone in an instant. The Dream Coil there. It connects onto the Void Spirit there too. Void Spirit's down. Does have the Aegis though. Going to be coming back alive. Will they time the fear maybe correctly? Yes, they will, because they've got themselves the silence with the Psionic Trap from the Agnim Shard. There we go, and they're coming out on top here, Liga. They want to try and get themselves
Good
a
blocks.
bunker here too. I mean, the Blade Mail's there, but that's not going to save you. And not one hero is lost on Liga, and they take out 4 against next level.
I mean, that was down to the greediness coming up from Yoar. He was playing like he had Aegis. He's standing up front by the tier 2, not respecting that control point. Really cheeky play as well from Raze towards the end, just getting the blocks off. And like we were talking about earlier, the shard timing from you, the fact that he bought it after the Deso Dragonlance, understanding its importance, catches him completely off guard. Like, you do have Manta, yes, you're forced to pop it early on both of your cores. And that just leaves a lot of opportunities for this consistent trap control out from you to really kick in. It's just way too much.
Look at Yu's level as well, level 20. And UI might be caught here again.
Radiant's bottom
Dream Core just about to come off cooldown. The AA Blast is on cooldown though. Well, they actually won't go for the kill sprite.
Off. Malik.
Yeah, he has to activate the BKB there and keep you away. And he is gone.
Let's get away, and we're seeing that replay again. The Shard doing good work. Look at that block. Look at her race. Just making sure his carry gets the kill, gets a Desu charge up. So cheeky.
Yeah, it's
And I
pretty
can't believe they... I don't know, maybe they didn't expect traps to come out there, but you had to have seen the TA Shard. There's quite some time now, as they have been dealing with these traps for a while. And again, Manta's style is good, but it's not going to cut it. You're going to need BKBs if you want to play that aggressive. Dual Raze is going for his. You're not going for one on UI. Of course, you want to hold out in that as much as possible here for the TB. Going to go for the full Orchid into Bloodthorn, as we've seen him do in the last game. At the least, there's no Aegis to take, so you have that to kind of make yourself happy here. You don't have to worry about something like an instant Aegis take, as we are seeing a lot of repositional plays. Nice glimpses back, but the aggression is certainly starting to ramp up here.
Yeah, I almost saw a funny misplay there. As they take down the Disruptor, and they've caught themselves the Conquer with the coil. Pulled back there by the Brewlings. A blast just off. Still alive somehow. Conquer is one tanky boy. He's still running. He's still moving. He's still... Okay, finally they get him. They take him down, but he ran a long distance. My god.
And he did. And he stalled for time. You're getting some space out again to finish up these BKBs. Okay. Yawai does change his build. He's going BKB now as well. So it's a battle of the BKBs this game, which is fair. You don't want to get caught in this control. That does mean that you won't have any good answers here from Liga until Puck 25, which is a ways off for that Dream Coil piercing debuff immunity.
Radiant's
Have to
top
see if,
tower is under attack.
You can get the EXP to go up there to kind of try to match you. You kind of wish your Puck was the one that is level 21 at this point here for the Liga team. Still, they maintain the 3k lead. You look at our graphs now. Very static game earlier on there in favor of Team Next Level, and then just in the past 2-3 minutes they found a way to resist Liga. Find more.
Oh, yeah. And the AA Blast coming in too. Connecting, and they find the kill onto the Void Spirit. Lovely pick-off once again here from Liga.
Dire are scanning.
Team Next Level just aren't playing as the aggressors. And again, this is the issue we've taken with them in this entire series. They get the lead early. Not a massive lead, mind you. Fair enough. It's not big lead. 1k for like the first 10 minutes into 15 minutes. Sure. But they never play aggressive. They never play the initiate. They get a pick off. They only find supports.
Dire's
League has been
top
very
tower
good at
is
defending
under
themselves.
attack.
Very good at spreading these cores apart. Not getting picked off. Denying that snowball. And the side of Next Level just can't capitalize on the start. The only thing, again, that has been blessing them is that they found Aegis earlier. So Yu doesn't have a straightforward objective to go for. He's having to put his body up front onto the team from top. The team next level aren't ready for that defense anyhow. They just fall.
Yeah.
They find the first tier 2 of the game. 5k lead for Liga. And again, it's down to these BKBs. You are inching closer for dual raise. You are 2 parts away, or really 1 part away now for UI.
Ghost Crown put on a Croaker instead. The Orchid. Nature's Prophet. Get the kill. Yeah, okay. They trade lives.
It's nice.
Support for support.
You're happy enough. Like, it's a good amount of gold for Flacco to find. You did bleed gold to the puck. So, in that sense, you're not happy. You're giving a freebie to Erase. That's a shard gold now. Going into the Octarine. Trying to get extra slippery on this hero. Fernance. Jeez, 2 hits.
Oh my god.
Just like that. Magic trick.
Rest in pieces.
And that's without the full Daedalus as well here at the... Once that's up, you get a lucky crit. That's 1 shot, for sure. With that meld on the supports. So again,
It's nasty.
your silver lining from this nastiness is that there's no Aegis. So you can't really translate to that, can't threaten high ground, but they are still taking all the outer towers. Bot being sieged up by Malik, cutting creep wave, mid just set to fall with the damage of you. Even without Aegis, you still find the objectives you normally find at that point. Nice steal. Flacco sniping a courier, taking the fresh gem of respect away. That is pretty sick.
Yeah, that's pretty good actually. Yeah, that's terrific. What are the odds that you find a courier with a geometry sight on it that's just been bought?
It's just using that ward well. Such a nerd to look at the ward, check the couriers, and pick that gem up. It's such a nerdy play.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Foil?
Actually good at split push bottom. Oh
Dude,
yeah,
why
trying to
still
find
front-
UI. Yeah, he's okay.
Solo. I mean, he's okay, but that's a puck solo. That's nasty with a Parasma, that output he has. At least you force out Coil, but again, it's not the longest cooldown here. BKB does finally finish up, so I shouldn't be too scared if the next time that play comes in, at the very least. 5k lead for Liga. Roshan, a little bit of a middling timer, it looks like here. See how long that actually is. They catch Flacco again.
Yeah. You would survive that one. Will fall.
Fernance. Alright.
Okay. Dual Rage is trying to come in and get something, so maybe perhaps we'll get a return kill. Yeah, brought back by the X marks.
Cannot escape that.
Now they've got a geometry sight now.
I believe that is still Respect's gem, flying back and forth from that courier kill. So they don't manage to reclaim it yet on the side of Liga. Oh, they could have if they just picked it up from the Disruptor, but no one backing up on the Lawless. Meant that there was no choice. A little bit of a lull period, as again, the big no one now is Roche. The scan's there. Could bait them into thinking that, okay, maybe give them the info that Roche is being taken out. Timely Roshan for Liga could work against them if they do get that smoke out, and they will. See if they work the angle. Static Storm still down for half a minute, though. Bit of a window here for Liga.
Fresh BKB on the Terrorblade, but this Roshan is going to be taken too soon. Aegis in the hands of the T8. They still commit though. Oh, I wanted to try and go for the Ancient Apparition there.
Ooh,
Oh.
this is awkward.
That's
This is very awkward.
That's a pause. Look at Disruptor and Dark Willow.
Yeah.
Can they see each other? They actually can't see each other. They can't. Now they see each other. Yeah, there we go. And that should be a dead Disruptor, maybe perhaps. And the Dream Call coming out. They've caught themselves the Void. The Disruptor has fallen. Ancient Apparition falls. It's a 2-for-1. The support's dying out here. Void's going to come in. They're focusing all that they can on top of the Templar Assassin. Templar Assassin having to force that away. Brought back there by the Tidal Wave. There's Jiwai laying in the damage, but this Metamorphosis gets the kill. You've got the Primal Split here, really trying to help let TA get away. The Conquer slowly falling here from the burn damage of the Radiance. There we go. Mark's going to get himself a kill. The Sunder still available. Who can he Sunder? He's going to Sunder up the Nature's Prophet, but the Terrorblade still falling from the incredible amount of damage coming out here from the TA. The Storm Race is going to fall here too. Oh, that is not good here for the side of Next Level. And Liga, they come out on top.
And they have to lose the Aegis, but you find that big kill on the TV. The BKB alone, again, it's just not enough. There's no output on our Terribly just yet. He is trying to go back to that whole Daedalus. We've seen the difference of having a damage steroid. Again, just an awkward pause. That gave time to drop the board. That gave the info to break that left flank. And it split apart your supports from trying to jump this TA a little bit faster. No Static Storm, simplifying the fight here for the side of Liga team. And you were seeing some good value from the stall. Like the rum buff was stalling it out. Terrorblade is decently tanky with a BKB, just no damage. And at the least you know you can kill off you in one life. You don't need to worry about Aegis for another 6 to 10 minutes. That is some relief here for the side of Next Level.
I noticed in that fight, Malik did incredible there with his Primal Split, just throwing Cyclone on Terrorblade and actually killing the Illusions too with his Brewlings there also. He provided so much in that fight with the Primal Split. And
he did. His micro has been so on point here in these qualifiers so far. Has been standing out for the Liga team. Find respect again for old AA, but maybe not for free.
Yeah, that'll be a dead Nature's Prophet. 744 gold, though, from just an Ancient Apparition. That's quite a bit.
It's down to just this net repeat, 16k above here on the side of Liga.
And Disruptor found again.
Blue Furnace. I mean, he's so close to the Ags as well, eh? Just 600 gold off. Would have loved to just be able to farm that up. Have a way of stopping the BKBs from coming online. And again, giving yourself an opportunity here. Not able to do so. Free Tormentor out for Liga as well. Just the gold. Everyone has their shard. But that's a huge golden injection for all of the team members right now. 19k advantage. And for the side of Next Level, I mean, we saw them in this situation in the last game. Again, I don't think a base race happens this time around, but
no,
you could try to bank
I don't
on
feel like it. Oh, the AA Blast has scouted out Void Spirit.
Dire are scanning.
Still going to stay around here. Wow. Still going to clear the creep wave. He's going to get jumped on with the Meld Bash. He's going to try and get away with the Astral Jump. And he's been caught by the Dream Coil. They get the Void Spirit. That was quite greedy. I'll play there.
Was. They at least get this full Ags done in Fernandes. So, Mute is up. Will it be enough though? And they have to find a way. Like, you should be aware as well in Liga. You did kill that Disruptor. You did see his inventory. He used one part off. You should have that understanding that this Ag Static Storm is ready. I have to see. I mean, they still have the banner to play with, and they'll slowly siege away with the Brewmaster. Very low committal here. Doesn't cost much. Get started.
Yep, and they find Nature's Prophet as well. At the top part of the map, so only 3 remaining. Next level. They could just get themselves a middle set of racks here without having to really fully commit for anything here. Use being cautious though. Even though that there's only 3 remaining. Force out a glyph, and that melee rack's surviving. Similar to what happened in game 2, unless the illusions can get it. No.
Not this time. Still, they hang on. They do lose the port. At least it will get refreshed when you do kill off one of the Rex. So, not too bad. You are waiting for the next split here on the side of Liga. Octarine done on Malika, so uptime for the split a lot better, of course. And you can kind of relax. Maybe you just wait out till next Roshan comes up. About 3 minutes to 4 minutes. We'll see how long it'll take. 3 to 5 minutes, about probably at max. So tempo is coming back in there with Roche. For next level, you've got the Crystallis up in your Y. Going for the Daedalus next, trying to match this TA's damage. It's just doesn't really feel that way. I think you want some stat padding here in the TB. Maybe a Satanic if you could get it. If not, the Scotty could be the way to go. see if that's something he considers later on. Look at how sneaky Amorales is. Just watching him clear out, using the ward vision. Can you really get a jump like this?
Oh, they got themselves Void again. BKB activated. Can't get out though. He can't get out. He's been meld bashed and the crit damage is too much. He will be taken out, and now they found themselves Conker here too. By a Bramble. And that is Conker down there also. That is a definite opening now for Liga to try and close up this game. Conker down for 100 seconds and Void Spirit for a minute.
I don't think they expected the level 25 talent to be picked. Recoil, piercing debuff is huge. There's a static storm reveal. Yags, but
Just not able to get the kill there onto Malik. That was very close. They could have got that kill. But didn't activate the BKB when the fear came out. Now,
Dire's middle barracks.
Primal Split comes out.
oh,
Why?
get the
He's
pullback.
been brought back there by the Bruling.
Oh, the dash.
Look at that. Deleted.
They call it.
And so will Disruptor.
Dire's
GG is called. There we go. Game 3. It will go to Liga. They will get themselves this series. They will eliminate Team Next Level. They will drop out of these close qualifiers here, and Liga will go on in this lower bracket close qualifiers.
Spectacular performance out from Liga. Again, honestly, if you watched back on that game 2, it should have been a 2-0. I'm sure that's their mindset there. If you were to hold an interview with them, asking their thoughts in game 2, they're like, yeah, we messed up. Should have been a 2-0. They base raced us. We didn't expect it. And, they got us in the end. But as we said in the draft, as we said as we were coming into this game 3 here, Epi, Liga has proven themselves to be the better team, even when playing from behind. It just felt like Team Next Level could not capitalize when they'd have an early start. This time around, that early start didn't really feel like it showed up anyway. And unfortunately for them, the road to the Esports World Cup ends here. For Liga team, though, they move on. They will have their matchup against One Move in that next round of the lower bracket. And that's going to be an exciting one. Maybe a little bit arduous for them, having to play back-to-back best of threes, potentially 3 series for them if they do manage to do it. We'll take a look at the bracket again to remind us of that journey here for all of these teams. And again, we are on the lower bracket. Liga team does move on 2-1. Runa team also managed to beat Esports 2-0, going up against the 4 Pirates. And for us here, it's going to be Liga team up against One Move. So a very exciting match for us here, Epi, after a break. And again, if they manage to win, if any of these round 1 lower bracket teams wins again, they'd end up playing 3 best of 3s in a day, which is insane. It can work for some teams. I think that's where experience has to show up. Even just 2 best of 3s played back to back can kind of stress a team out. So this is where you want to see that experience of Liga with the players they have, with how much experience they have accumulated as a team, kind of kick in to carry through mentally. We'll see if that is the case in that next series, though.
We shall indeed. So stay tuned, folks, because we've got our next game in around about 30 minutes. So that is how long we have to wait until the next series. But we hope to see you there for Series 2. Catch you in a bit.
2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go. Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Don't let it shake me, no. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the Esports World Cup with myself, Epidamnos, and John Xfire. We've had the first series of the day, that being Liga Team versus Team Next Level, and it was a pretty close one, definitely pushing it within Game 2 of the base race, but unfortunately, it was Team Next Level who were not able to withstand the final game and were eliminated from these close qualifiers, which we have Liga Team moving forward and we'll be watching them fight up against One Move. How are you feeling about that one, Joe?
Should be an exciting one. This is a team that we saw yesterday, of course. At the end, it should be fun to see what One Move does this time around. We saw their matchup against Runa Team. They did manage to take that fairly well. They did get dropped by Na'Vi, of course, in the end 2-0 as well. But it's going to be fun to see how well they do here up against Liga Team. It does feel like Liga Team has steadily gotten better and better. It feels like their biggest weakness, as we were seeing from the last series, really was laning. Game tree laning, perhaps not the worst in the world. That was a little bit better in their matchup. But consistently in those first two games, they were behind by a decent margin for the first 10 to 15, maybe 20-minute mark. So I think that's something that One Move can certainly capitalize on. I'm curious to see if that is the way One Move will want to play, a little bit more up pace, try to kind of just prevent Liga from getting that catch-up that we tend to see them do. And if we get anything else out in terms of like a base race. I mean, the base race, again, it's likely not happening again. That's just very smart from the side of Next Level. It was exciting, but it shouldn't have been a game that Liga lost anyhow. I don't think that it gets pushed that far. And I don't think this series should be as one-sided as the last one was. It wasn't really fully one-sided, but it did feel like once Liga Team was back, it was all their show. This one should be a lot more even throughout the entire match. That should make an exciting watch here, Effie.
Yeah, I think so too. I think we're in for a treat.
with this one of One Move versus Liga. I mean, we've seen One Move play, and they gave us some pretty good games in day one. I was pretty happy with that, and Liga team, we've seen them improve throughout these close qualifiers, and they've had a lot of experience now within the last few hours and even yesterday for that matter. And now, hopefully, we'll come in with 2 strong teams battling it out to see who can withstand and stay in these close qualifiers and move their way further up and beyond. As the draft gets underway, first ban will be Nagasara for One Move. In return, Undying. We've seen this pattern before, John.
Yeah, it's pretty much in line with what we've seen the entire day. I'm expecting a TA to be banned somewhere. I'm expecting Terrorblade, Bristleback to be banned out. Maybe the Shadow Shaman, maybe the AA. Those ones are a little bit more flexible, but there has been a priority of bans now, and that does feel good. It does feel like teams, again, are figuring out what is strong. I'm a little bit surprised that perhaps Oracle is not as contested in this region, as, again, very instantaneous from One Move to just ban Beastmaster. See the Death Prophet being banned out by Liga. So Bristle, TA, Terrorblade, Shadow Shaman, AA, those tend to be the ones banned out here now as well. I'm curious to see if any of them do get taken care of. Liga team is taking more time. One Move is literally just banning straight up. I wonder if they're going to do the same thing again, as it doesn't look like Liga's completely sure what they want to take care of from One Move. To be fair, One Move, again, they didn't have to play the extra game, so maybe there's a little bit less info. We should have had maybe some scrim experience up against them, as we do see the Bristleback ban from the side of Liga. And again, Shadow Shaman, Enigma Doom sometimes, Puck sometimes as well at this point, AA. Those tend to be there. I'm surprised, again, TA is still in the pool, which is dangerous, as that hero has just felt very winning right now. So I think Liga has to kind of remove them at this point.
Radiant team ban.
Well, they ban out the Nature's Prophet. Maybe getting a little bit of
10 seconds
PTSD from last game, so not wanting to go up against that one.
I mean, it's fair. It's a respectable ban. After what happened in Game 2, it's fine. It's understandable. You know? I understand. I don't think the MP is that high prior, as they will ban out the TA and pick up the Terrorblade on One Move. So again, they have this flex onto off lane, onto safe lane here. For the side of One Move, they can kind of make that choice quite fine. And it's open enough. Can be our Eyesight or Vajra hero on the off lane. Curious to see which way it goes. And for Liga team, I mean, you see TB, your chances are you're not going to pick something like AA. Don't think it's been the best answer for like the Terrorblade. I will say, Batrider feels amazing against the hero as a support, but they'll just get the lane again for Malik. Brewmaster out once more. Mind you, his first game with Brewmaster into TB felt pretty bad, as there was enough harassment. By the time they got the Dark Willow combo, it felt a lot better. So I think that's what I want to see here for Liga team. Get access to Dark Willow, play with the Ignite, poke out this Terrorblade really hard with the Cinder Brew and the Shadow Realm, and kind of went out the lane that way. Really nice answer from Liga, and we know how well Malik can micro those Brewlings. He is a very, very strong Brewmaster player after all.
Oh yeah, that Brewmaster game was pretty on point. I mean, just examples of his microing was the fact that not only was he able to utilize some cyclones with disrupting the damage output from the carry on next level, but also was able to actually kill the illusions from Terrorblade. So we know this Brewmaster is excellent for killing those illusions and stopping Terrorblade from increasing his output damage within the team fights.
That he is. See what else they'd want to kind of build around this. I'm surprised that One Move still bans out the AA, considering you have Terrorblade. Feels like you tend to pick Terrorblade into AA anyhow. You don't care. You can sunder whoever is blasted up, or sunder for yourself if you're blasted up. Not really a problem. Ban out the Axe here on Liga team, so that leaves a couple of interesting choices on their safe lane. Maybe they're looking at like a PA, something that hates being called. It's the most straightforward thing where you won't want the Axe. There's the Dark Willow. Again, it's just so obvious when you have the Brewmaster. Liga team has found that to be their most effective lane for Malik. So you pick it up again. No worries, it's into the Terrorblade once more. Shadow Shaman slides through. The chef himself, Colonel Sanders, is out, along with the Oracle. So you have some save here. And now, this combination of Brewmaster Dark Willow falls flat. You will have to get an early point in Edict later on, but you know what? It doesn't matter. You can block off the damage when they try on the
10
Terrorblade.
seconds
You can heal up
remaining.
your Terrorblade quite nicely here as well. You have the Fate's Edict to at least take off some of the
5
DOT from the
seconds
Cinderbrewer.
remaining.
So one who have some good answers. It's very solid to just have the Oracle on hand, like we
Dire
were talking
team
about
pick.
theory crafting yesterday. Shard's gonna feel good. Holy Locket, if you can build it up, feels great. Chen coming out for Liga team though, doubling down on some big push potential with Brewmaster is quite nice, as we have seen Chen's feel pretty strong. In fact, Chen is kind of dumb. Don't you get the debuff immunity as well
10
with certain
seconds
upgrades?
remaining.
This year can get a little bit crazy with Hand of God
5
nowadays. So
seconds
I
remaining.
like it from Liga team, and it is Liga team who ran this with
Radiant
Beastmaster last
team
time. The overwhelming zoo, not this time around, but just Chen alone with the split from the Brewmaster could be good. Tiny coming out, not as big of a fan for Liga, but this is something that we've seen from a lot of teams coming in. I don't know why Tiny gets prioritized over like a Puck though. Like, yeah, maybe Shadow Shaman, Oracle, and there's
10
enough roots and
seconds
holds.
remaining.
That Puck doesn't feel comfy at the same time.
5
I don't know if
seconds
your Tiny will
remaining.
always find that backline jump. Like, this is the pressure now. You pick Tiny to hunt Oracle. You have to be able to kill that hero off. If you don't, the False Promise is going to cost you issues. The Constant Healing, the Fate's Edict just ruins your early magic damage here, and you're not going to find those kills. So there is pressure to perform in this Tiny for sure on the side of a race.
And I'm wondering what they'll pick for the off lane here for one move. So already
Radiant
they've
team
got themselves both of their supports up here, and it's going to be a Pangolier coming out once again. We've seen this hero perform miraculously both on the mid lane. We haven't seen it on the off lane though yet. It's always been a mid laner. So could this most likely be mid lane
10
here?
seconds remaining.
Should be. Matchup against Tiny is pretty solid for
Dire
Pangolier.
team ban.
It holds its own. I'm surprised they're banning out Puck now on one move. Maybe expecting a flex Tiny safe, which honestly I feel like is the better position for Tiny anyhow. But I'm wondering if that's the way Liga team is thinking. So, kind of raising some doubts in my mind.
Dire team
And now they
ban.
also have to wonder, are we looking for an off lane or safe? They're banning out the Tidehunter. Looks like they're expecting Terribly to just get committed here for Eyesight on the safe lane. What else would you be annoyed by? Mars could be annoying. Mars Shadow Shaman lane's really strong. Easy setup for the spear. Easy follow-up as well. Once the stuns are committed,
10 seconds remaining.
could be a decent enough ban.
Radiant
Surprisingly enough,
team
Enigma
ban.
doesn't look bad for either side here, as they will ban the Centaur as well. So just some more tanky offlanes out of the picture, but if one move wanted, an Enigma would kind of tie this draft in pretty well. There's no Global Silence to worry about. Once you have BKB, nothing stops you from getting a black hole.
10 seconds
You
remaining.
get your own push potential coming out with Shadow Shaman Enigma. Shadow Shaman Enigma lane is
5
also
seconds
actually
remaining.
pretty decent. Malefice into chain stunts from the Shaman could lead to some easy kills. So I'm surprised Liga don't ban that. Prioritizing Centaur and Tide when you have nothing to deal with like the Enigma. Still, maybe you're confident you can clear
Radiant
Eidolons with a
team
potential safe lane Tiny, as we see another mid being banned out in the Monkey that could try to bully out the Pangolier. And what'll it be for one move? Are they going to dip into something like the big team fight of Enigma? That is the one thing that's not as tight. I mean, it's not amazing on Liga team either, but your AoE control isn't particularly great outside of Rolling
10
Thunder.
seconds remaining.
You're kind of putting all your eggs on the Pangolier right now.
5 seconds
we'll see.
remaining.
I wouldn't mind Enigma or Mars when you have the Shadow Shaman in hand. It's just so straightforward.
So lots of reserve time to think about this. I mean, even Liga Team 2. But what are they lacking in terms of off lane here? Well, I mean, they've got themselves some catch with Shaman with the Shackles and the Hex. Got themselves the Rolling Thunder here too. Do you feel like they need more catch than just Shaman here to maybe perhaps stop Brewmaster from getting off the Primal Split?
Would be one way of thinking about it.
Dire team
I think they have enough catch for the Brewmaster alone. They'll go to Primal Beast, so that is your individual catch coming out. And a decent frontliner that can cop damage. It's also a debuff immunity piercing stun. So that can have a lot of use here for the side of one move. And Primal Beast doesn't tend to lose out in most lanes. I'm curious now what Liga team will do. Will you commit Tiny on
10 seconds
mid? Are you going to
remaining.
go safe lane Tiny for you? Is it a race hero coming out here? Because
5
there's no good
seconds
mids
remaining.
left. Storm, Puck, Monkey Ban. Sven is the call, so it is just a tiny mid. I don't know why they were expecting different here from one move. We barely see the tiny carry. Sven coming out is an interesting one because it is high armor. It can be annoying for Terrorblade. Even Primal Beast, some of his damage is physical. At the same time, it's a melee matchup now into the Primal Beast offlane for Corrupted. So, could be a little bit annoying to try to play. There's some good synergy with Sven Chen, I suppose. You can buff up the creep army of Chen. Your Warcry can give them a little bit more durability to play. My concern is, Sven is pretty easy to kite here. There's a lot of stuns with a Shadow Shaman, with a Primal Beast. You've got the Disarm on the Oracle. You're going to need that BKB fast on you. And once the BKB starts to fade down, it becomes easy to hold a Sven. Like, even with the BKB, if Corrupted holds on to his Pulverize, you is still a sitting duck. And the BKB will fade. You only have a few seconds left after Pulverize. You get Hex, you get Disarmed. It's not an easy Sven game. So, I'm not the biggest fan of that hero here. I feel like for one move, it's a lot easier to play. What Liga has on hand is this chaos, right? Because you have this creep army on the Chen. You have that split from Malik. You can find the backline. You can be disruptive. It just feels harder to pin your engagement hopes on that, and that means it's just harder to play Liga. So, draft-wise, without looking at the skill level of the players, I will say I like one moves more. It's just easier to play. It's just so much easier to execute. Safer push. You just drop massive Serpent Board, and you're happy enough. You're off to the races, right? Like, there's nothing to be concerned about. You don't need to commit bodies. And you have good answers for what might come out here from the side of Liga. For Liga, if they can play to their style, you know, if Malik can be disruptive, if you get this good blink timing on Erase, if your Sven can time his BKB usage to not just get kited around in the middle of these team fights, it can look good. You just have to put the extra effort in, as it's not the easiest time, as everyone tips you, including Erase. Including his own teammate. All right.
So this whole mess is all over?
I wonder why Erase joined in on that. It's like all of one move tips you, and Erase tips you as well. It's like, okay, who are you working for, you? That's your teammate, buddy. What's the plan? You know, what's the implication?
Yeah, maybe perhaps they weren't a fan of the Sven pick. I don't know.
Now, I'll say this. If you can reach the point where this Chen can farm an Ags, which I think is actually stupidly strong, all my points about kiting the Sven disappears. Have you ever experienced the Chen Ags? That free BKB is insane. It is so dumb. You channel it for 6 seconds, the initial heal comes in, and then nearby allied units become debuff immune. It's a BKB with 60% magic rest. Literally BKB. Literally BKB, if you can channel it through. It's insane. But it is a Chen. You know, sometimes rushing Ags farm is not the play, but it is interesting to think about.
Maybe we can leave Sven on their own and go jungle for a few. Maybe.
Yeah, I'd expect it as maybe a third item up. Decent enough trade, 2 for 2 on both sides. Nothing really being lost out here. And we can get into the lanes. No early blocks coming out down bot, although Malik will make his way down to get that block off, get the creeps under the tower. No one blocking on the other side. They do have multiple heroes here as well, but not really looking to gun anything down. And again, for Malik, this bot lane is a very simple lane. Toss out the Cinder Brew, ignite it with Shadow Realm. You're off to the races. BB3 picks has to be pretty on point with the removal of the Cinder Brew, of course, with Fortune's End, as the Ignite can be annoying, but they missed the Ignite timing anyhow for some reason. Amarallis does not do it, so you can still see the pressure of that magic damage coming in, but with an Oracle, by the time you hit level 2-3, it is sustainable. Up top, getting a little bit cheeky on Corrupted, trying to run forward with that Trample. This melee to melee matchup for the Sven is a little bit awkward. Like, Primal Beast can't hold its own. You can be quite durable and tanky. You do at least have a Chen that helps poke back, and you appreciate the fact that the camp is open, so eventually you're going to get some good additional creeps coming in on the army. That can be, again, another
look at him go.
Yeah?
Just chasing him. Get off. Get off my side of the map.
It's just set to become worse. A tip out for Corrupted, as he can't play the lane. And you can try to threaten with Trample. You've got the Shadow Shaman to help hold, but you don't really have the opportunity when a Chen has access to camps. They did not manage to block that small camp, which is key. up against the Chen. So, again, Respect is going to have some extra with the creeps coming out later on. Do at least give the freebie Satyr away. Still the rune control in favor for one move on mid. Oh, for Liga team up top. For mid lane, of course, the last lane we haven't looked at. Difference up against a race. Pango versus Tiny, very even lane matchup. Tiny can keep up in form with a tree grab. You've got reach and durability for Difference with a shield crash and the swash. So it's even. Rune control, it's important, but it doesn't necessarily make or break the lane when it's an even state. So I wouldn't expect too much to be happening here. It is all about the side lanes. Perhaps power rune starts to get more importance. I don't expect the 4-minute water rune to actually be too important for either side here. So it should just stay static on the mid for a little bit while longer there.
Oh, and Corrupted is going to be met with a Blood Grenade and a Stormhammer, but it's away with an Onslaught. He is really not having a great time. He does have a healing salve though, so be able to at least pop that and get to full HP.
Doesn't feel good to have to expend early gold on all of that region just to soak some EXP. Right, you're stalled out and even just the fast brown boots to try to run down. Your pull's there, but the Chen's contesting. Just hanging around, has a sentry, could start to block some stacks as well, if necessary. And he's just playing with a Satyr Convert, that mana burn, ensuring that there's not much room for Corrupted to really do much here. It's just painful. And it's such a free lane for you. It's just free farming away. He does lose his courier, sure, but he already got the items out. Getting that build up. Compare that to the bot lane of Malik. I mean, Malik is at least having a lane to play with. 13 to 3 on the Brewmaster. Eyesight is free farming, but you look at Corrupted in comparison, it's just pain. It's just pain all the way for the Crown Beast.
This has got boots now. Meanwhile, Metamorphosis. Pop there to push back Malik and Amaralis. To try and go for something there with the Bramble Maze, but they're okay. Meanwhile, though, top lane, attempted kill for the Chen. They will get it. The Shackles leading to a fully charged Onslaught with the Trample level 2. Helps them to claim a kill on the Chen.
They overplayed their hand, getting a little bit too confident there on good old Chen. Just out of position. Kind of taking a Gambit out. But at Wild Wing Rift, the Tornado is back up though. And the Satyr Convert is there, so maybe we try to make that play again. Although, let's be careful feeding the creep away for free. Could happen. It's still fine. Still scouting the back. A nice start to recover there. That does allow Corrupted to at least have some semblance of game, and they can always threaten with that combination of the Shadow Shaman anyhow. That is a very important kill to find. The rest of the lanes have been holding steady, and the bot lane for Eyesight is almost free. Like again, that combination of Cinder Brew plus the Ignite from Shadow Realm, just not easy to pull off when BB3 picks is there. So you're really not able to leverage that strong lane you see from Malik before. And again, we've said this about his Brewmaster or just Brewmaster in general. If your lane does go slow and you go back to the Radiance build, then your entire team stalls out with you, right? Because you're lacking that one big front line. You're lacking that disruptiveness. The fact that this lane is so slow might actually be more painful for Malik than it is for Corrupted. Yeah, Corrupted's 300 gold behind Malik, but the Problem Beast can play at 6 a lot better than the Brewmaster can. Lower committal on the ultimate, lower cooldown. You don't need items to really apply that presence out. You don't need a Radiance Burn to really play your game there, so it's just easier.
And Corrupted on no mana now. Again, so nice farm for you on the Sven. Having a free time here at the moment. And Power Rune spawning. Where's it gonna go? It's gonna be top. It's a shield rune, that's nice.
But unfortunate for a race. I can't believe. I wonder if Difference really fully commits for that. Just a little bit of a threat. Not really going to be swinging around. Maybe gets a rotation out if there's a deep dive. I don't expect him to actually set up by himself here on that Pangolier. Again, holding steady, holding static on these lanes. But that staticness does feel pretty damn good for one move. Not that you mind at all on Liga anyhow. We'll try to get a rotation out. TP up top. Amorales does join his team. It's just a Primal Beast is still tanky. He's level 4. He doesn't have any points in uproar,
Dire's
but
bottom
he is
tower
tanky
is under
enough
attack.
that this can be
Radiant are scanning.
a more tedious process to find a kill.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower
He's got his
is under
Sator
attack.
again now. They are right behind the tier 1. Pangolier is actually going to respond here with the shield room. And they're going to contest here for the Wisdom. Corrupted
That
getting
boat?
lower and lower, healed up there by BB3 picks. They will find the Chen. They're underneath the tier 1 tower. Corrupted will be thrown, but it won't be enough, and they take down the Tiny there too. So one move are coming out on top. They've got the shackles onto the Sven. The onslaught comes in, stunning up the Sven once again, slowed down and taken out by BB3 picks with the Fortune's End and Purifying Flames. And look at that. They get themselves, what was that, 3 kills underneath this tier 1 tower? Pretty impressive.
That's a really deep commitment from Liga. I'm surprised they tried to make that play again. Right? Because they could have easily just secured their own Shrine of Wisdom. They did not. And Malik didn't have the foresight to kind of go back and just get that EXP. So they get both Shrines of Wisdom. They lose out the fight. You don't have the levels. You're split up again in that fight with only your Chen. Only Respect walking up to the Shrine of Wisdom while everyone else is trying to play poke on a tanky Primal Beast. A bit optimistic. And now level 6 is up for that Pulverize. Just rips him apart.
Dark Willow dead. Sven, his farm's kind of stopped a little bit now. He has been disrupted. Meanwhile, Eyesight completely untouched, unfazed here on the bottom lane, though Malik does have himself Primal Split, so could utilize that to try and take down the Terrorblade.
Crafton's fairly deep here. Doesn't have mana anymore with a mana burn, but does have his team around to help poke.
Stormhammer onto the Pango. They got the Bramble too. The God Strength comes out. The Rolling Thunder is there in return. And Difference will just roll out.
Just gets the hell out. Really good side advice. Really good Hex out as well in Gilgear as our Erase comes in. Not able to get the jump, not able to get the Avalanche to kind of balance things out. Your big benefit for Liga is, again, recovery area for Malik, but he is bottom network core, and it is, like you mentioned, a free lane for Eyesight. So the Terrorblade is just eating so much more in this bot lane than Malik is. You at least have level 6, 2.2k in the bank, 1.1 away from the Relic. So some timing being met. Again, you're not too far behind, I suppose. 2k is not the biggest lead. A lot of that does feel like it's actually more in Gilgear. This gap on Shadow Shaman getting so much activity is leading to a bit of a gold injection in comparison to the rest of the sports. Less so about the lead on Eyesight. Like, he's only like maybe max 500 ahead of you,
Radiant's
which is
bottom
good,
tower
but
is
not
under
wide
attack.
enough to be significant, statistically at least. So let's see if they keep finding more Corrupted.
Yeah, you could find Chen. The Trample, and that is indeed a kill, yeah. Got it. Well, the Croaker does stun him up, though. A fall from Amorales. These neutrals are really
Radiant's
trigger
top
happy in
tower
terms
is
of the
under
stuns.
attack.
But they are. I do believe that was Respect's Boglet, so he did take possession of that one. And that is, again, one strength for
Dire's
good old
tower
Chen now,
is under
and
attack.
any other hero.
Radiant's
Like
bottom
Chen,
tower is
Enchantress,
under
they have
attack.
access to these water creeps. It's a free stun every time. And there's always one of them with some form of something of the deep. Tendrils,
Radiant's
Convergence,
middle
Arms
tower
of the
is
Deep.
under attack.
Like, there's so much. So
Dire's
you'll always
top
have the
tower
value.
has fallen.
Top tier 1 does fall. They do commit the massive Serpent Ward, but they do manage to take that clean objective and now can start to soak up that top lane fully here on Corrupted. Shrinking down the area where you can farm safely for you. Does have the Mask of Madness. They haven't had time to really stack Triangle. There's no flash farm here for the Sven. The issue now for Liga is if you start to lose your mid tier 1 fast, which it is falling fast, you start to lose a grasp in this game. Bot tier 1 hasn't fallen, so reaching into that bot jungle is difficult. And it just doesn't feel like they have any play at the moment. You know, they're still waiting. Blink Dagger is still 500 gold away for a race. Radiant still a good 1,400 gold away as well. So much time do you have to wait and move. One move are not waiting. They're just constantly on the aggression. They have deep
Radiant's
wards again
bottom
being planted
tower
after
is
the
under
tier 1
attack.
take.
Scanning.
Look at this trifecta of wards. just watching all across this hot spot of mid, ready to really just play in if anyone tries to farm in that top area. And there's no relief bot because the tier 1 still stands. You gotta clean it up first. It's low HP. Need to see that commitment, but it looks like they are willing to give it away in one move. So at least you have that. Maybe you can reach a little bit further. Take some of these camps, perhaps.
I mean, at least they take themselves a tier 1 tower on Liga. So that is something. But yeah, it's just so much control from one move right now. I mean, Diffusal Blade finished up on difference, so he has a good spiking here to try and abuse that and get himself some nice damage output, some nice kills. Oh, meanwhile, God Strength being committed there by you, wanted to try and find Gilgo. But the Shackle... Oh, he's okay, with thanks to that false promise. And the Rolling Thunder is out there, and they all jump on the Sven. Sven is gone, and Gilger is full HP.
That is such a sick little bait. No, just holding back, getting that commitment out from the Oracle. The ward just doing a lot of initial damage there as well. And sure, you don't have the ward for a tier 2 siege, but man, you're just making this game painful for Liga. Your win condition gets slowed down. You are getting space out for Malik, who is one part into the Radiant, so 700 gold away now. Some progression here at least for some more spikes. Blink done on a race. Some play can come out. My issue now is there enough damage? When you do finally get this blink initiation from race, can you actually kill up any of the big ones? You have to kill BB tree picks. But if you don't find the Oracle who hangs back, then you know, even just a simple Fate's Edict cuts off that burst. And it's just difficult. As long as this Oracle's positioned just right, you won't be able to find the freebies you'd want unless they really split apart here on the side of one move. And again, while all of that happens, Eyesight still has free reign down bot despite losing that tier 1. You're not able to farm in that forward area. They're wanting to contest top instead. And it is just costing them right now.
They don't have themselves any vision here on Liga team whatsoever to give them the information of, like, for example, who a race can pick off.
They're not able to cross the river, right? Like, the supports are tied in top, trying to help with that aggression. So they're not able to plant the wards down bot. And if they're not able to plant the wards down bot, you can't go hunting bot. They have some wards on Amorales. Maybe he sets up on the forward jungle or into closer to the Tormentor, and he does. But it's more to watch the outpost than anything else. And they'll just commit top.
Tier 2. Yeah. And doesn't look like anyone's rotating here to stop this from happening. Chan's got a TP on the tier 3. Well, they may just find this tier 2 at 14 minutes.
That can't be right. I think you've got to stop this somehow.
Oh, there we go. They send in some creeps.
They smoked up though. Sneaky. What angle can they find? They're not running right back to Liga. Looks like they want to play through the gate, and they will. There are wards, so they should see the gate being popped. One does keep track. They should spot the sentry now as well. Not quite. Sentry's out of range for the other sentry.
Well, maybe they can go for Malik or a race here.
No. Just head back to farm. You're not too unhappy about that, although.
No break. Oh, the Hex.
No,
the Pulverized there too. Corrupted. Was not able to get a kill onto Malik there at all, and the Avalanche and toss onto the Primal Beast. And that is a dead Primal. So at least they'll just find one. The rest of them will get out. One move. And they may have found themselves a Chen here.
Dire's middle tower.
Oh, the Shackle's disrupted. Oh my gosh. Oh, the Chen army. Almost taking out Gilga there.
It's painful.
Wow, gotta be careful.
You've got those drums up. You know, you've got the hits on respect. A little bit optimistic from one move to basically almost go solo there. The supports weren't really tied up to corrupted. So, not sure what the idea was. Realm Beast is tanky. If you had your Terrorblade around, sure, you probably have enough damage. Still, they're not going to think twice now. One move straight into Roshan without the split can be a little bit tough for Liga to try to contest. And with a massive Serpent Ward, doesn't take too much time early on here. and get themselves a nice freebie. A safety net up for Eyesight. Let's see if they can find more. Just have to start to think about these tier 2s now.
Chen's creeps getting taken out once again by Corrupted. He's level 12 on this Primal Beast.
He's had a fantastic game. And this EXP having the level 2 Pulverize is quite nice. And a little bit more damage coming out. Gonna be quite useful to just, again, look for the window for your allies to join in. They're getting a little bit greedy, keeping mid shoved out, or at least cutting creep wave, as we are seeing Erase also delete the creep wave on mid. But they will have access to top. No problems here. Smoke behind the Terribly now as well. Again, the vision has been good, but it's not exactly scouting out Liga fully. They have managed to find some areas to farm. The triangle still has been safe. Bot jungle has been safe. Try to make a move. Amp damage already expiring on difference though, but an instant smoke on smoke. Okay.
They just completely surpassed each other. Although Malik might run into Gilgo. Oh my gosh, they've just gone past it. Okay, Malik's now showing himself. There we go. The Hex and the Pulverize. And the Shackles. Should be enough to take down the Brewmaster. There we go.
A little bit unfortunate they didn't find Erase. I think at this point you'd want to also just stop the Tiny from getting the BKB, but taking care of the Brewmasters, not too bad. Again, just an awkward game right now for Liga. They don't have opportunities to play yet. Perhaps the Blink of You allows them, but I feel like you're waiting for Blink BKB now in this Sven. Like, Blink is up. You could take that risk. But again, you have to find the backline. If you don't find Oracle, then, yeah, BB Treepix will just save anyone. He'll save Eyesight. It's basically, with Aegis for Eyesight, it's almost like 3 lives. False Promise, your first life, and Aegis. So you have to work through all of this EHP 3 times over. Not the easiest thing to do. Take a tier 1 bot. And again, the massive Serpent Ward to just get work done on the tier 2. Nice, safe, non-committal. Doesn't really cost them much except cooldown. Some protection now as well for Corrupted with BKB up and running. I know, Liga, I don't fault them for playing passive, but it's a question of when do you feel like you're ready. Because if you're waiting for BKB, it's going to take a while.
And Sven getting the backline there onto Oracle with the God Strength. That's enough. They might be able to actually find difference here too, yeah. Through that false promise. The damage there is more than enough. Nice play there from Liga. I mean, you said that they needed to do something, John, and they did it. They took a tower too.
Takes them a while, but eventually finally start to feel comfy. A bit of a mistake from one move though. I will say this, that BB Treepix instantly going for that false promise, not ideal. I think if he held back, allowed the Pango to try to play out first, right? Like, try to shield crash, try to swash back, then you get the false promise off, you get room, you're not the focus. You get to put the Purifying Flames on, get that healing. Malik?
Yeah. Ooh. The race, disrupting the fight there with the Avalanche. Although, Dark Willow in some trouble. The Pulverize is there, but Primal Beast getting lower and lower. And Primal's down. 5 seconds. Metamorphosis committed here. Avalanche. Tossed back the Shadow Shaman. The Hex there in return has the Shackles. Locking in place the Tiny. Tiny, no more mana. Gilga though, in some trouble. Rooted in place there with the Bramble Maze still alive. But in comes you with a Storm Hammer. Helping to find the kill there onto the Shadow Shaman and the Pangolier. As they're just trying to take down now the Serpent Ward, and BB Fruitix has been found in the trees. And now they're going to jump on top of the Oracle there. Storm Hammer locking in place. A triple kill for the Sven. The Tormentor too.
And nice objectives again. They've sat through this Aegis timing really strong on Liga. And they even out the game. I was getting a bit concerned with how passive they are, but and they hit this timing. The blink apparently is enough for you to start to join in, get these engagements on. And for one move, maybe they got a little bit too comfy with this game because they're not sticking together in the way we'd expect. They haven't really reestablished vision. It just has expired now. Didn't really get the most use out from eyesight. Just 1 tier 2. Felt like they could have found at least 2 tier 2s here. So you're very happy on the side of the weekend. Again, taking a look at the replay. Just split apart again. Look at the positioning out from one move. Corrupted so far forward. The rest of this team's just too far back. And they're just not able to back up the same aggression coming in from Liga in time. Like, if they were a little bit closer, if your Terrorblade was able to follow through from the Pulverize faster, force some split attention out, could have been good.
Yeah.
Instead, you get some clean wins here.
And the graph at the moment still saying that the win probability is in the favor of one move. We're in about 58%, but that was a nice little net worth swing into the favor of Liga.
And they've got that BKB up now on you. And the BKB of Erase, so they're going to try to show it with a big smoke here. Don't want Shadow Shaman. Something bigger.
Oh, the smoke broke. Gilga blinks away. Smoke is broken. They won't find anything there. So will they just go for the tier 2 tower instead? Yeah, I'm going to try. They don't have themselves a glyph either on one move, so they could just take this tier 2 tower. Stay here long enough. Yeah, they'll take that tower with ease. There we go. It's gone. You will have it. You will find it.
They just back off, retreat, maybe go for one more if they want. And there is still the God Strength ready on you. No concern here whatsoever. Grab themselves a nice Croaker now as well, the full Croaker with the Tendrils of the Deep. Some more control coming out here from our Chen, and yeah, they're just going to keep pushing. One move also has to do something. They can't just allow their entire map control to disappear. But they will.
Okay, there we go. Ren, fixed on tier 2.
Has fallen.
That's about it. Oh, he's going to rotate mid. Does he have any vision? Oh, he sees the Shadow Shaman in the trees. Decides to jump for that. Actually disengages.
Yeah, but it's just given some
moment, isn't it, John?
It is. 15 kills in 24 minutes is not a particularly fast game. No double digits yet here, Epi. Reminds me a little bit of some far... Did we have this in day 1? In our first series or second series? Yeah, we did.
Yeah,
and so we're back to that. And I was asking myself, is this also how Eastern Europe plays? It looks like in quite a few occasions it is. Just a little bit calculated. A little bit more patient out. Maybe too patient. I would argue one move should not have given these objectives for free. Right? Like, they are holding back a little bit too much. Maybe, again, not confident with seeing the double BKB time and waiting for your own BKB and eyesight, which is flying out now. So not as dependent on BB3 picks to at least get some debuff immunity up. BB3 picks for his part, working on to Blink. Trying to hang further back as the Oracle, which, again, with all the AoE control you have in Liga, is very important here. Only a few hundred gold away, so...
Gilgit. That was pretty close for comfort. Oh, they pinged it. Oh, we missed it.
Would have been a nice freebie. The smoke from one move, I don't know what they're expecting to find. They don't have vision. At least in this deeper portion of the top jungle. Maybe a weird wrap back to mid. But you don't really want the Dark Willow. Should establish some vision though. And maybe some deeper wards. They will set some up. At least some sentries, it sounded like.
Still smoked up around this middle tier 2 tower. Actually, haven't got long left on this smoke. It's going to expire. They've still got themselves the high ground, and also Liga are very heavily grouped up, sitting behind Malik. Oh, and Rolling Thunder is going to be committed. Difference. In he comes, trying to disrupt here the Dark Willow. They will be able to take her out. He's now pursuing the Chen. Chen is okay. Ghost Scepter. They do take down a support, but Liga is still maybe perhaps interested here in fighting this. Oh, Toss comes forward. Oh, but we've got the Primal Beast coming forward there with the Pulverizer. They can really try to take down this Ven there. They have enough damage to take him down. Indeed, they do. And the buyback there from Liga. From the dog, Willow wanted to try and come back to that fight, but the fight just ending
Radiant's
so quickly
bottom
there,
tower
so
is
the
under
buyback
attack.
not needed.
No. Again, it's now Liga that's just playing awkwardly.
Radiant's
Trying to force that
bottom tower
4v5,
is
I
under
don't think that
attack.
was necessarily bad. As Malik,
Malik.
yeah, they were chasing that ruling. Another freebie out. And they're kind of misplaying this on the side of Liga just a bit. To be fair, one move does get a good jump. Maybe, again, Liga feels confident with the Rolling Thunder down, but Pulverize being there, Pierce's debuffing Unity, at least you didn't waste your BKB here on your Sven, so you does still have his full 9-second charge, but not having anyone in the backline to try to break, or at least try to provide some sort of save onto you just felt bad. And now it's the opening for Roshan. Respawns are short, but Roche doesn't take too long here with the damage on Eyesight and the massive Serpent Ward. Able to find themselves at Roche number 2 here, no problem. Side of Liga, not even in position to try to contest. We'll just have to hand that freebie over. 2 lives for Eyesight and the Roche banner on top. I mean, you should be able to siege. You still have tier 2s to work on, but mid is low HP, bot is low HP. Just a little bit of a swipe should get the job done. And for Liga, it's like we talked about earlier. They have to initiate and they have to find that backline. You can't get jumped by the Pulverize. You can't afford to get shackled up like this
Dire are
with so many
scanning.
BKBs. Like, just the BKB and the Primal Beast kind of ruins you. Because you just BKB Pulverize and you will have enough damage with a Terrorblade with this much farm right now.
And Butterfly soon to be finished, and that's going to be a big one. Especially against the Sven. He's actually trying to get himself a Daedalus, almost done that. He's got the recipe already on the courier. You don't really want to go an MKB on Sven, do you?
No. Doesn't feel good. You could maybe hope for, say, a Bloodthorn might simplify things, but see how necessary he feels it is, because he could play through the Cleave. Might be the way to bank on it, because the Cleave never misses at the very least, so could try to hit the tanky target, so if the Terrorblade's close enough, try to cleave off of that, kind of run from there. Game is equal though, 11-7, less than 1k lead coming out for one move. So they do break into the double digits, of course, off that engagement earlier.
Radiant are scanning.
And then with his Aegis, should start to find more. I'm surprised they just don't farm rush tier 2s. If they take Aegis,
Yeah,
go
I'm
back to
surprised.
farming. It's a little bit too Southeast Asian. I don't think I even see this in
Radiant are
C.
scanning.
If you pick up Aegis, if the tier 2s are at like 200 HP, you take them. And it's a lot of respect out from one move, that's for sure.
Well, and those are some nice neutrals. And for both the supports there, the Psychic Headband.
And it is. I do feel kind of sad it doesn't have the innate plus cast range anymore, split into the enchantment. So,
Yeah, that was really nice.
yeah, it's like, it's fine if you don't get it now, as long as you get plus cast range, it feels. And the pushback is still useful, though. That's a massive amount of pushback you have for BB3 picks and Gilgear. Have it at least on Amoralis to be bounced. And now they go for
Dire's
the...
middle tower is
With
under
only
attack.
2.5 minutes left,
Dire's
you're likely not going to be able to
structures
pressure
are
high ground. Oh.
Oh, nice blink away there from Gilga, avoiding the Sven. The Godstrand being committed there, a Sunder just about in time there. And the TP from the Terrorblade gets out, so they'll just find the Shadow Shaman with that God Strength. So not a lot lost there.
It's just so curious that one move aren't playing as a unit to just take these towers. Right? Like, you have Aegis. Your Terrorblade can frontline. You have an Oracle to play with as well, but a Blink. You can hang back a million miles away to get that save. You have a tanky Primal Beast. You have a Pangolier with a Basher, which, to be fair, just flies out now. But you have a lot of tools here, and you didn't need to lose. They didn't even find a tier 2. That's the worst part. And now they're not even going for it. They need a team fight, it feels like, but no Lucky Dash, no Scout. You're doing a great job in Liga, I have to say. Like, they're dodging out this Aegis timing like it's poison. They're doing a great job of just avoiding a spike from one move. But rather curious that one move are also just not so proactive. They'll take Tormentor. That's an objective, I suppose. Free Shard coming out to Gilgir. Rather unfortunate you don't get it on your Oracle for the Rin Destiny. Might be worth considering a buyout for yourself here, actually, for BB3 picks. And that plus heal is big. Honestly, if this game goes long, I don't know what to make of it. Like, Terrorblade versus Sven is interesting. They're both transformation heroes. Maybe the threat of Sven can kind of be a little bit more overwhelming than Terrorblade, but you've got Oracle on your side for one move. At the same time, you have this potential for respect. You can just go for Axe.
Jesus. Destroys that Dark Willow.
They need to translate that to an objective. Please take it tier 2. Like, mid is begging to die. Towers don't
Just
like
gonna
to do
send
slow in
illusions
HP.
there instead.
It's 60
Dire's
HP.
middle tower
It should get the
is
job
under
done. And it will.
Yeah.
Thank goodness.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
So that's progress with Aegis. Expires 1 tier 2 on second Aegis. But it really doesn't feel good for one move. They do have a 2k advantage. 33 minutes in, it's not fantastic. I'd say you're in a playable position for the side of Liga. You're number 1 in net worth with you. Daedalus up. He is going back for the MKB as well here, Epi. So, going to try to pierce through that evasion, which is fine. And you've got utility build here for Erase. Yule's up. BKB, of course,
Radiant's
earlier on.
top tower is
Octarine
under
coming out
attack.
next. So, toss back plates are going to be there. And
Get
Shield's
it,
for
and now
Malik.
they're-
Yeah, it's regroup
The
after
Aegis has
Aegis
gone down. They
Expressor,
go
right?
full.
You want a high ground without Aegis? That's brave.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
So, I mean, the illusions took the bottom tier 2 tower as well. So, now, possibility to siege high ground. Ward placed down. Just grant some nice vision there.
Okay.
And jump forward, corrupted. Pulverizing the Tiny. Tiny is okay, though. Has the Yules. Starting to try and siege this bottom tier 3 tower. The Metamorphosis illusions. Yeah, with the Metamorphosis down now, it may look like they'll just get themselves back and not commit for the siege. Only half of its duration remaining.
Yeah, you
So-
can use this time to just control the map, right? Go back, farm again. You've been doing that with the Aegis anyhow. Might as well wait for next Aegis, perhaps. Side of
Then
Liga
farm
is the
again.
one.
Visit.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's down to Liga to try to do something, I guess. But if nothing happens, they're also happy because they scale. So why would they care? And again, the thing I want to see now is just respect. Go for the Axe. If this game is gonna go late, you might as well have free BKBs for everyone within your AoE. Like, you might as well do it. Like, really. We'll see. It's still early to call that. 35 minutes in, of course. He is trying to go for Vlad's, which I'm not a particular fan of. It's effective with Sven, I suppose, and Brewmaster, but really just... Why is everyone ignoring Hand of God Ags? Like, yeah, you have the channel, but as a Chen, you should be hanging towards the back line anyway, within cast range, which the channel is. 800 AoE should be within range. I don't know. Maybe as a 6th item pickup. There's that Octarine for Erase. I can't believe we have a 32-minute game with 12 to 8.
Are scanning.
Yeah, it's quite a change.
I suppose one is living up to the name. We do make one move every Aegis,
Oh.
I guess.
I mean, that was a move. Corrupted, stunned up by the Cursed Crown. Oh, a smoke play. How exciting. Maybe Liga will attempt to do something here. Oh,
Are
the
scanning.
4th hero smoked.
Oh,
5th hero smoked. Oh, and Corrupted is going to break it. Yeah, there we go. Straight away. BKBs will be popped. Erase and a Corrupted, both okay. Oh, they toss back the Shadow Shaman. Shadow Shaman is pretty much dead there. The Shaman down. And they've caught themselves a Pangolier within the Cyclone with thanks to the ruling. But the roll up and the Rolling Thunder will be committed. Looks like Difference will just attempt to get out of there. Oh, no, the Stormhammer does connect. And now, oh, nice blink away, so the Harpoon does not work there for you. I'm back for the Dark Willow again, and coming back to a fight that is no longer occurring. So that's the second buyback that's happened.
Yeah, that's a fascinating the Liga team. They should still feel good. They grabbed the gem away from Gilger on the courier, so I believe that is BB3 Pix's gem. You have that for yourself. No Roche just yet. We'll see how long the respawn is. Already have the Terrorblade Illusions watching. So, should be the next flashpoint like we called it earlier here. Only the sport's dying. Maybe not the worst thing in the world. Look at this Terrorblade's activity. Click on Eyesight and look at his KDA. 200. Impressive. Very impressive.
No death, no assists. Going for a daedalus.
I honestly would just be... I would have been happier if Eyesight just literally played a 0-0-0 game and just pushed. That's legitimate. Look at this. Yeah, he's doing it.
Oh,
finally.
Big push.
Something.
Big push. Tier 3 tower. Oh, I mean, he took off HP. Oh, it was a bait. Oh, no, a bait. Oh, no. The Primal Beast is thrown back. He does have himself the BKB. He will get himself out with Onslaught, so he is all right. He's okay. Are they going to pursue, though, Liga? They really look hungry. They want something more, but that beast is out of there. He's in the river. So they will not be able to pursue once again. So maybe it could be a fight for the Roshan, because both teams are surrounding this Roche pit. And he is about to be up now. There we go. Roshan is alive. A smoke play from one move, wanting to attempt to wrap around, see if they can find themselves something corrupted. He has himself the Pulverize again. He's going to activate that Shiva's Guard, try and grant him some vision. Hasn't found anything. Lovely blink avoiding the Stormhammer. It's now Gilgit coming forward. He's got himself a tiny, but the Lotus Orb having a nice defense there, stopping Gilgit from activating those shackles. The Primal Split's there. Erase blinks forward, tossing back the Shaman. Shaman in trouble. And I think he will be found there from the burn of the Bruling. Because now a Pulverize coming out there onto a Razor. Sven coming forward here with the God Strength. He's trying to output his damage here onto the Pangolier, but the Metamorphosis from the high ground there. Sven's in trouble. He has to back himself off. Corrupted coming forward, trying to find the Sven. Sven will be able to get himself back. This team fight absolutely messed around everywhere. It's different there. We go. You come forward, blinking there with the God Strength, able to find the kill onto the Pangolier. Corrupted, getting lower and lower, only 250 HP. He'll have to back himself off there, onslaughting himself away as Asunder comes out to play, and Eyesight finding the kill there onto a Morales. But oh, the avalanche and toss from Erase, throwing the Terrorblade at the Primal Beast, getting a double kill there with that landing. And Liga, they are the ones that come out on top of that team fight.
Looked like good positioning out from one move, but Liga was just too on point. Catching the Shadow Shaman first, a little bit aggressive for Gilgir. He's so up front for his team. And the punishment is severe. Aegis now off for you. Refresh out for Erase. She's on hand as well. Jack that fight again. This started because your Shadow Shaman was just too far forward. Got scouted out by the initial Shivas. Your entire team wasn't necessarily in the best spot to maximize everything. Like the refresh Pulverize wasn't really that noteworthy here. From Corrupted, it was isolated way. They were all just kind of streaming in one by one in some sense here for one move. And Liga team just makes use of that chaos. You know, they managed to jump in. They have high mobility across their cores because they've got the blink, they've got the split. And for one move, and they find themselves 7k behind. If they played quickly with the first Aegis, you could have shut down more of the map. You could maybe threaten tier 3. You could have secured yourself the next Aegis quite better. And again, we're just seeing Liga be a better team. They're executing a lot better from being behind. They're finding these opportunities much better. They were lagging behind this game. Again, it's almost the same story as our previous years. They were behind for the first 20 minutes of the game. A couple of mistakes, and you're back in it.
Gilgit's okay though. And avoids the TP cancel. And survives with thanks to BB3 picks.
Radiant are scanning.
Sick little use of that false promise. Instant blink away. Of course, that is false promise down, but it's only a minute cooldown at this point. Not the most painful. Still, Liga sends an opportunity. They're smoked up. No tier 2 down bot. I mean, all the tier 2s are gone. So they should be able to try to siege. They do have the banner. See if they find something first.
Radiant's bottom tower
We
is
want
under
to pick
attack.
off with. No one's showing to try to course correct bot. Should make it rather obvious here.
Primal split will be popped. Try and push this tier 3 tower. Corrupted, hiding in the trees, ready to
Radiant's
pounce.
bottom tower is under attack.
Tier 3 tower, it will fall. And Corrupted coming forward. Oh, he has been cycloned though. And you preparing. Still has himself the God Strength ready. The Pulverize is there. He blinks forward there and almost takes down the Shaman. Shaman just able to survive there. The Pulverize coming out now onto the Svets. Svets taking way too much damage there from the Metamorphosis. He will fall. He does have himself the Aegis, but this means no God Strength. He's trying to get himself back now. He has been hexed up here, bashed up there too. The Fear is not going to connect onto anyone here. He's slowed down heavily. He will be tossed back though by his teammate Erase. And no one will be lost at all. No casualties in that team fight. One move trying to scout to see if they can find any more openings for a possible pickoff, but Liga, they've disengaged.
You managed to back off. We lost the Aegis, but they found a tier 3. So I'm guessing it'll take a few more Aegises to start to feel secure in the high ground here for the Liga team. For one move, I mean, they have some opportunities. I will say that Liga's execution, again, wasn't particularly great. You already pop God Strength and BKB on First Life for you, which, for Sven with Aegis, it is a hard decision to make, right? Like, when do you want to use your full complement? You are a transformation hero. You have to have that on either your First Life or your second, and he felt more confident on the first, and that it does cost him. That means you just have to disengage right after. Didn't really get the max value. I think focusing on the Shadow Shaman is a little bit tough. This difference will find a little bit of a freebie, perhaps.
Now's the
Well,
time.
indeed. Taking out the Dark Willow there. Pretty free kill.
I'll tell you one thing, Epi. It's a bit intriguing to see Gilgear work onto the Ags, and he's actually committing for the 2 parts now on the Agnums, just lacking 1. We'll find the gold.
Oh.
The Shadow Shaman Ag with the Shackles. Being able to shackle up your allies and getting a Ether Shock out, it's surprisingly a lot of damage. It's surprisingly quite a fair bit of damage. So let's say you shackle up your Primal Beast who's running in. It doesn't break for 2,000 range. He runs in, he pulverizes, and you have this Ether Shock flying out to everyone around it. It's a stupid amount of damage, actually. So, that's going to be fun once that's up and running. Would be even funnier if he had his 25 talent, of course, but not quite there yet. But I do appreciate this build. There you go. Something different for us. Look at that. Zapping away. Pushing by himself. He is going to end this game by himself. He's had enough. He's had enough.
I mean, I still remember when, what was that? I think it was the Agnum Shard just used to spawn 4 serpents when you use the
after
shackles.
shackles,
And now this is the split push.
Oh, yeah.
Screw that shard.
No.
The Agnums.
And again, it's funny. It doesn't break for 2,000 range. You can shackle all you want. You can just shackle this Primal Beast when he runs in, and then have the Ether Shock blasting off. It's funny. It's very funny. Probably a refresh might have been a little bit better for Gilgear, I'll be honest. The double massive circuit board is oppressive, but I'll take this. I'll take this one through. It's unique. It's fun. It could melt Respect's creep army, which is devastating. And it could do a decent chunk of change onto Malik if he's not too careful on some of those more exposed rulings. So it's a lot to take note there from the side of one. Move a little bit of a smoke out now. See if they can do something without Aegis. It's the side of Liga. It does feel like Liga is waiting for mistakes, right? Like that seems to be how they like to play. They hang back, they wait for someone to show, someone to use a spell. Capitalize on that afterwards.
Oh, they have vision of the Tiny, though. They've got the Pulverize. He did activate the BKB there in time. That Pulverize is lasting quite an awfully long time. Will heals himself up. Where's the saves here from the rest of his team? The Hand of God comes out, but he's completely on his own. So they will be able to find the Tiny there. Buyback is available. Should continue to join the fight. It's now going for the Chen. Chen in trouble here too, has been hexed up. That is the Chen dead. Chen down for 60 seconds. Meanwhile, they will go for Corrupted here. Oh, the false promise. It comes out. As Corrupted now being healed up here by the Oracle. Will he live through it? He will indeed. It's back to full HP. They will take the tier 3 tower in the mid lane. And the siege further continuing.
Dire structures are fortified.
You shackle your ward if someone tries to take it. 3 damage coming out, why not? Melee rack's gone, range not gonna take long.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
Still got
What
the
a
banner.
plantation.
Dire's bottom tower
Yeah, that's a bit
is under
surprising they still have that. People have this shoved out at the very least. He was doing a good job of cutting through, but mid's just shoved in anyhow. 2 huge troops don't stop him. There's no back door
Yeah, they
here.
just have got strength.
Dire's bottom barracks has fallen. Radiant's top
So we
tower
go bottom
is
set,
under
Rack's
attack.
gone. Now they go for the top. Clean up here, they still don't have themselves God Strength for 25 seconds, so it looks like they can just get themselves this high ground unless they force them back. Malik here really does not want to let this final set of racks fall, so he is on the front line, being as aggressive as he can to push one move away.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Are they resetting and looking for maybe perhaps another Roshan? Because they bat themselves off.
And they could. There's no rush here for one move. Liga has to be the one
Radiant's
that
top tower is under attack.
kind of makes an opportunity happen, if not wait for a mistake. So, they do have to refresh up in Malik. Did manage to wait out the initial Primal Split cooldown. So double split, double BKB. Or just the double split actually will be pretty massive here for our Brewmaster. Just can find an opportunity somehow. Good vision down from one move.
Dire are
Very
scanning.
hard. Very hard to try to sneak out here on Liga team.
And the race is going to show himself once again. Lovely Lotus Orb usage, stopping that Pulverize. Though the Chen is going to fall once again, down for 60 seconds. Meanwhile,
Top rats.
trying to kill the illusions there, but he can't. Meanwhile, a race having to activate that BKB there. It's okay. And that is God Strength down again, so they have themselves Metamorphosis on one move. This could be the opening that they're looking for now, the ending.
And it seems like they are set up. Again, do they still have that banner? Yeah, they still have the Roche banner as well. They've got Massive Serpent Ward ready. Just trying to cut the creep wave now with the Brewmaster illusions, but not really amounting to too much. Just a bit of a stall. 15-second respawn on our Chen at the very least, so respect will be backed up relatively soon.
Oh, and a jump forward with the Pulverize there, but it's cancelled instantaneously by that Avalanche. Metamorphosis now being committed. The final set of racks lays upon them. God Strength still on cooldown for 20 seconds. They have themselves the glyph. The ginormous Serpent Ward has been casted. Along with those illusions, is attempting to take down the range racks. They've got themselves the Avalanche still tossed back, corrupted there, but too much damage being taken there from the Tiny. Tiny's dead, and they've got the Pulverize there onto the Sven's face, will be able to heal up, and Sven is gone down 100 seconds. The buyback there from Tiny. Tiny wanted to try come back to the fight. They're laying all that they can right now into Malik. Malik is somehow still surviving. Is he going to be able to use the Primal Split? Yes, he is. The Primal Split has been able to get off. They do find themselves the Dark Willow. Dark Willow going to buy back. There's only 3 remaining here onto Liga, as the melee racks will be taken out.
Dire's middle
And it
tower
possibly
is under
looks to be game here, a race. To try and find something. They have themselves the Avalanche there. Sonic up Corrupted. Corrupted in some trouble, but he's been saved there once again by BB3 Fix with the false promise as he just blinks away. He will be healed up. Difference though, being stunned by the Cursed Crown. Looks like a kill onto the Pangolier though. Yep, there we go. Pangolier will fall. But with all the racks being taken out, Mega Creeps will now assist one move in sieging the base. They're still in this at the moment, Lee.
They are, but they're going to lose Aegis again. Don't know if you can really fight into this. Another secondary life, another refresh shard on hand. And still no buyback on your Sven. At least when he respawns, he's just 900 short. If you can somehow get a kill, that's going to be enough to actually pump that up. I'm pretty sure, so You will have to find a kill first. And again, it's difficult for Liga. You have to look for the back line, as we've said over and over again. BB Tripex has to die somehow. It's just difficult when this frontline tank you have on one move is just so hard to kill. Corrupted is very, very tanky at this point in the game. The double BKB, the double pulverize is causing a ton of issues. You just have to work your way around it on the side of Liga. One move. I mean, they're 18k up, 22 to 14. Should be feeling fairly confident in this game. And Liga, I'm not sure which way you go. They've got the Lincolns up, at least, to try to help out on a race. You've got the Satanic running on your Sven. Again, still 1,400 away from buyback now. So a lot longer, kind of going all in on just getting that full Satanic going. Could cost them. One move, probably just wait for this respawn in Pango. Go again afterwards, why not? Just one set tier 4s left. Drop the massive Serpent Ward. Get the Shackle off onto, say, your Pango rolling around would be a funny way to do things. Or again, your Primal Beast when he charges in. Get that Ether Shock going. E-Blade as well to help save again here for BB Tree Picks. So, I mean, everything you could ask for. Even the Ags, the secondary Metamorphosis ready for Eyesight. Not something we see too often now. It is going to be quite nice to have with that Terror Wave. So, more play, more uptime for the TB. Should be the last hurrah if Liga don't find an opening somehow.
Double damage.
See, on the pulverize coming forward. Real Metamorphosis will be committed there. Can Malik survive through it here? No, he will not. He does have himself buyback though. The rolling thunder. Themselves the Chen. Chen will fall. Chen down. Buyback available for him. They commit the Serpent Ward here. The God Strength there in the Pangolier instantaneously dead. He will buy back here too. As one move are going to disengage, they will move themselves back out of the fight. It looks like they may just let the God Strength fall here, unless they can try and find themselves more lovely pick off there from a race, throw in the Primal Beast back to the Sven. As meanwhile, oh, they've got themselves the Oracle. Oracle being taken out here too. The buyback is there. As difference getting lower and lower with this rolling thunder. Can they find the kill onto the Pango? Yes, Pango's going to fall, funnily enough, from the Bramble Maze. So that's a dieback there onto the Pangolier. And Yu is going to clear out all of the creep wave here, sieging the tier 4s. Corrupted, still stuck here within this bramble. There's now Yu coming forward, but it has been hexed up there. Will be charging back forward here on Corrupted. Sven still okay here for the time being. He has himself a BKB. Shackles placed there onto Brewmaster, stopping him from laying out any damage. As Corrupted tossed back right into Sven, but Eyesight coming forward here. Can you heal up? No, you will not be able to heal up, but he has the buyback as they've got the Shackles too there onto the Tiny, and Tiny's dead. That's going to be a dieback. There's now Amoralis. He's in trouble there too, going to be taken out from Oracle with the Fortune's End and the Purifying Flames. As there's only 2 remaining. The Ancient is being hit into here by the Mega Creeps. So it's a 4v2 situation, and still an Aegis remains on this Terrorblade. He's now moving forward. He has himself the Terror Wave. Going into the Ancient right now. It doesn't look like they can do anything here. They have themselves the Glyph. They got themselves the Pulverize there onto the Sven. Controlling up the Sven. Sven not able to do it, and the God Strength comes out. But what can he do? He's in ethereal mode. He can't get off his physical damage at all whatsoever. He's trying all that they can, but they're able to burst down the Sven. There we go. GG is called. But before they can call it, the throne explodes, and game 1 will be going to one move here, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, a little bit of a more cautious game, very calculated game from both sides for sure. It did look like one move didn't manage to play, to the strengths they had earlier on. I feel like all of this could have happened maybe 20 minutes earlier if they played more aggressively with the Aegis, but they had good reason to respect Liga. Again, we've seen Liga do this before, where they're in a position behind. They're always behind, it seems like, for the first 20 minutes of the game. They bounce back in, they take an opportunity if you hand it to them, and one move just never want to play to hand that opportunity. So they play ultra safe. They end up making it work as the game just became so difficult for Liga to find. Again, they had to keep hunting the back line. Your positioning here on the Oracle is just so easy to do because you have that blink, and just got a little bit complicated. I think They also didn't manage to maybe start as strong as they'd want. There weren't as many connections as you'd expect here for, say, Malik and Race on the Tiny. And yet again, our Tiny win rate is starting to drop down just a little bit. We'll see if they can course correct. Of course, a really strong game from One Move here for the first game in the series. 1 game up, Liga. They're going to have to adjust. We'll take a break, and we'll be back to see what adjustments are made.
You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of like the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper la-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and know will you survive.
Hello, everybody, to the Esports World Cup with myself, Epidamnos, and John X Fire. Just had ourselves the first game of the second series of Liga Team versus One Move, and it was indeed One Move who secure this game one, as we're just awaiting now for game two. And it was quite slow, wasn't it, John? But in the end, it was quite a miraculous amount of team fights happening everywhere around the ancient of Ligas. And it was One Move that came out on top.
That it was, and I think for Liga Team, they're going to have to take a look back and kind of question themselves why they couldn't take initiative quite often. I think it was just a tricky game. I think Oracle is just such a nasty hero to play into, and they weren't really fully set for that. They also couldn't double down on this Chen pickup, because in comparison to the last time we saw Liga pick Chen, they had a Beastmaster on hand. They had this overwhelming Zoo, they had this early pressure. It didn't really come out that way for the side of the Liga Team this time around. They did manage to take some tier 1s, they took bot quite fast, trading top. Maybe mid took a little bit slower here for Liga, but they couldn't really take the map pressure off. So I think that's what Liga has to look back, because frankly, Liga's early game, outside of yesterday, again in that first game where they ran that really aggressive Zoo strat, their early game has been really slow here on Liga Team, and some teams have just been able to counteract that well. It was slower from One Move, to be fair. Like, their early game was better, but they did play slow. They didn't manage to really maximize Aegis. I think, what was it? Aegis number 2 that we said. They only took a tier 2. Like, they were very cautious, showing a lot of respect for how well Liga plays from bad positions, as we've seen them play from behind before. But it does feel like they could afford to take those risks. I think they're showing a lot of respect for that potential. I don't think they should be too cautious. They should have some confidence in themselves to play it the way they need to. We'll see if that changes here for Game 3, but yeah, Game 2 maybe a bit too slow, considering what you could have done there. So, some corrections needed.
And folks, a draft now for Game 2, so let's check it out and see whether one move will be able to secure a 2-0 and move their way through the lower bracket and Liga
Dire team ban.
equalize this and make it a 1-1, and we go for a Game 3, as we will find out now. The draft, Terrorblade, first ban for Liga. I'm actually glad that this Terrorblade is gone, because I was getting kind of sick of it, to be honest. I don't know about you, John, but I love some flexibility.
That I do. I agree with you, Epi. Maybe ban out the TA here for good measure. Have us play something else on carry. Bristleback, though, should be banned out as well. So TA Bristle, I'm expecting to be taken care of at this point. Maybe a cheeky Batrider or AA. Those heroes have been top tier along with Shadow Shaman. So we'll see what Liga doesn't want to play up against Beastmasters in that pool as well. Shadow Shaman is the ban. So one move won't have that free push any longer. Again, I do want to give Gilgear a little bit of props, a bit of a thumbs up for going for the Shadow Shaman Ags. He wasn't really playing with it the way I'd expect. You know, I thought he'd shackle up Primal Beast, shackle up the Pangolier, and watch him roll in, watch him do so much damage. Didn't quite work that way, but it was cool to see nonetheless. I still appreciate it for him. There's the TA ban, there's the Beastmaster ban, so Bristleback perhaps banned, if not picked, for Liga team. If they so wish, it is still a really safe first pick overall. Maybe you ban Oracle, because, again, we're getting quite a fair bit from BB3 picks right there. It was doing quite a fair bit of work. Oracle is a hero that... Okay, I had this discussion with Mike, and we'd see Oracle. Teams have been going for, like, Ricky, Tiny to counteract. We both pointed out, why doesn't anyone pick Clockwork? So I think, honestly, the Oracle's not really an issue. Just pick Clockwork. The hero's still good. Really don't get why people suddenly forgot that, just because you stopped playing it for, like, 2 weeks. Clockwork's still there. Maybe... I think what it is, and I theorize this with Mike, the reason why people think Clockwork is a bad hero right now is because everyone's going chainmail. So when a patch launched, everyone went for that stupid facet, started eating chainmails, griefed their games. Guess who's right again? Bristleback comes out with DP being banned out, so they did want to take the Bristleback here. But yeah, if Oracle comes out, pick a Clockwork. And you're not going to take chainmail anyway. Who cares? You'll get the cogs facet, you'll find the Oracle, you'll disrupt the backline. It's a Shadow Demon instead from one move, so you have the innate break onto the Bristleback with Demonic Purge. Good choice, good option here for one move, as it does feel like teams have sort of ignored Shadow Demon every now and again as a save. And it has double value here up against the Bristle. So, already covering their base as well. Not going to be comfy for probably Malik in this game to really maximize his durability later on. We'll need something like a Lincoln's perhaps, which you can build in Bristle. It doesn't feel too good. Surprised Liga ban out the Tiny, because you could just give it to one move and draw into a third game. But I guess they don't want to make it too easy for themselves. So ban it out, so at least one move won't take it. I swear to goodness, though, you just leave Tiny, hope the enemy team picks it, and statistically your chances of winning shoot up by like 5%. So there's that.
So what is the final two bans between of Liga and one move?
Radiant team ban.
Seen that all too many times, so that will be gone too. And for one move, still yet to use any reserve.
Dire team pick.
And they'll pick. Right. An ancient apparition supports already laid out to hand for Liga team. We want to do about these two heroes.
I mean, to be fair, right now, you see Shadow Demon, you see Ancient Apparition, you would really like a mobile mid. Storm Spirit's there. You literally could just pick Storm. I mean, sure, they can try to counteract the mid lane matchup. What heroes are great against Storm now? You've got maybe the Monkey King. Once he gets Brown Boots, Wraithband can try to run down Storm. The Batrider, I think, is an untapped option the teams have kind of ignored on mid.
Dire team
So
pick.
maybe there's some fear of that. We'll go for the Tusk now in Liga, tying in nicely with a Bristleback. You have your own save now as well with a Snowball. And there is some really soft backline in the Shadow Demon AA that you can punch down once you have a Blink. So I appreciate this. It works really nice with Bristleback, with, again, that potential to
10
go
seconds
into
remaining.
Snot Rocket, that the heroes are going to be really soft. Your Walrus Punch can
5
actually just
seconds
burst
remaining.
these softer supports. How else do you want to tie this in? Maybe you look for some more hard lockdown, or I don't know, you don't really want to
Radiant
stand up
team
against
pick.
AA. We'll go to Nature's Prophet, so they want early activity. This can tie really nicely into the Bristleback lane, of course, later on. Get the teleportation, and we've seen it time and time and again. And the hero has been nerfed to hell. He loses access to his gigantic tree, but he does have some good healing. And he is
10
fairly tanky
seconds
when he
remaining.
teleports in. So I like seeing that for Liga. I like seeing that change.
5 seconds
one move, though.
remaining.
Now you see that support duo in Liga. You're like, on one move, you should think about Storm. You should think about Ember. You should think about Quap. Because how are you going to lock in these heroes? You can't. Level 20 on Nature's Prophet with Leash, perhaps? But Snowball Punch is not going to cut it. Bristleback has no hold. It is a free Storm, Ember, Void, Quap sort of
Radiant
game.
team pick.
Yeah.
DK, I mean,
And
it's
Dragon Knight.
safe. It's safe, but uninspired. I'm fine with it, but I don't know. It's just like, you could have had a game where you pop off here on mid. It's such a free spirit game.
Dire
If that's a
team
DK
pick.
mid. Okay, this is exciting. Never mind. I take it back. You can take everything on one move. We have Axe. I'm happy. I'm a great Axe enjoyer. If you check my match history, Epi, every time I play, if I'm having to play offlane, it's either Axe or Dawnbreaker. And Axe is just so fun.
10 seconds
You can literally
remaining.
check. It really is. Axe
I'm doing it
or
right
like
now.
it's Axe or
5
Witch Doctor.
seconds
I think is my
remaining.
majority played in the last 6 months.
Oh,
And
they're all
Axe is so fun.
turbos.
Dire team
Yeah,
banned.
I'm a freak. That's how you find the good stuff, you know? That's how you find the good stuff, Epi, as the Storm Spirit comes out for League team. So they get to pick it up. No hard lockdown as well on one move. And if you're locking into DK mid, Storm, I mean, it's a DK, you're not going to kill him, likely, unless you overstep. Storm
10
should still have a
seconds
decent
remaining.
time. You know, you're going to farm, going to static slide in. DK can try to go
5
for deny,
seconds
sure.
remaining.
But your Storm Spirit should at least draw even. So a little bit of back and forth. I'm curious what carries you leave now for the side of Liga to play. Because the Axe does want to get hit fast. Bristleback can if he goes seeing red. So that is something for the Axe here. But I'm wondering if they'll
Radiant
ban out
team
like
ban.
something to scare your safe lanes. What's left? I think the worst matchup for Axe is probably like a Razor. So likelihood is you ban that out. As it feel Razor and Drow do feel pretty awful in lane, especially. So you might have to take care of those ranged cores. Terrorblade's already been banned out. No need to concern yourself with
10
that.
seconds remaining.
Liga do ban out mids. They're expecting the safe lane DK here, which
5
I do
seconds
like.
remaining.
I think the safe lane DK, it's not an exciting hero anyway. Might as well leave
Radiant
it safe,
team ban.
you know, for the sake of the viewers. And get something else. They ban the Ursa, another great counter to Axe. Now do you take care of Drow, Razor? Maybe a Lifestealer could be annoying. Lifestealer could be a little bit
Oh.
too inactive, though.
I would love Razor for Liga actually. Yeah, it's so good against Axe
10
and
seconds remaining.
if it's a Shadow Demon position 5,
5
then
seconds remaining.
an Ancient Apparition position 4, there's really nothing that they can do against the Razor.
And there's no presence. Should just be the Razor ban, if not the Drow ban, as it does feel like more teams gravitate towards Drow if it's available rather than the Razor. So maybe that's the way you go. We'll see. Taking their time here on side of one move, and they still need a mid. What are you going to ban on Liga? There's the Lina, there's the Quap, there's the Void Spirit. I think has been the most common mids. So chances are it's going to be one of those in the bans. Out of all of those, I would say up against a Storm Spirit, you might actually ban out the Quap. I think the Quap is
Dire
the
team
more annoying
ban.
lane. As they ban out the Sven. Interesting against the Axe. I feel like that's less of a concern for the hero, but could be some damage issues. Although you do have AA anyhow, but yeah, just concerned about, I guess, damage, which is fair. Liga, Again, is it going to be a Quap?
10
Is it going to be
seconds
a
remaining.
Lena kind of ban? Because Puck's already out, Ember's banned out.
5 seconds
Most of the
remaining.
matchups that Storm hates are gone.
Dire
Pangolier is
team
gone.
pick.
Medusa's the ban. Interesting, they see space for the Medusa 1,
Radiant
which
team pick.
is fine. They go for the Doom. So
Okay.
carry Bristle or carry Doom. Either one kind of works into the Axe because his call, his early spin doesn't really get triggered by both of these heroes too much. I would maybe prefer carry Bristle. Then need to run carry Doom here, and there you go.
Now
Void
select
Spirit.
your heroes.
One matchup left up against the Storm. Go for the Void Spirit over the Quap. So it is an Eyesight, a Dragonite, and again, Corrupted Axe here. It is a U Doom, so they will keep Malik on the Bristleback off lane with Snot Rocket, which is interesting, as it does feel like you want a scaling hero whenever you run the Bristleback off. It doesn't feel like you have the greatest synergy for Snot Rocket, but this makes more sense in trying to get rotations in from Respect. So I can see it kind of working out. It's going to be an interesting game. The Doom is a bit of a game changer. It can just ruin, give you a bad time here for Eyesight or for Difference, for sure. But the lane is where things are interesting. Because Doom into Axe should be really fine for Doom. Like, that is not a bad lane whatsoever. You can even eat yourself, say, a mana burn creep, then Axe starts crying, he can't spam Battle Hunger, he has to walk up, he has to try to spin up against a tanky Doom with Scorched Earth. So you manage to work yourself some strong lanes. It's harder to play one moves draft, I would say. I think Liga team, if they play their lanes right, if they actually do get more active in the first 10 minutes of the game, this game is easier to execute right now. For one move, it kind of feels a little bit more stalled. Like, Axe needs Blink Blade Mail to really feel effective. Dragon Knight needs, like, what is it? Mage Slayer, Sanjin Yasha, or Armlet and Blink BKB. Like, any of those first 3 items plus 2 more items, it's just a lot of time to wait. The Void Spirit might not have the best heroes to combine with. I mean, AA is good if he gets a fast 6. If it's a slower game, then you're just stuck farming. And that kind of game will favor the side of Liga team just a little bit more here.
So let's see how this goes, folks, with Game 2 of Liga team versus One Move. One Move already won up, but we have a feeling that Liga have the slightly stronger draft, as you were saying, John, with the fact that Axe, he needs some time in order to have some impact, you know, get his Blink Dagger, get a Blade Mail, you know, stuff like that. But there's certainly a concern with the force. So you said too that, you know, what does Axe have to call other than the Storm Spit? You know, Bristleback and Doom, they're not really heroes that can damage themselves with Blade Mail upon being called, and they don't have the massive amounts of attack speed either.
No, not quite. I think it's still a fine game for Axe, but it's not amazing for sure. Just kind of, it's really interesting to see it come out for one move. I'm curious what the mindset was for this pick, because it doesn't also just win every lane matchup. Like, again, with this Doom matchup, it's not particularly amazing. So I'm wondering what it was. Maybe it's just comfort. I want to bring it out, try to have some fun, which is fair, but this can't afford to have fun, but surely you'd prefer a 2-0. So I want to see if there is, if they can show us why Axe is good, but
The battle begins.
we'll have to wait and see. A little bit of a clump up for the runes. Not too much excitement. Good old 2 for 2. So the smoke's not really panning out. There are some good wards. One move wards, a little bit more defensive. Just watching a deep rotation in their own jungle, and just one watching directly on mid should be fine to help secure early on and try to give yourself a good lane here for difference in that mid lane matchup against Erase. Storm versus Void Spirit lane is pretty static. Void Spirit can play. Storm Spirit can as well. Melee matchup for Storm, which means Overload is a constant threat for difference, but he has a barrier at least. So it's almost like a Pango matchup where, yeah, you're just both going to farm. Rune control is important for both sides, so there could be room to actually try to deny off at least a water lane later on. 2-minute mark, some supports tend to do that, but not all. More likely on the 4-minute that you try to grab both of it, deny it away from either side. I think that's the big one. And kind of run from there. Otherwise, it's a 50-50 lane. You're both going to find farm. Not too much excitement there. Down bot, though, early TP.
Yeah. Tag team and Vicious Nasal Goo level 1. Some concern, so was not escaping that one.
And again, you have to respect that here for the side of one move. This lane from Malik and Amorales can be deadly, even with the tankiness on your DK. He's not that tanky in the first few levels, so there is a lot of room to just bully him out, and he will have that potential. Not too much BB tree picks can also do to stop it. This is the most, not really the most synergistic lane for A. It can be if you manage to get that cold feet up with Dragon Tail. So Chain Stun is there, but in the sense of trying to tie it in with Ice Vortex and magic damage, not so much. So we'll see if they can maybe punish an overextension. So far, stable on that bot. Last lane up top is, of course, that Axe lane here for Corrupted. And it's not particularly amazing to react. He is finding farm, but so is you. It's an even lane in build-up, and I think the ideal scenario here is a raw 50-50. As there's not much you can really do to stop the Doom. And he can trade back with Infernal Blade, Axe Prize, it's high % base damage. Scorched Earth also just counteracts your spin, and there's no fast right clicks that you can really hope to call for. So you should just have himself probably his freest lane here in the game. And that should also give some leeway out later on with level 4 for a spec to try to gun for some teleportation plays. That is one thing. You've got a tanky safe lane you could ignore, no real kill threat to come out. You can play that aggressive NP in this game if opportunities present itself.
B3 Pix is being heavily harassed here. Substantially. Thankfully, they has himself a magic stick with spamming the beast of course, with that. It's not rocket. Extra, I would say extra stats in terms of base armor loss and slow as well really helps out. And Amaral is having to hide in the trees to heal up here with a healing self. So back to full HP, there we go. And yeah, as you said, look at Doom, he's doing pretty alright here on his own. Even doing a little bit of harass there onto Gilga. I mean, retaining nature's profit out of capping body team, and they will Bristleback getting lower health rotation committed by the Dragon Knight in a way. DP's back to the tier 1 tower. Bristol getting quite there. He has a Tango.
Should be fine overall.
Have like a health.
Yeah, gonna be able to recover. And again, because you have Nature's Prophet, you have a Doom safe lane. It is a lane you can leave. Like, you know nothing's gonna happen top. You can make that action happen. You don't manage to contest before water runes, both sides will trade. You have that. Nice call though.
Yeah, onto Nature's. The illusion's blocking his path, so he can't get through the trees. That was very nicely done. And an easy kill found onto the Nature's Prophet.
You'll be happy on Corrupted. A little bit of armor to play with, skills later on. Does actually pick up the value point in the call just to get that kill. So you will lack a little bit more in the counter helix, but you'll eventually max that out. Of course, typically going 1-1-3 here, which you should. An even game so far in terms of lanes and what you're finding. Also an even affair. Maybe a little bit slower for you on the Doom compared to Eyesight, but this is a DK with Breed Fire. So it's just that bit easier to clear out creeps. Mid lane's just even. Off laners are equally having a bad time, although Corrupted having a little bit less of a bad time in comparison to Malik, who again is just being bullied out here.
Yeah, this might be a kill here too. It is indeed. You will overstay his welcome, and they'll get the kill.
I don't think that tip is called for BB3 picks. You're playing a Dragon Tail stun with cold feet, you know. It's not tip worthy. It's baby's first combo. Calm down a bit. See later on if you can handle it, but you know, yeah, it's nice to get into their heads. Not they are just a tad bit more. A bit of a deep chase up top, but this could be good for Corrupted actually.
Dire's top tower
Yeah,
is under attack.
and himself another kill. If he can do a even the Boglet's helping out.
Why does he tip you? What did you do wrong? He just left, just went back to farming, as he probably should anyhow. It's all good. Again, I love the mind games from one move. They're trying to get under the skin. Is Malik again?
Radiant's middle
What?
tower is under attack.
I guess it was the combo, the baby combo.
Yeah, baby's first combo. You know, and he's stunned with Ice Vortex. Like, whoa, this is amazing. should play this over and over again, and it is strong. Gotta hand it, and you can't leave this Bristleback alone. Again, we talk about the potential of spamming out the quilts with the goo. You don't have a point in Bristleback. There's no durability to speak of here. They are looking up top.
Yeah, they're rotating as 4. Circus Call, there it is. Dragon Tail incoming. There it is. Cold Feet there too. Boom in some trouble. No escape. Will be found. Lovely rotation here. From one move.
Radiant are scanning.
I actually really appreciate that. They're ignoring the mid matchup completely because they know this draw is even. So they're letting both mids just kind of find farm on their own. They're getting all of this pressure across into the sensitive side lanes. We've seen what happens to carry do when their timing for Midas into Radiant is stalled out. It can feel pretty awkward. Same thing goes for the Bristleback. Vanguard timing is pretty damn late here for Malik. Will eventually get it. I don't know if they've managed to stack. Looks like they haven't. So there's no real recovery farm here either, which is going to be a hurting point for the side of Liga. So that means there's no one to connect with the Storm, right? It just means even with some levels, even with some initial farm here for Erase, what core can he hope to rotate on? Perhaps into you when he has Doom up. So you have like a cooldown of 2 minutes whenever you want to make a play. And that's basically it until more farm is found. And, you know, a kill every 2 minutes is something one move will take. They will farm fast in those 2 minutes. Axe is no slouch in the jungle. DK is no slouch either. The Void Spirit will get into the point where you stall the game long enough, you have to deal with the Ags up. That sounds going to be devastating here.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
That could have been the baby combo.
Radiant's top
A
tower
amplified
is under
damage
attack.
difference. Both the supports rotating here.
And actually,
As respect. Oh, his TP's been cancelled. Both the supports may be dead here. As Astral steps there onto the Tusk. Tusk is fine somewhat. Meanwhile, though,
Radiant's middle
pulling
tower
blade
is
down
under
on
attack.
the killing spree on the Axe. So Axe is having it magnificent.
and he is. And I expected this top lane to be a little bit
Dire's
worse for
top
wear,
tower is under attack.
but the side of one move is making it work. And it is just really passive for Liga anyhow. So you can actually afford to go aggressive. Starting that siege now on top, siege down bot here as well. For the side of Liga, looking like they'll trade 1-for-1. A lot quicker though for the side of one move. That amp damage rune up, of course. And man, this feels like the same old story with Liga team, doesn't it? Epi, early games just fall short, 6-1. Sure, the net lead isn't massive for one move, but it always just feels like you're playing on the back foot by the time 10 minutes comes in for Liga.
Yeah, it feels rough. I'm not sure what they can do because the Storm Spirit Erase, he still hasn't got a decision yet. It's like 9 minutes in. Maybe perhaps he can do something now. I mean, they've just lost themselves the Doom, so it's getting a little bit worse for wear here. They're still going to be aggressive even though they have lost the Doom. In comes Erase to get Gilgit. They still get a kill there on the support, but they've lost themselves the carry.
And they saved the bot tier 1. If this tower is still standing, they're going to cut creep waves. That should get some action onto the objective. Look at what one move does though. Dragon form committed, they're looking for aggression.
Radiant's bottom
Detonates Prophet again, Calling Blade down. Corrupted on a dominating.
Feels satisfying. 8 stacks of Coat of Blood already on the level 1 Calling Blade, not too much armor, but it's starting to ramp up. We've got the Blade Mail coming in, Blink to come out next. Really, the Blink is the most key part here. Blade Mail not as much as you mentioned. Not really much right click to trade back here. And for the side of Liga, I mean, losing your top in mid does mean your top jungle is exposed. With the mid tier, once it's standing on mid, that close jungle that you'd want to try to steal is a little bit scarier. The bottom jungle is a little bit freer though, the forward bot jungle, so you can try to hope for that. But no more time necessary. Kaya for a race, just lacking 170 gold for the full recipe, so that's one timing down. But again, who do you connect with? Yu is still working onto the Midas. Malik does have that full Vanguard up, going for the Halberd. Would be useful to have that, but not quite yet. And again, the launching point isn't clear. The sports don't have 6 yet either. A little bit early for them considering the slow game. Not really able to do much with smoke. Maybe just looking for aggressive moves here. No one really.
Maybe they can get a Doom off. Or dissimulate their use and an Astral Step twice. Up onto the high ground. No mana remaining on the Storm. Meanwhile, they have got Cold Feet here onto the Tusk. He is going to be affected by that. This will be another Culling Blade. There we go. Corrupted on a mega kill. It's looking rough for the side of Liga.
I like this from the side of One Move Man. I love me an Axe game. Look at that. 11 Code of Blood on just the level 1 culling. Blink only 700 gold away. And it's just going to do so much work. Like, again, it feels like the Blade Mail is less important than just the call control. Because again, it ties into Cold Feet nicely. In fact, you have a lot of babies first combos here. Cold Feet plus Disruption, Cold Feet on Snowball, Cold Feet Dragon Tail, as we pointed out, Cold Feet Remnant from the Void Spirit. Lots of good ways of just following in for that single target. I actually feel like this would have been a very decent game for the AoE Cold Feet talent because you have an Axe. Like, you get a call, you drop Cold Feet on top of multiple heroes, they are just dead. They are dead.
And the mid laners just farming the same camp as you do. Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Both of them. The brothers both have Dormant Curios as well. Look at that. That's what I'd like to see. Now my question is, how long do they hold on to their Dormant Curios? Because I've seen a lot of people actually use it by tier 2. I feel like, no, hold it on to at least tier 3. Likely, if possible, tier 4. But it does take a long time for that investment to pay off. But tier 4s with some of that, with that increase on a lot of them is massive. Even tier 3s. Tier 3s not so much. They will jump.
Oh, and they've got the Doom there placed onto Difference. DB3 picks has found. Oh, but the Blade reveal with the Blade Mail. There's one Culling Blade.
Oh.
Doesn't get the second one though on a race. He will just zip himself away. As meanwhile, Respect has been caught within his own scraps. Call is there and doesn't get the Culling Blade. Difference snatches the kill. Oh, now found Doom.
Oh.
Lunk on Doom underneath the tier 2. And there's the call. Blade Mail. Oh, we missed the Culling Blade. But there's going to be some vengeance here as a race coming forward. The disruption save is there. They're going to focus their attention right now onto Gilga. Not a lot of mana remaining. The call is there, and they found the Axe. Double kill for a race. So turning it around, they stay too long here on the side of One Move, and they will pay the price for doing so.
That's a lot of gold to fly out now for a race. Look at that. A good amount of gold coming out there. And we do have some all chat out from Corrupted. He does bleed out that gold. It's a very important kill to find, of course, for the side of Liga. And that kind of evens it out a little bit. My concern is this DK is getting a lot of free farm. Like, you have to remember, carry is free farming. Your own Doom is under a ton of pressure.
The AA blast. Looks down the bristle. Yep, there we go. And maybe perhaps they can find a Tusk here too. He's in the river. Snowball comes forward. Boris punches there. Nature's Prophet rotating in. They will find the Ancient Apparition, but in return, the Cold Feet affecting up the Tusk. And Difference is not actually going to go for the kill here. He's just going to back himself off in case he prolongs his stay. Understandable.
I respect that. I feel like he could have just gone Resonant Pulse, get a right click, and see what happens. But it does kind of remember the punishment coming out, so doesn't want to bleed more gold back. As again, that did equalize quite a fair bit, finding that kill on Corrupted. Corrupted just working its way into the BKB now. Just wants that protection on our Axe. And again, is still feeling fantastic in this game. 6 armor from that Code of Blood with 15 stacks. Getting everything you'd wish for. The Midas at least doing work here on you, so he's getting progression into the Radiance. But again, the progression into the Ags of Difference is almost done. 120 gold off. Once you get that up and running, the silence is just going to ruin you on Liga. No defensive items yet. Try with a smoke out though.
Oh
with
no.
Malik.
He's been jumped upon again. The AA blast is there. This is not his game. But they're still going to jump in anyway because that initiation has happened. As they've placed the Doom there upon Difference there also. Axe is going to be able to get away, but I can't say the same for the Void Spirit. He will be found and taken out. So does it need a 1-for-1? A big call onto 2. Look at that. Culling Blade 1. And got a second kill there onto the Nature's Prophet too. But now Storm Spirit is zipping back in. He's found himself an arcade room trying to find the kill there onto the axe. He will get it, and the core will not help him. There's a 3 for 2 there. I mean, Erase doing very well here on the Storm Spirit. So that Galvanize coming in, he's got 12 Galvanize there. So 3.6 mana regeneration, but Bristle, I have to say, Malik, this poor soul, he is on 0-4.
Oh yeah, he's not done too much at all. He is a Bristle with Snot Rocket, so to be fair, him dying isn't the worst thing in the world. Behind his Curtis here up front, as long as he does manage to start to get some of his nasal Q stacks out. You're happy he doesn't really get too much out in that one, but he does draw out the rest of the heroes like they bait out the disruption, they leave this Void Spirit exposed, they get the bigger kills, which is important. Those 2 kills gave us about as much gold as the 3 kills for one move did in that last fight. So you do go on top ahead on the side of Liga. The issue is, this goes back to having the Doom carry. You're tied into Doom's cooldown. It's a minute off. There's a window here for one move to make a play, and they'll just go hunting again. No real high commitment here outside of Dragon form.
Oh no, they're gonna go onto him again! Oh, it's the same story.
It's a rough Bristleback game. It was rough in lane into the DK with Baby's first combination from BB3 picks and from Eyesight. And now he just doesn't have an area to farm. He's handing that priority over to the heroes that are more important, to be fair. Erase and you. The Radiance almost up. It is up. They do sell off the Midas and buy the Midas back again. And that's some progression here for the Doom. Siege does begin onto the tier 2 though. Again, BKBs are coming in. You have that fresh Ags on difference if you can't show it off. Just need to find an angle in. And there's no BKBs here on Liga this early on. So that silence from the Pulse is going to do a ton of work here.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So what kind of vision do they have right now? Just this high ground ward. Meanwhile, Liga, they just see Eyesight emerge from the tree line. That's around about it. Position themselves around this tier 2 tower. To try and see if they can find themselves something behind here, but to no avail. They will not, however, moving in the direction the Doom is. Oh, they've just seen a creep. And a lovely use of the Tumbler's Toy to avoid that Berserker's Pool. Very nicely done. This tier 2 tower is slowly falling. Storm Spirit, better be careful, don't get called. He'll utilize most of his mana there to just zip around. So he doesn't have a lot remaining, and he's right underneath this Observer Ward. The AA Blast is going to come in, the silence is there, and the Dragon Tail there too. Beautiful stuff onto this Storm. The Storm is dead. As maybe perhaps they'll be able to get on the Nature's Prophet here too, who's affected by the Cold Sea. But the Dissimulate there, and the Culling Blade coming down upon his head, and the Ancient Apparition survives on 180 HP, and they get themselves 2 here with thanks to that beautiful ward they had on the cliff.
Surprised they didn't go for a D ward first. They know they've been playing in that area for a while here from one move. Liga maybe missing the mark, just not getting that counter control back. It's a tough go again for Liga. Tier 2 just falls for free. Still no presence out from Malik. The Shard is doing a little bit more work. And again, there's some impact here. If you can land, if you can keep nailing that goo out, it can be effective, but...
It's a good TP though. Oh, Dragon Tail cancels the TP. Oh, this is a dead Doom. Yeah, Berserker's cool there. Culling Blade down. Goodbye, you.
Just like that. Look at the armor on Corrupted. Plus 20 for free. 28 armor. 64% physical reduction. Just maybe need some magic aura if you'd want. You know, a pipe or Eternal Shroud wouldn't be too bad. Even a Mage Slayer, if you kind of wanted to, wouldn't be so bad on the axe, but probably not even a priority as long as you have mana for the BKB.
Found the Shadow Demon. Just able to get off the Wither Cape as well. Still alive. There we go. It's found, but at what cost? Because Erase they fall here. He doesn't have himself any mana. As Eyesight coming forward, they find the kill there. And Tusk just about surviving here. Meanwhile, Corrupted, look at him, hopping right on top of this Nature's Prophet here, finds the kill. He is a little bit low, though. Will be able to get himself out of there. And that is a lot of vicious need to do on these players here. 6 stacks on the Dragon Knight. Aether Remnant just able to connect there. Dragon Tail claiming the life of the Bristleback. And that is a 3 for 2. They lose 2 cores, 1 support, in order for 2 supports on the side of 1 move. So always coming out on top here at the moment on 1 move.
And again, they don't have to commit too much for that. All you really need is maybe the Dragon Form from Eyesight and the Blast. The Blast at least not too long of a cooldown. So you all have to have this really high uptime for aggression on the side of 1 move. And they're just building that lead up. 8k up now on the side of 1 move. Manta Style coming in here for difference now. Starting to scale up on that Void Spirit. They'll get to clean up that Tormentor they left behind. Nice and easy, no contest out from Liga. And for Liga to lose their Storm this much over is painful. You've lost a few stacks of that Galvanized. Now you have to contend with Demonic Cleanse on Gilgear. More saves to come in outside of just the disruption. They are smoked up.
Got a break on Axe, but he's got an Invis rune. This appearance has revealed him. He doesn't have himself a BKB though here. He's tanking quite a lot up. He has to be careful on the Storm. Yep, have to zip away. Finding the kill there onto Tusk with the TP rotations. And it's a mega kill for Corrupted. 12 armor harvested.
That's kind of nuts. This is on level 2 culling as well. It scales up once you hit 18. So he just has a... He's going to have a lot of armor by the end. At least 15. Staying at the same set of stacks. Again, it's just so difficult because you are playing with a Bristle here.
Cancelled that too.
He missed.
Oh, didn't get the Culling Blade on that one.
He died to the Frost Blast, but not the Pump. So unfortunate, it happens. It happens to the best
being
here.
jumped on here too. It's okay. Just zip away. Yeah,
How do you play this in Liga? How do you play this? BKB coming out for you does help, but funnily enough, the Axe is one of the best ways to deal with BKB with Call. So it might not matter too much, especially if they get to kill you in that burst window anyhow. I think the big issue I have right now for Liga is that your Bristleback really isn't doing anything. Like, even if you were farmed up here in Malik, what are you going to try to do with Snot Rocket? Who's going to do physical damage? This Doom? You don't have AC up. You are playing with the Alpha Wolf, so there's a little bit of crit there. Sure. But you need more attack speed for that to really be effective. Here it doesn't have that much yet. And that's normally true on Assault Curus, which is more farm away. Now, your Storm is going for the BKB as well, so just protection so far for Liga. Maybe if you can hit BKB into Ags here for Erase, the game simplifies. That AoE control can start to help the cause.
Might be dead. Okay, he's dead. My gosh.
17 armor. Look at that. Tasty. Tasty times here for Corrupted. Axe is so fun. Axe is just such a fun hero. It's so dumb. I love the way he's built up as well. Look at this. He doesn't go for Berserker's Call armor. He goes for Battle Hunger Slow, because why not? What physical damage are you taking anyway?
Yeah.
You know, he could just go for the Culling Blade damage. I think that is preferred over the Counter Helix.
Oh, they could get the Tusk here too. Berserker's Call. And Culling Blade. Morales. Go.
18.5. They were making a move on to the Doom as well. They didn't miss a little bit, so you just BKB TPs, but that's a BKB charge down. 8 seconds now on that fresh BKB. Not the best way to try and see that get used. Defending the tier 2 here.
Yeah, a play. Disruption save is there, but the Doom is ready to be applied. As the real Dragon Knight is attempting to flee, they will at least get themselves the Shadow Demon. Oh, Void Spirit coming into play, but he can't find himself a target. Oh, never mind, he may have found himself a target. That's a big one. Silence up there on the Storm Spirit. Snowball save just coming in. Will be able to zip out of there and survive. Meanwhile, the Doom still applied here onto the Dragon Knight, but a Berserker onto 3
Oh!
Holy crap! Oh, that was chef's kiss. Double kill for the Axe. And Tusk. Oh, he does blink away. Okay, but they still feel where he moves. They've got him here.
Dire's bottom
No
tower
mana
is
for the
under
calling
attack.
blade.
No.
But he gets himself a
Dire's
triple kill.
bottom
That was
tower
a
has fallen.
impressive call.
Was. And again, it just doesn't matter whether or not they're attacking you. You're setting up for the rest of your team so well
Dire's
here on
bottom
Corrupted.
tower is under attack.
31-11 Liga team. Again, this is an elimination match. There were high hopes for this team. But they had high expectations of themselves as well in all the qualifiers they've played. So far, we're not seeing that. And again, just that beautiful ball. What more could you ask for?
It was like a triangle. It was so good. And meanwhile, speaking of Axe, he gets himself another one. 23.5 armor now, John.
Yeah. It's kind of, you're at the point where it's diminishing returns, right? Like, I think the cutoff point for effective armor is 40. He has 43 total, so every point of armor really doesn't count for much because it does really diminish past 40. So now the only thing it does is give more damage out to his battle hunger. Take Roshan nice and free here on the side of one move, secondary life to have for eyesight likely, or if not difference, make a little bit more sense on that Void Spirit. It does look like he's setting up there. Maybe it's an attempt for a steal. Not gonna blink him. Not gonna risk it. Just have to hand it for free. And now for
Roshan has fallen to the radiant.
17 strength from one-man army. Percentage of his current armor.
yeah, it's a stupid amount of HP. It's not as high as you'd expect it would be, but 17 strength is 17 strength. It's a lot. It's what is that, like Reaver level at this point?
It's
With all the
almost
attempts?
Reaver level.
Yeah, it's like 8 off. It's still quite a fair bit, so you don't mind. Full Octarine, which means spamming out this Battle Hunger with your Shard. It's painful with all that armor. And you get the talent on top of that later on.
Oh, and they've caught themselves a Storm. The Berserker's Call is ready. There it is, and the Storm is dead. Down for 60. They could possibly just clean up here now, right now, on one move. This is a pretty smooth game for them.
And it is. Liga, it just doesn't feel like they have fight. If you get the Doom off, like, so what? The rest of the heroes are, all the cores are a problem. You're not finding them one by one any longer.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's
form out.
top tower is under attack.
Nothing to stop it.
Respected.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Yeah, I mean, you can't. You just don't have a way of dragging them back. You don't have something like an Ags here for Amoralis. It's been a slow game, of course, for Liga. So for the sports, it's even slower. They tried to split push, get yours just shoving in Bont just a tad bit, but can't even really pressure a tier 2 truly, as the game isn't really the fastest. All the waves get cleared out by the Axe, of course, so you're just able to cut through. Make sure everything's shoving in. Top's gone, mid to follow.
Berserker's Call there, Dragon Tail on the Tusk as well. As they're actually able to pull the Bristleback away, Bristleback will fall as now. Difference jumping in, they're able to find the kill there too onto Tusk, though the Dragon Knight is actually pretty low. Returns a Dragon Tail and the Cold Feet. Doom has to activate the BKB and get himself out of the Berserker's Call there with the call from Corrupted. That is what you needed, perfect execution. There's the Doom down for 1 minute and a buyback here from Bristleback 2. Still has the Aegis on the DK. I'm sure they could still push here if they wanted to, but they're just waiting for the creep wave.
Yeah, no reason to fully back off. Even Dragon Form's only 20 seconds away. 23k lead for one move. Liga. I mean, your best hope now is if somehow this game stalls out, you can hit Tusk Ags and Storm Ags. But in the next 5 to 10 minutes, you're not going to find that. So your best hope is that one move maybe streams in one by one.
And Zipty's up. Got the disruption there on the DK. Still okay. Dragon Form activated. Now they're just going to siege. It's tier 3.
Dire's structures are fortified.
I mean, what really can they do in this scenario, John? Liga, I don't think they have any chance here right now. It's really, really difficult for them.
And your best hope is getting Ags on those 2 heroes, getting a Doom on an isolated target away from the supports. Maybe even just killing the supports. Kill this AA, kill the Shadow Demon. Shadow Demon preferably, as he has too much saves. Instead, he'll just take the objective back off. With a chase onto Respect, who does manage to block away and run off at the very least. Not feeding Corrupted even more. Corrupted's just actually going for a refresh. So, double call, free 2 Battle Hungers on a group is kind of insane. Double BKB as well, of course. Liga with a smoke. This could be their last Hail Mary play. No one's up top, though, where they're running to. Obviously, because, well, it's the bot racks they'd want at this point. So, I'm not sure what the exact objective is. Maybe just form some camps. Get some vision down, perhaps. They do have some wards. But they're going to have to, again, make something happen, because the game's just not going to play itself here.
I'm just watching you here, who's really suffering. He's using a Smoke of Deceit in order to just Radiance burn the creep wave.
Dire's middle barracks are under
Far more time.
Oh,
So he doesn't reveal himself.
do what you gotta do, you know? Do what you gotta do. Anything to try. Doesn't really cut all the creeps either. That zip across. And,
And they've called themselves the Nature's Prophet, and the Ice Blast actually connecting there onto the Doom. They do place the ultimate, though, onto DK. He has been doomed himself, though he has himself Aegis.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And Doom down, BKB down on the Doom. Looking rough.
Aegis will just reset that Doom as well, so it doesn't even matter for Eyesight. There's nothing to be scared of now. Just go high ground. Like, no Doom, no play. That has to be it.
Dire's middle
Liga,
barracks has fallen.
you're banking on some sort of mistake. You're banking on one move to get cocky, but you've been so
Dire's
disciplined.
bottom tower is under attack.
There's just no way they overextend far enough that you find all of these kills one by one. Still hanging on, but
Dire's bottom
I don't know
tower
what you're expecting.
Dire's bottom barracks are under attack.
And Circus Cool does not connect there onto the Storm. He does have himself a BKB. Trying to find the Shadow Demon there in the back lines. Will actually get the kill. Doom has to back off. Nature's Prophet is in trouble. Will be locked up there with the Cold Feet and the Coil Blade coming down. Dragon Tail there. AA Blast coming through as well. And that takes down the Storm Spirit. Down to 70 seconds. Buyback available. Berserker's Call coming out onto 2 once again. There's another Culling Blade. Storm Spirit zipping in, but he doesn't have himself any BKB, and they've just been able to silence it up here. He's not able to actually do anything. Another call comes out. That is Storm Spirit. That's a dieback there. The Bristleback also gone here too. No buyback available. It really looks to be game now, John, as they just hunt for the Doom, who's attempting to flee. The Dragon Tail's there. Triple kill for the Dragon 9, and GG is called. Game 2 will go to one move here, and they will claim this series and eliminate Liga team from these qualifiers.
And they do it in spectacular form. You and I had our doubts about the Axe. I liked the pick until I saw what it had to play against. It didn't feel like it was going to be the best Axe game ever, but Corrupted shows us differently. He plays his lane well, he gets his spike out. He is a level 30 Axe after all, so he knows what he's doing, and he just crushes down Liga team. Liga team, for their part, forcing to flex with a Doom Pause 1 just to counteract all of this gameplay they have here. Didn't really have the synergy. I think their draft fell a little bit flat, right? Like, what are you expecting to do with Bristleback and Doom? There's no synergy for the minus armor. It doesn't feel like the Bristleback really does much in that case, and Malik had no game, 1-10 in the end for the Bristle. Again, not his fault. It felt like the draft just didn't work in their favor here for Liga. One move, just a lot stronger in what they wanted to do here. Sure, it was a lot of Baby's first combo, as it's AA plus a follow-up stun, but it works. You know, that stuff you have to watch out for. That stuff you have to think about. More control, easier games coming out there for one move. And as you mentioned, for Liga, unfortunately, their journey to the Esports World Cup ends here. One move to move on into the next lower bracket match, which should be interesting to watch. That is our lower bracket semi-final. And it's going to be interesting to see who they play off against. We do have our brackets up as well, just so we can remind ourselves of that journey here. One move already moving up. The 4 Pirates and Runa team match still ongoing, and that is the next opponent for one move that they will face up against in a little bit of time here, Epi. It's going to be a little bit of time until that next series, but it should be fun to watch and see if One Move can, maybe get away with an axe again. I love it.
I mean, he went 26-3 in the final with that axe, which is absolutely insane. But I did definitely like the pickup of the Mage Slayer too on Dragon Knight, because really, whilst Doom is farming up, you place Mage Slayer on Bristleback and Storm Spirit, and they really can't do anything when you have that placed upon them, because obviously, of course, it reduces the spell damage, and Bristleback actually outputs his damage with Bristles, and of course Storm with his spells too. So it was quite a kerfuffle for Liga team, and One Move, they, as you said, dominated this and move on. But we've got around about a 1 hour and 45-minute break as we will find out whether 4 Pirates or Runa team will move on to actually go up against One Move. We will be watching again soon in about 1 hour and 45 minutes. So do what you need to do, folks, whether that's you need to take a little nap or whatever you want to do with 1 hour and 45 minutes. But we'll be back with the final series of One Move versus either Runa team or 4 Pirates in 1 hour and 45 minutes. See you in a bit.
3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Don't let it shake me, no. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Let it break me till it's over. Let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Looking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of like the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and nor will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of like the antithesis of you. Fire in the heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how
2, 1, go. 3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Let it break me till it's over. Let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La di da di da da da.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup with John Xfire and myself, Epic Damnos. We're coming in for the final series of the day, that being One Move versus Runa Team. John, are you excited, my dude?
That I am. This is a little bit of a throwback for us here, Epi. This was the first match we casted yesterday, and we do get to meet up again. Runa Team managing to 2-1 the 4 Pirates, and One Move taking a very simplistic 2-0 over Liga Team earlier on. So this is going to be interesting to see. It's going to be cool to see if Runa Team does adapt, as, again, that series, that first day did feel like the One Move just had everything. They understood what they had to do. They understood what they had to achieve with their draft, and for Runa Team, it didn't feel as straightforward. So I'm keen on seeing what adjustments are made, given that they've had a day to think about it. They've had a series to play beforehand. They did have to kind of scrounge their way back, of course, playing Runa Team, taking a longer route from lower bracket round 1, so having to play round 2 as well, playing a total of 5 games here already for today. And this is the point where, for a lot of teams in these qualifiers, playing 5 games in a row can be a little bit daunting. It might exhaust you. I think we were talking about this advantage from coming from the lower bracket into the grand finals. That tends to be okay, but more series is a little bit tougher, as we can look at our bracket again. That journey in the lower bracket that Runa Team had 2-0 E-Spoiled, 2-1 on 4 Pirates, for One Move just having to wait for Liga Team and then taking them 2-0. So when it comes down to it, it's almost like, if you think about it, it's like tire wear in Formula 1, right? You don't pit stop in, you're running your softs on lap 60, you have 10 more laps to go. Can those tires hold? For Runa Team, they're all worn out, they're getting good grip, but they're also starting to loosen up, whereas for One Move, you're in fresher softs. You know, they've had maybe 5 laps in, they're a little bit more built up. I don't know if that analogy works, but you know, it's not as worn out. One Move is a little bit fresher coming in. They've only had one series. They've had time to think. They've had a little bit more time to reset as well, although both teams did just play their best of 3. But again, you're one less series in for One Move. And for Runa Team, I think a marathon run and a qualifier like this, it really comes down to how fortified you are as a team. So that's going to be cool to see here, as we do have our draft already. And very interesting, Epi, Runa Team respect ban, that axe that we were seeing. That was just an insane performance out from Corrupted. Of course, he is a level 30 Grandmaster axe, so fair enough to ban out his specialty, but my goodness, that hero was not supposed to have such a good game in that last series anyway.
Dire team ban.
No, it was. It's not been having the best of luck, but I'm still quite surprised, funnily enough, that
10 seconds remaining.
they banned the axe here. I think Runa Team they got wind of what happened in the previous series, and they were like, 26 and 3 or 4 on the axe. I don't know about that. I think we need to ban it. So, you know what? I would be if I was in their shoes, I would be definitely like, get that hero out the pool now. Get it out.
Yeah.
Shadow Demon is the other hero that they actually played here too.
Yeah, it's all fair calls here from Runa Team. I'm curious to see if Bristleback or Doom get prioritized here. It tends to be around the time, maybe AA, Shadow Shaman instead, so they take care of, again, the straightforward meta heroes, and they get to pick up the Terrorblade that was left in the pool from One Move. Runa Team get access to this potential safe laner coming out. We haven't seen it flex to offlane too often. Now we see the Death Prophet come out for One Move, which we have seen first phase ban multiple times. This DP is interesting. Again, Spirit Collector is pretty cool. On pos 5, if you're trading and you're dying, you're potentially powering up your Exorcism. Can lead to a nice siege. This could just be your offlane into the Terrorblade lane. It's a lot of good magic damage already, so I wouldn't mind it if they shifted it into off instead of support, because chances are this Terrorblade is just a pos 1. We just haven't seen that flex here in the Eastern Europe region.
Yeah, it's a good pick. I mean, pretty much you can, whether it be in the mid lane or on the off lane. So, and the fact that it's quite strong early, I think you did mention, I can't remember if it was yesterday or the previous series, John, but I remember you saying that the Siphon Drain was nerfed on the Death Prophet, so it's not as strong, but it's still pretty potent.
That it is. Right, like it's a flat damage value now. You lose the percent-based damage. It used to be slightly percent-based, so you'd heal. It would scale. Now it's a little bit stronger early game, but it tapers off pretty hard. So you're forced to kind of max it early, which is fine. It just takes away that farming DP style where you max Crypt Swarm, which makes mid DP a little bit less common, I think, just because of that skill build change. it is much more favorable on offlane, going for either a 2-0 tree or a 1-1 tree build. Maybe on support as well with 1-1 tree. That tends to be, I think, its most preferred role, but offlane has been also equally common. So I'm curious to see which way one move does go. It's fairly open. Like, DP doesn't reveal too much in your draft. It provides, again, with that silence, pretty good control. I believe we've seen Blink DP with a Ghost Scepter actually be a menace. Blink out silence. It's a very instantaneous stun when you don't have to, or instantaneous silence when you don't have to wait for the projectile to really land. And it's very potent in that sense. It's a long-lasting silence. So it is a threat down the line if we do see that build. The AA coming out from one move does tend to signify that this should be DP offlane, as they share the same role. I don't think DP4 is that good. It could work. Could be the way to go, but DP AA as a support duo is a severe lack of control. Like, you're going to have to get stuns on your safe and offlane to feel really good about that. I doubt that's the way you're going to force it on one move. Runa team, they'll go into the Batrider. This is really interesting because we've theory-crafted a little bit about this Batrider. Batrider mid with Arsonist is pretty amazing. Batrider pause 4 with Arsonist or Stoked is equally amazing.
5 seconds
And it has done a lot of work. I'm keen on seeing which way Runa team wants this, whether or not we get something like the Nikki Cool Bat on mid, depending on the matchup. Could be really nice. Again, that build on Arsonist going for an early, like very early Witchblade, just focusing on right clicks, focusing on damage is insane. And it really takes Rush a lot quicker than you'd expect. So I think there's a lot of value in a core bat here. Oracle coming out is a nice save. It's a little bit curious you pick it into AA. But we've seen teams do this because if you time it right, you know, maybe you wait for a few ticks of the Ice Blast if your teammate can be saved. Just toss in the False Promise, and you should be able to outlast stall long enough, maybe get enough healing as well, that you are going to survive. This is strange. Pudge now for one move.
Nice.
This is a hero we have not seen in a while. When he got his new right-click facet, he was much more popular. And now I'm so curious where they run this. Are you seeing Death Prophet 5? Are we seeing Pudge 1? Are we seeing something strange? Because I'm trying to sell this to myself. I think DP offlane with Pudge 4 is not bad. It's a really tanky lane. It's hard to kill. You know, they're not the worst heroes to get reflected on by the Terrorblade because they don't really have right-click. So in that sense, that lane is actually fairly playable here for, say, a Pudge DP. There's no natural synergies here outside of slowing with Rot and running down with Spirit Siphon. And picking Pudge into Oracle is already somewhat awkward, as you can block magic damage off. So I'm not sure if this is a really amazing pick here because of the Oracle already existing. At the same time, the Oracle's a very easy target for Pudge to gun down for if you manage to build up Blink. I would maybe actually prefer this on Pause 1. I think the potential for that hero is pretty high, but the issue is whether or not you can get a good lane. As, again, for Runa team, they can still shift TB onto 1, get a different off lane here to try to match up against the Pudge and make things complicated. But yeah, it's not the best Pudge lane in the world, best Pudge game. I believe just Oracle alone kind of puts a dent in it, and now potentially if you, again, force yourself to run Pudge 1 into a Doom, the Doom is going to be pretty happy poking back with Infernal Blade. And there is a lot of good poke. Like, Doom Batrider as an offlane duo here is terrifying. If we will just get a standard Doom off, which I feel like you should. You don't need to experiment with Doom Pause 1, Terrorblade Pause 3. It's not really necessary in this kind of draft.
Radiant team ban.
Yeah, I was going to suggest if maybe perhaps they would do that, where they would swap it around, but at the moment, I'm not very happy with how Doom 1 has been showcased at the moment to us.
No. It's been rough, I think. The damage is there, but I feel like the best, actually...
10 seconds remaining.
I feel like I've seen Doom 1 work with Terrorblade offlane, because the TV can pick up scaling, the Doom can use early farm, and you can kind of build momentum to the point where the Terrorblade starts to become relevant, the Doom can kind of taper off into util. But it feels like you kind of get the same thing with Terrorblade 1 anyhow. So it's like you should just run a standard Terrorblade 1 lane, run the Doom on the off lane, and be happy that way. I'm curious to see what the ideas are now for one move that they're worried about in mid. I can't believe they banned Tiny. Again, feels like a gimme if you just give it for free. And they ban out the Puck as well. So they are covering some of the more pesky mids. Storm Spirit's there, but we've seen Storm Spirit into DP in general just be annoying, especially, again, once that blink timing's up here for the DP. The silence kind of ruins you. You try to not go BKB as much as possible on Storm. So maybe not the
5
smoothest game
seconds
for
remaining.
a Storm here. What else? You do want something that can jump with the Batrider. Tiny would have been the safest bet. No option any longer. Kunkka kind of works in terms of durability with Oracle on hand. And X Mark to catch. A mid lane matchup potentially against a Dragon Knight could be fine. So maybe that's the way you go if you're expecting it to be mid DK. And it doesn't seem like they're expecting fully the DP off, although they're considering that possibility now with the Ember Band. Yeah, I think they're also considering, again, DK1, DP off, and leaving the mid open. So there is that hard flex here for one move that you do have to consider. Your hold on
10 seconds
Runa
remaining.
is somewhat there. I mean, you can never count Doom out and Lasso. But outside of
5
those big
seconds
ultimates,
remaining. Pick.
it's relatively free for a mobile here. And they'll actually just go Storm. All right, fair enough. Into the Storm you go. The DP is going to be annoying, but that's at the blink timing, which, if the game goes slow, doesn't come out fast enough. Still, should have himself a decent time here. And the Void Spirit does come through, so we are getting a DK pause 1. What's your corrupted hero here? It is the off-lane Death Prophet. And Void Spirit on mid for difference, and Eyesight in the DK. So we're getting a Gilgear Pudge and a BB3 Pix Ancient Apparition. Very interesting lane setup. Again, this Pudge DP theoretically plays really nicely into Terrorblade. I don't think you're going to be doing much here for Shigetsu. You can poke back with till the end quite nicely. And again, you can block a lot of this magic damage. I would say an early Fate's Edict might be preferable to save. But it's going to be interesting to see this one at work. Very different draft here, Epi. I will say, it's hard to say which I prefer. Maybe I'd lean towards Runa Team being easier to execute again. I think it's just, you have so much save in this Oracle. You have Doom and Lasso. Like, theoretically, jumping in with the Storm is pretty easy in this kind of game for Nikki Cool and Queasy to connect. For one move, there are good timings here. Again, we've seen Void Spirit rushing Ags, and that timing just ruins the Storm Spirit. Again, that silence is already going to be painful. If Corrupted manages to get a good game, get a Blink Dagger up, run towards the Storm, just Blink Silence is very hard to dodge because of that close-range projectile. So it can be nightmarish here for Nikki Cool. I'm just very curious about how they play their lanes. Because again, this Pudge Death Prophet has a way of playing. It's a lane that doesn't care for reflection. So you might actually just go for the Illusions plus Metamorphosis here and Shigetsu if he's smart enough. I think that you can kind of be a little bit greedier there. And just play farm, play aggression with Metamorphosis, and not really care about reflection. It's not a great game for it, or at least for the lane. Kind of go from there. If it falls flat, though, for the side of one move, I can see this draft just not feeling good to play. Right? Like, your DP, if it doesn't have tempo, it doesn't get, like, the durability items up, it can feel like dead weight when you can just not use Exorcism right. The key part for this lineup from one move has to be around 10 to 15 minute mark, or at least the first level 6 connections, right? Like when Exo and when Dragon forms up, you kind of want Eyesight to connect somewhere, or you connect to Eyesight's lane, use both of those skills, and just run down an objective. That's where your lineup is super strong. You can shrink the map fast, and you can kind of go from there, right? So pressure onto the Terrorblade. I think the ideal connection has to be onto top, take the tier 1, plant some deep wards, and bully the Terrorblade as much as possible, as we've seen a few teams do. So, see if one move can get that. Very late smokes out from both teams. Just kind of hanging around the mid here for the side of one move. A little bit of a forward field trip here for Rurun team, but so far, not quite going for the aggressive. We'll see if anyone crosses that river soon. You are running into a Pudge with Hook, though, so there is some danger here.
There is. Let's see if he can surprise us with a meat hook. Yeah, just disclaimer, by the way, because of where, because of my dialect, I do say hook, a hook. I do say hook.
No. Stay to the hook. Stay on. All right, that's unfortunate. Really quick clicking from Queasy to take the rune as it's being hooked away. Pretty unfortunate for the old Gilgear to not even land on the hero. But a 2 for 2, nice and fine. No loss there. Perfectly stable situation. By the way, I'll give a shout out to our good friend Douglas, who is not administrating for this one, but he did tell me to try to get you to say hook, book as much as possible. I didn't. I didn't. But we have the Pudge now. Yeah, he did. Now you know the Pudge is there. It makes it happen. Thank you. One move. Already the MVPs of this qualifier for me, as
Oh,
Take a
hook!
look at the mid lane here.
Got hooked up.
Very nice.
Yeah. Shigetsu got hooked. Got Gilgit. Looking forward to seeing maybe perhaps once they get. How is Pudge 4 again? Like, do they put like many points into Meat Hook and then just a little bit into?
It depends on how you want to play the lane. I feel like both builds work. Like Meat Hook build works, Rot build works. You might consider more of Rot just because you have Rot and Core. So you kind of want to try to run down, utilize that added right-click damage that you can utilize, that you can really just leverage, of course. I'm not sure. It really depends. I've seen both. I do feel like, in general, if you're playing smarter, the Rot build is better. It's just a matter of that you're running into an Oracle. He's going to have Fate's Edict. Chances are you're not going to be able to burn him. So it can be a little bit complicated. We'll see later on. Down on bot, we're all dropping a little bit low on Queasy, but he's getting a good run here onto BB3 picks.
No, still survives. AA. No, AA does not survive. And meanwhile, we miss a kill top as well. And it was a hook. We got a hook onto Terrorblade there. If I have a look at the death summary, yes, he was hooked back by the Pudge, and then Death Prophet was able to take down Terrorblade.
It's that overwhelming magic damage we talked about, right? You don't have the value point in Edict, so it's always going to be relevant. Of course, as an Oracle, you do want to stick on the standard healing build. Still poking bot.
And Dragonite as well will fall. So 1-for-1, I mean, at least they get themselves the carry, and the tower actually helping out here for AA, but AA might actually fall. No, Fairy Fire. And now AA going to pursue
One more.
the Doom. Oh, but the creeps. Jesus, this is pretty close. Both of them 50 HP. But Alberca will be fine, popping the healing salve there, as now Queasy wanting to try and find the Ancient Apparition, but sitting behind. And meanwhile, Gilgit, hook with the Rot. Is it enough to take down the Oracle? No. Just able to get away.
Radiant's middle
70
tower is under
HP.
attack.
They do have Lotus control, though. That's going to be nice, denying that away from the Oracle. Up top here for one move, so Gilgir's going to be feeling pretty good. Your lane for Corrupted is building up. He is putting a lid on Shigetsu's free farm. It's a very contested lane. You're not lagging too far behind the Terrorblade, to be fair. But again, you're getting a lot of value out now from your Death Prophet. Let's see.
He's looking. Oh no. I thought he was going to hide in the trees. Maybe he's going to get. Maybe now. Oh.
Pretty optimistic for that one. It's fine, and he does level 2 Rot, so he does want more utility in the lane. He doesn't want to be a one-trick, just focusing on hooks, which I feel like, again, is the smarter play for Pudges anyhow. So Gilgir does have some presence with just Rot chase down. Again, with the slows, that does make it easier to land these Spirit Siphons, easier to look for that cleanup, and kind of run it down from there. Want to take the opportunity to take a gander back on that mid. You are getting a little bit more out from Nikki Cool in the Void versus Storm Spirit matchup. This tends to happen. You do have a range advantage.
An action happening bottom.
Difference. Oh.
Ancient Apparition dying once again to the Firefly and the Flame Break. Looks like he was repositioned there with the Flame Break. We're able to get the jump.
Yep. Nice and simple. You have to respect all the fire in this lane, of course. Ice does not like that. Scorched Earth, Flame Break, Firefly. Lots of things to burn through the AA early. Not a lot of HP to play with, not a lot of move speed to play with here for BB3 picks. And they're not able to leverage that Cold Feet stun lane where the aggression can come in.
Oh, Metamorphosis committed. Pudge. Blood Grenade. An easy kill there on the Pudge.
Nice and easy. Maybe overstaying his welcome. It's been a little bit rough for him to try to look for these hooks. As long as the creep wave shoved up, they cut some key trees as well, just to ensure the easy hooking areas aren't very easy to stay in. So it's getting a little bit tougher for Gilgir to maintain his presence. He does have brown roots for the chase down, which does maybe help his presence out a little bit more. And again, a very strong start for Rudy team. One move are finding some plays, but I feel like this weakness in bot lane is going to hurt them. Right, because we saw this lane overwhelmed last time. They do get the rotation.
Yeah, with the Blood Grenade too. The slow with the Cold Feet. Can they catch up here to this Doom? Where's the Dragon Tail? There we go. It's in range now, but Ancient Apparition will fall. Maybe perhaps along with the Pudge here too.
As the Batrider able to get himself a double kill. Maybe perhaps they can look for more here with Oracle rotating down to the bottom lane. Nope. Never mind. Flame Break was on cooldown, so they cannot further pursue for the Dragon Knight.
I'm a little bit surprised our mids are staying pretty static with all of this action across the map. They do have level 6s up. The difference is trying to leverage that with no mana on Nicky Cool here.
Yeah, he might be in some trouble. He's gonna... Nope, never mind. He'll zip towards his supports. Now it's Difference that doesn't have any spells to use here. He's gonna try and attempt to TP away, but will be found before he can even TP away. I mean, he did use Electric Vortex there, but still, very nicely done. Very good rotations coming out here from Runa team, I have to say.
They've been on point with their movement across the map. Nicky Cool is going to be very happy as well with a very lucky regen rune, so he gets to stay in lane and still have that presence up against this Void Spirit on his respawn. Again, a 3-7 strong start for Runa team in stark contrast to the first time these two teams faced off yesterday. It was one move's game, maybe a little bit even on the mid game, and certainly early on it was Runa favored. Not to this extent, if I recall right, and this does set a good tone. Again, the bot lane for Eyesight has not been a very good kill lane to try to play with a cold feet combo. Doom is a very tanky target. Do love that he has the mana burn creep for himself as well, so it is annoying to just even try to go up and poke onto that tanky Doom. Your top lane has been probably one of your better lanes here, but it has tapered off now for Corrupted. And Gilgear has not been able to get as much since those initial hooks coming in.
For the Dragon Knight. Eyesight, followed by the Electric Vortex there, with help of the Fortune's End, and that should be a kill onto the DK. It is indeed. With 3 rotations moving bottom. It does leave Terrorblade on his own, but he is perfectly fine, perfectly comfortable here, just farming up.
He is. You're not able to capitalize on Gilgear. The illusion scouting him out does make it tough to look for hook angles. Will want to get some punishment out. Again, it's been pretty passive for one move outside of the one Pudge TP we've seen from Gilgear. Maybe right now with a gate movement from BB3 picks.
Okay, both the supports are going to bump right into Pudge, maybe perhaps. Uh-oh. Oh, misses the hook.
Radiant
He's got 4 stacks of sticky napalm on him. 6 stacks. Sticky napalm on him. Oh, this Pudge is dead. This Pudge is dead. He's not escaping that one, sir.
No. Again, this aggression from Rune Team early. It's starting to ramp up. 6 Galvanized, an Arcane Rune. Eyesight's not safe.
See Eyesight too, yeah. And that is DK most likely dead as Doom comes in to get the kill.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Aldercut. Easy gold for him. And they're doing pretty well, Runa team are, aren't they? They are invading 8 minutes in.
They are. And we were talking about what happens in a slow game for one move. You have a Void Spirit who's going to need to take a slower Ags timing. You have a DK that doesn't really play yet. Mage Slayer is going to be a nice start, but likely you're going to need Blink, if not a little bit more of a damage steroid as well in the DK before he's comfy. And your DP does have Spirit Collector, so all of these deaths do amount for something. 13 spirits ready to be replaced, but no opportunity to use the Exo. So you are just kind of missing out on that early tempo this lineup will kind of carry through on. Like the level 6 for Eyesight isn't up yet. If you had the Dragon form plus Exo, you could just pressure a tower, but you have to kind of sit back and wait more. And Runa team does not rest. They smoke out with Alberta until the end. Doom is ready. You don't want to catch Gilgear, but it could be a nice freebie anyhow if you run into him.
Pudge doesn't have himself level 6 yet either. I was actually gonna go maybe through the Twin Gate, yep.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
This isn't being committed here too.
Look at all those spirits up here. Look at how janky your animation is. They just bump into the building. I mean, the actual spirits at least have a little bit of an attacking animation. These are just weird. It's kind of funny to watch. Look at all the tiny ancient apparitions. Look at them. Let them go.
Look at the little Pudges as well.
It's such a dumb, it's a dumb facet. It's just the dumbest one to see. It's so funny. They get the tower in. It's not so funny for the side of Runa team, but they're sieging bot. Anyhow, nice and steady from the Doom. No contest here so far. And you just want to avoid that first extra. So that's 13 spirits wasted. You don't find a kill. Find a push. You lose your mid. At least the deny is there. But The map control
Radiant's
trade is
bottom tower
maybe a little
is
bit
under
better for
attack.
Runa Team, especially if bot is just allowed to be solo sieged like this. See if they can compensate. You will need to start to hunt down something. Like with the space given top, you have to apply that pressure onto the Terrorblade. We're not seeing the pump ups for that yet. No really deep wards, just the standard top ward watching the bounty rune area.
Yeah. We do have Lasso ready.
Radiant's bottom tower is
For
under
Queasy.
attack.
Not going to commit it yet. Difference will get away with the Astral Step. Oh, Hook on top. They've caught a Terrorblade. And Dismember is there, but the Sunder doesn't come out. Didn't have it actually leveled on the Sunder.
Radiant's bottom
Find the
tower
kill.
has fallen.
A little bit greedy, trying to go all in on that farm, but understandable. He does go for the build that we were talking about, level 1 reflection only, knowing that it's pretty useless in lane. So this should speed up his farm despite the death. And Shigetsu, that's the kind of kill you need here on one move. Just keep hunting the Terrorblade, use that space you got for yourself up top.
Oh, not able to connect the Aether Remnant now with the AA Blast. As now Nicky Cool finishing back around with his nuke damage. And able to find the Ancient Apparition.
They're nothing alike.
All good in the area here for Nicky Cool. Already with the 8 Galvanized stacks up. Going for the Orchid, which is going to be a menace here. You're not gonna
another
feel
hook.
comfy now.
Onto the Terrorblade,
Again?
and he doesn't have Thunder again. And that's another kill.
Such a beautiful day. I envy.
I mean, he hasn't leveled, so he just doesn't have the skill point. I'm surprised he walks back up there, as they've established their control here inside of one move. They are doing the right thing on the rest of Runa Team though, just focusing bot, shoving it in. Got the drums up from Alberca for the chase, and a little bit of an Indus here.
Oh my god. Okay. That is a dead Dragon Knight.
Dyer's middle
I mean,
tower
Terrorblade,
is under
I feel,
attack.
is having a much
Radiant's
better
bottom
time
tower
than
is
the
under
DK.
attack.
I mean, look at DK's farm right now, just power treads and a cornucopia.
Yeah, not so good. It's still waiting for that full Mage Slayer, and even then, again, it's not going to be feeling great. It does provide some needed tankiness. Mid will be siege at least.
They found themselves Batrider. And the hook
Ooh,
contains the kill. However, they're going to zip that for Corrupted. Corrupted in some trouble, though they've got the Dismember here onto Alberca. And
Ooh.
the False Promise is actually going to last before the Frostbite can have any effect, so... Doom survives. Very nice.
talked about that, didn't we? Like, if you just hold out and False Promise just a tad bit, you're going to be able to save every single time. And that's a massive kill they miss out on for one move. Yeah, finding the Batrider is fine. You trade an off lane for a support,
Oh.
not so fine.
They have an Observer on Eyesight here farming on the creeps. Don't know if they could go for him though. They don't have themselves Doom. Lasso in
and it
10
would
and a
like-
Blink on bat.
The blink is pretty quick for Queasy, but I think ideally you connect that with your Storm. And you aren't quite there yet for Nicky Cool. Just kind of camping around for the next power rune. You do have the Oracle, of course, would prognosticate. They can tell where it is and what it is. Amp damage rune now. This is when that rotation should kick in. And for the side of one move, like, it's so hard to play this draft from behind. You're not able to pressure, make a legible threat onto the tier 2s. You haven't made this connection with the DKGP in a while. Not in a way that's been successful. Your map space has just completely disappeared. Shigetsu's now just safe to play up top by himself.
Dire are
And-
scanning.
Your timings are a little bit off. At the least, this Ag's timing for difference will make all the difference early on, of course. Should be able to lock in the backline easier. Find that Oracle, take away the saves, simplify the process of taking these team fights. And he is just about 1,000 gold away, 1,050 gold away until that's fully done. So not too much more of a wait. The lead for Runa Team maintaining a steady 5k as we approach the 15-minute mark. And again, they can just kind of relax. They're invading bot quite nicely. They've been very consistent with keeping this lane shoved in. Top has been also slightly shoved out, but with Shigetsu now having the maxed up Conjure image, it's very low committal for them to just shove it back into a good position. They are TPing in, maybe having some idea that they're in that
Oh, AA
top
Blast.
jungle area.
Onto the Terrorblade. He does have Sunder ready, and they've got the Lasso in return there to difference. Lovely pick off.
Oh, damn bot.
With the bait. Oh yeah, Fudge. It's been found here too with a amplified damage rune.
Easy picking so far for Runa team. One move. I mean, again, they just got read like a book. I think they dewarded the wards here, so there was a brief moment of vision coming out for Runa team, letting them set up for that TP top for Queasy. And yeah, it just falls flat. Also, again, trying to pin down the TB with Blast when he has Sunder now. TB is that natural AA counter that we've seen many times before, which again just puts into question the support AA pick coming out later on here for the side of One Move. I mean, the value is still there and onto other heroes, but with Oracle and Terrorblade on hand, it's not an easy game if these heroes are right close by with the saves. So key thing for One Move, just wait until the Yag's Indifference. Like, again, that is going to open up this match for you. Eyesight as well, that should line up with his blink timing, and it's not going to line up with Corrupted's BKB, but you can only wait for so long. Once you have the Yags, you've got to make a play. Because you are just losing map space, you're losing these fights, you're losing the pick-off war. The Doom is scaling super fast, it is a Doom. He can just devour his way to victory. Funny enough, they don't go for BB tree picks. I'm a little bit surprised they don't just run the things or they play it safe.
I don't know if they wanted a lasso there, but no one was ready to follow up. Storm's here now, though. With his haste rune, he's got the silence there onto the Void Spirit. And the lasso there. Will it secure the kill? No. It's completely fine. Turns it around, dismember, chopping up the Batrider.
You die not a failure.
And the Void survives. Miraculous.
A really great healing Lotus usage coming out there for difference, saving his life at the last moment as the Orchid could have ticked him out. So, spectacular work from One Move to punish. Again, these are, on paper, very small pickoffs, but they're worth a lot. Full Ags now up for difference as well, and they will make a move. This is what we need to see. Just need to find the angle in.
Smoke up. Oh no, silence there onto Difference. Difference in some trouble. That is a dead Void Spirit. As the Doom applied onto Corrupted. I mean, he was able to get his Exorcism off, but not if it's anything like the Siphon Trade, so he's going to fall along with the push here too. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. That is 3 down. Side of One Move, and Runa come out on top.
I mean, they need to find an angle. Yes, not onto the Doom. We were talking about the prime targets. It has to be the backline. It has to be that Oracle. Even the Batrider is not too bad to open up on. Because if you don't, then the saves are there.
I mean, they might get a kill here onto Doom, actually. Yeah, nope, lots more health. The kill will go to the Dragon Knight, so that does help. DK being the carry.
That does. It's not the way you want that to go, for sure, as we're seeing again a little bit of that replay, or I heard something that sounded like a replay. At the side of Runa team, just sieging up top, nice and free, and for One Move, I mean, again, that team fight ID wasn't bad. Perhaps now it's time to wait for those BKBs. Like, you are seeing issues for Corrupted. You are seeing issues there, even for a Void Spirit. Difference does feel like he needs something up front, and Eyesight's not even fully committing to join in these fights until the BKB is up, even with the blink, so it does have to be a little bit of patience coming out here for the side of One Move. You are losing space, again, 8-18, 8k lead. Very auspicious numbers here all around as Runa team have found this game opening just quite nicely for themselves. Speaking of BKBs, Nikki Cool is working onto one as well, and they'll go for a smoke again. Doom's down, but not for long. Lasso is ready. And they've got good forward vision. They saw Eyesight moving across that triangle. And cut him off here.
Oh, they might, yeah. They could get the Dragon Knight. There we go. Lasso coming in for the DK. He's trying to survive as best as he can. The hook from Fudge. And the Glimmer came too. The DK still living through it all. Will he be able to survive? No, he will not. And the False Promise coming out there onto the Storm Spirit there too, so he might survive. They've got the Doom placed now onto the Void Spirit there too, and somehow Storm, surviving on 200 HP, is going to actually zip in and claim the kill there on the Void Spirit, where they've lost 4 here on one move. But a hook there from Butch. He does not have himself the Dismember, so this is going to be a team wipe here for sure, as he showed himself with that hook. And there we go, triple kill for Shigetsu.
They're just playing in such fine form on Runa team. Unfortunate timing for one move. They were clumping up for that smoke. Picks walked back. Just try to get them in smoke. We're seeing that replay again. Fantastic initiation coming out there from the team. The timing couldn't have been more perfect. The ward giving value, seeing that movement from the DK, from the triangle onto the ramp, giving them the idea where to position, breaking that smoke at the right time. And just the beautiful Sunder to save. Beautiful stalls coming out from the side of the Runa team. One move, it's getting difficult, right? It's feeling like the BKBs have to come out. It's feeling like you need to even consider Linken's at this point, just to block off either the Doom or the Lasso. You block one of these spells, you have a little bit of a better time. I'm also surprised that Corrupted, you know, he did go full farm, your standard kind of scaling DP with the Crypt Swarm, of course, and the Spirit Siphon, but these low-level silences aren't doing enough. Like, when they made that initial rotation a while back, it was a level 1 silence. Right now, he's sitting at level 3. It's a little bit better, but you need more. And how long that's effective? Probably not so long, because Nikki Cool, I believe BKB is just flying out now. There it is. So, that silence is not going to do you any favors. The silence from your Void Spirit gone in utility. And that really was one of your big openings. A little bit of a take onto Roche now for the side of Runa team. One move. They don't have vision in the air. They should know something's up, but they can't really contest. And what was decent enough start in lane with some early hooks coming out, some good positioning out from Gilgir, some good TPs, hasn't really translated to a good mid game. And again, we talked about it with the strap. If you lag behind, the impact really starts to taper off until items fly in. So the name of the game is stall.
He might survive though. Oh, nice usage of the Electric Vortex and the Fortune's End, but it won't be enough. Void, with thanks to that Red Essence Ring, just survives.
Just barely. It's a tough one. He's going for Yules as well, just a little bit of save from some control, some debuffs here, which is fair. It's one way to kind of just try to get some presence out here. Maybe isolate away the Storm a little bit, isolate the Terrorblade, isolate away anyone who's trying to get a dive as well. Line up for easier Remnant usage as well here for difference if you want that. That should, again, give some angles in, but look at how confident Runa team is with this Aegis. Straight onto the tier 2s. They know there's nothing that can really just burst down the Terrorblade. No concerns. I guess your high ground is always a little bit scary here for Runa team. You are playing into a Pudge. You can never count out a good hook in turning the game. So you do have that utility here for you on one move. It's just a matter of, will Runa team actually make a mistake like that? It doesn't feel like it. The team has been playing very clean for the past 23 minutes here as they're grouping up with another smoke out. See if they can get a flank. No forward vision, all been dewarded. But if they force movement onto this triangle,
oh, the smoke's gonna break. The smoke's gonna break. They've got a lasso there too. Onto the Void Spirit. Void Spirit in so much trouble here as he's got the Doom upon him. As they will lose the Ancient Apparition here. Along with the Void Spirit there too. I mean, they do at least find the Bat Rider. But the False Promise coming out there onto Doom, and they just all turn upon Corrupted, who gets decimated there, not able to survive through all of that raw damage that they have on that Metamorphosis. Now, they'll just lay into the tier 2 tower and possibly they get a tier 3.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
They have a little bit more time. That Metamorphosis wouldn't be too surprised if they just committed. They do not have Doom, so that could hold them back, but with so much time in the Aegis, you might as well. There's no reason to back off at the moment. They do have, at least, again, quick respawn on Pudge. Some hook plays can come in. They don't fully commit, and they just play it safe. Tower has already taken significant damage, though, down to 800 HP on that mid-tier 3. For the side of Runa, for the side of one move, I'm not sure how you even angle for these fights. Again, BKB is up for Nikki Pool. You have some protection as well here for Alberca, having his own fresh BKB at 9 seconds. You have this Oracle in the back that you just aren't ever catching out right now, it feels like. On the side of one move, it's been very hard for Difference to find and play for the backline. Even just hooking the backline as well. The smokes have been just so on point from the Runa team. The timings have just been awful for one move, right? It's both of these fights now back to back.
Oh, corrupt.
We're off of.
Get the electric vortex there, and the lasso will be committed just in case. And Death Prophet down for 50 seconds. This creep wave is pushing bottom. Metamorphosis online. Aegis 1 minute and 30. They have a clear window here if they want to just siege the high ground. But they actually TP away. Weirdly enough, where is Nikki Cool going?
Looks like he wants to fix mid a little bit, shove it out, ensure they have another creep wave coming in. Perhaps just ensure that this siege goes smoothly. Metamorphosis is committed, like you mentioned. It's a lot of time in that Aegis, and this is really low committal. You need Gilgear up there. He actually needs to head home, but he wants to get the farm for the full Aether Lens for that extra reach. Maybe just opt to surrender 1 Rax, which is still manageable at this point in the game, I suppose. Not too bad. Mitigate some losses here. And hope you can just, again, find some angles. But Runa team 23k up now at 26 minutes in. This is a challenging game for the side of one move, to say the least.
It is. I mean, just look at the off lane right now. I mean, yes, you have yourself a BKB on Corrupted, but the insane physical damage being outputted against Death Prophet, she just melts. She can't even withstand the damage with, you know, multiple Siphon Drains on multiple heroes. It's really hard. And then, of course, Difference has just been able to get himself a Yule Scepter now within the last few minutes, but this silence has really done a number on him.
That it has. I mean, if it's not the silence, then it's going to be the Doom, and Alberca's also been very good at focusing in on Difference without anyhow your Yules is not going to buy you too much time in that. Still, they sit for the Aegis. 1 Rax was taken. Lots of value for Runa team compared to a lot of the games we've been watching here, Epi, where first Aegis is just a tier 2. They maximize it well in Runa team. So, very happy to see that they understand their power spikes. They understand when they are extremely strong. I mean, you read a scoreline 9-28, you should have that confidence in yourself. And for one move, again, it almost feels like you're hanging on to the hope of a good hook. You're hanging on to the hope of displacement plays, getting the side of the Runa team out of position, picking them off one by one. Easier said than done when you have to play into Storm, into a Batrider with Blink, into an Oracle with saves. Even that displacement play can be a bit of a challenge here.
Yeah, it's scary. I mean, even if you are ahead, one little misplay can falter the game. And I say this, his eyesight has been able to farm up considerable amounts. I mean, still 6k behind the Terrorblade, but I still believe that he could be impactful here. I mean, Eye of Skadi has just been finished actually on the Terrorblade, so that is pretty scary. In 28 minutes, I don't know whether I want to withdraw my statement now. As they jump onto the Punch there, Punch is instantaneously deleted. As Orchid placed there onto Eyesight too. He does have a BKB if he wants to use it. He will commit it. The silence is there with thanks to the active usage there of the Void. They might be able to get the Storm. The Storm just able to zip away. Can they get the kill? No! Storm is alive. Doom placed here onto the Death Prophet here too. So they will miss out on an opportunity to get that Storm. That could have been an absolutely massive kill for them if they would have been able to get that. As now they look for Ancient Apparition here too, who has been revealed. I mean, they do get themselves the Batrider, Ancient Apparition down. They've got an Orchid there placed onto the Void, but he has himself the Yules, but he's not able to zip away because of the Electric Vortex. And there we go, he's gone, and the only person remaining, the Dragon Knight. What can he do? Not very much. I think they could just go for tier 4s here because they haven't got the tier 2 card. Or they could just let the enemy call GG well played, which is indeed what they do. And game 1 will be going to Runa team here, who take themselves a comfortable game 1.
Not the result they expected here, honestly, Epi, coming into this one. Again, if you think about it for Runa, they played 2 best of 3s before coming to the series. They had to play 5 games in total. They got 2-0'd by one move on day 1. and they show up in full force here. Maybe a little bit of an experimental draft out from one move. Granted, we see stuff like support pudge, which you don't see at all nowadays, and certainly there was an interesting combination to be had. The mindset up against the Terrorblade in lane did make sense, right? Like, you're going in, he's not going to play with reflection, you have to force him to go Conjurer Image along with Metamorphosis. It didn't matter to Shigetsu. I think you just didn't have enough up against what the Runa team were doing. You had no good answers for the Oracle. You were all in on just the jump from difference. And Eyesight's lane, in comparison to what happened in the last game for one move where they had Baby's first combo, didn't really come out here.
Yeah,
the
Oracle
burn damage
was
from the
a major
Batrider,
problem.
and it really was. And just again, the lane setups here for one move just weren't as effective. So we'll have to see one move addressed, but Runa team, they look sharp here in game number 1.
They really do. I think this Oracle seriously needs to be banned, because there were moments where one move did actually pick off almost. I can recall more than 5 times where a hero was about to die and then Oracle just comes in with a save. And it's unfortunate that one move didn't kind of have that hero. You know, they went with a ballsy play. They picked themselves up a pudge. But, you know, it worked well a little bit, but when the Terrorblade's just able to go away and farm for about 10 minutes and come back, it kind of dies out from there. So I definitely wonder if the draft is going to be changed up a little bit and this Oracle hero goes bye-bye. I think that might be a good option to do. But we're going to go for a break, folks, so stay tuned, because in around about 5 or 10 minutes, we'll be back with Game 2 of Runa Team versus One Move.
It's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Let it break me till it's over. Let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind, you lie. Time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La di da di Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can dominate and know will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I know one of life antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase it. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da. This is all I ever wanted. Take it
Hello, everybody. Welcome back as we're coming in for Game 2 between Runa Team and One Move. If you're just joining us, it is indeed 1-0 to Runa Team, who have actually taken one game away from One Move, where One Move actually eliminated them to the lower bracket in a 2-0 cleanup. So it could be a reverse sweep and actually eliminate One Move, but we are going to find out shortly as the draft is well underway. And let's check out what both teams are drafting as of this moment in time. But John, do you think there's going to be some switches here in regards to the picks and the bans, especially from Game 1?
Well, I know Runa Team won't ban out the Pudge.
10 seconds remaining.
I can assure you of that. They would like to see it again because they had a free lane. I think for the side of One Move, if it's not banned, maybe it could be worth considering banning it just in case your player wants to play it to prove a point. I don't think Gilgear did bad, to be fair. Like, he was handing some good hooks out. It's just that it didn't feel like the hero really had a laning presence. Also, the Oracle pick, like you mentioned towards the end of that last game, you have to ban it because the magical damage really wasn't doing much later on. The saves were too big. So you could honestly go back for the Pudge, but you have to ban the Oracle. Charblade banned out by the side of Runa Team, so I'm not going to be able to run away with that one again for Shigetsu. I'm wondering if they will ban out the Axe. If they're going to target Corrupted and just not give him his Axe. Because they did that in Game 1. It felt very, very personal. And there you go. You ban the Axe, even though the hero is not amazing. I think its win rate in the road to the Esports World Cup has been 30% over like 18 games. Not the most popular either. But Corrupted did play a crazy game. And again, he's a level 30 Axe, so you ban it out. You make it a little bit of a personal ban. TA being taken care of by One Move. Death Prophet again. So I think conceptually, again, Death Prophet is fine. But if Runa Team just pick an Oracle again, then her magic damage is just gone. And she needs that magic damage to sustain and kill people while she's alive. That's the entire point of the hero.
Yeah.
Insane sustain in the middle of these fights. They got the Undying now to rip it to shreds. I like this, Runa Team. Maybe we get the offlane Undying. Maybe we get that treat here, Epi.
That would be cool.
I would like to see it for Alberca. But it is a solid support as well. When you get your shard, you have a save. Laning presence is massive for the Undying. So I like this already. And this is first phase ban for a good reason. This hero has felt obnoxious, especially on pause 5, but the few pause 3 Undyings we've seen have also been great, with Crimson Guard timings just ruining the game. So let's see how One Move adjusts. Because if Runa Team get Oracle, I think you're just shooting yourself in the foot if you don't ban it One Move. Like, you ban out AA to ensure your DP can, siphon drain. And if they ban Kotl, no one's picked Kotl. It's not the last patch. They nerfed the hell out of Recall.
I'm sorry, but
what?
Every time Kotl is banned and the noise he makes, does it always remind you of the Yoda death noise from Lego?
Oh yeah, it does. You're very right. That is on point. We're just killing Yoda. That's fine. I like that. That's pretty based, Runa Team. Do get the Bat Rider. Very based picks already. Yeah. The lasso, the plays coming out from Queasy last time, very solid. He got himself a very quick blink timing. His lane with the Doom was just insane. Him and Alberca were working as a fine unit to really shut down that safe lane for One Move. One Move now, maybe you could consider stealing Oracle. I really question what this Kotl ban is. Perhaps a personal ban up against Runa Team as well. Maybe they've liked to play it. I'm looking at their EWC games. None of them have played Kotl, so yeah, I know what that ban is about.
Disruptor.
Get the Disruptor out. This could be good. So they do have save for the lasso, right? Like, blink in, get disrupted, have fun, nerd. It does improve your odds of surviving through here. For the side of One Move, and, I know you're a big fan. We've seen a lot of good Disruptor plays throughout these qualifiers already,
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, we have Disruptor's a pretty solid hero. I mean, especially with the Glimpse as well. It's just so good in terms of the fact that, not only can you get an AoE silence, but then also the amount of plays that you can do and the amount of control in terms of the Glimpse and the kinetic field, right? It just feels so good. And I think very underrated, the facet which allow not wait, no, it's the innate ability. Sorry, wait, is it the innate ability? The one where it pushes it's the innate ability. That one is so annoying. If you're playing as a carry, you know my pain of when trying to kill a disruptor, it just forces you back, and you're there really wanting to smash your keyboard, but you can't because it's expensive, and you know that if you do it, you'll have to buy a new one. But it's annoying.
Could be a good excuse for a new keyboard, you know, if you're into that. Assembling keyboard's fun.
Not if you're
Be a nice excuse. That's fair. I understand that pain. I can't afford anything either. I can barely afford to power this PC. As we can't afford to have a Nature's Prophet on hand for one move. So
give us the money tree.
I'm curious. Yeah, maybe he can give us the money tree. It could be nice as casters, we can reach in and get a little bit of that gold as well.
Exactly.
We were very excited to see this last time because I thought it was the money tree. We got the last swap to Soothing Saplings, which is a preferred facet, but come on. Drow Ranger makes its appearance for Runa Team. This is very confident early from Runa Team to just get the Drow out of the way, not even going for their full supports unless we get the support and dying, which can fit in. I think this potential for Drow and Dying lane is pretty good. It's so much damage in lane. Lots of slows, especially with a Tombstone. So I wouldn't mind that for Runa Team if, again, they switch the Undying on plus 5. We'll have to see once you get the Bristle back. Yeah, it should be an Undying 5 now. Bristle Drow Ranger lane, though. This is a good way to counteract maybe some plus armor here. Just play with the Quills, take that plus armor down to minus armor, and then the Drow can just pierce through and do full damage. It can be a fantastic time with marksmanship. So I'm loving this from Runa Team. One move, there's only one here that kind of stands out here up against these physical cores. It's Sven. Sven stands out, but it is kiteable. At the same time, Warcry is going to be amazing this game, so you wouldn't mind it. And you can kind of fix your kiteability anyway with this potential Ags that we haven't really seen them go for. But I think this is the only one of the few games where I can justify a Sven pick. And a lot of teams do tend to do that up against the Drow. So we'll see if that's what they want on one move, but they can pocket their mid lane pick to the end. They don't have last pick overall, so there's no flex potential. But yeah, you see Drow, you see Bristle, just get Sven, get Warcry, be happy, I suppose.
Oh!
Huh? This hero?
I mean, you've only got the multi-shot arrows and the bristle and the bristle spikes to get Phantom Lancer, but Phantom Lancer doesn't really care about that unless you get a marksmanship piercing arrow. I mean, and
yeah,
you know, he gets a diffusal blade, and you know, 3 of these heroes that I can see on Dying, Batrider, and Bristleback, they don't like not having any mana. You know, sorry, I'm too excited because I was a dirty PL picker back in the day. So
yeah, I understand.
I'm wondering because I haven't seen it in ages.
It's trash.
Yeah, that's why.
I'm sorry, it's trash. Even in games where Phantom Lancer looks good, it kind of feels garbage. Its damage values don't feel great. Its laning is so-so. Like, I'm mildly confused by this from the side of one move. I understand your timing, so like diffusal PL feels amazing here.
Yeah.
But I remember, I think I was watching Dream League 26, and for whatever reason, BSJ had a reason to call out for Phantom Lancer, saying that it was garbage and needed buffs. Really didn't get touched too much in the patch.
10 seconds remaining.
You know what? I want to be proven wrong. I want to see if one move can make this work. If Eyesight has a very specific thing in mind with a Phantom Lancer pickup, because frankly, a PL Disruptor lane doesn't give me too much confidence. Again, it could be annoying for the Bristle, but I'm not sure. From my experience, from what I've seen, it's not good, and it's not been good for a while. Like, the last time I can see PL being decent was when Pale Horse and Arkosh Gaming picked PL, and he always went Midas first. I'm sure Arkosh was having a great old time in that NADPC period. Which is interesting. You see the Centaur and the Primal Beast banned, some mids being banned out by one move as well. So they're expecting now a commitment to Death Prophet mid from one move, which is also just
10 seconds
interesting, because Crypt Farm isn't that big of a threat. I mean, you can farm well. The hero really shines with Spirit Siphon still because of its early damage being buffed from percent-based, right? So it's flat. Late game doesn't feel good, but early game, Spirit Siphon Chase Down is amazing. So shifting that DP to mid instead of off. To be fair, DP into Drow is pretty hot trash. So chances are you are just going to run that mid. It's just, I don't know if it's a great mid laner. They ban out Storm, so there's stuff like Ember, Void, Quap, even maybe Quap a little bit less so. Lina, that can just play into the Death Prophet lane fine. I know. And for offlane, I suppose there's a Mars. That's the one that stands out when you're playing against a Drow and Bristleback. You spear him, he's going to face
10
front. You don't care about
seconds
Bristleback. You can block the Drow from hitting into the arena quite nicely here.
5
That's out of
seconds
the
remaining.
multi-shot. So, wouldn't be too bad if a Mars game. Can kind of help the PL have an area to play in as well. Ties in with Disruptor quite nicely with the circle strats. So we could get those circles going. Coincentric circles.
I am still thinking about this PL pick. I'm really fixated on it, John. It's I feel like, you know, if Bristleback has himself
Dire
you
team
know,
pick.
the Agnims, for example, which upgrades his bristles, then he can just, you know, doppelganger. Drow Ranger uses multi-shot, doppelganger. There's nothing to kill his AoE illusions other than maybe perhaps, you know, if Undying was able to spam decay loads.
Yeah.
Was sat underneath
that's-
Bat Rider Firefly, so
5
Wouldn't-
seconds remaining.
Can't you just run at this point? You just pick like a Shaker mid for Arena team. Like, I understand a lot of PL players like to point out to me, Shaker's not a counter to Phantom Lancer because you can doppelgang off the slam. Yes, but he does have a facet now with a fissure, which gives a little mini echo, which is quite funny when you have a lot of illusions. They go with Timber Saw
Now
instead. So
select your
you have a way of
heroes.
ripping through the Phantom Lancer, at least now, managing those illusions. There's some of your clear for Nikki Cool on mid. You get the difference Death Prophet and get ourselves a corrupted Mars, which, again, I like the Mars. It deals with the Drow. This kind of shapes up the draft a little bit more.
yeah.
I don't know how to feel about it overall. Like, honestly, if I look at One Move's draft, these are all very good answers. And then there's the PL. And like you mentioned, it's not a bad PL game, but I'm not convinced there's a good PL game because I've seen them. I've seen them. It doesn't feel good.
If
I
Eyesight
don't
is a
think
good
this-
PL player, I think he will do well here, because even though they picked Timbersaw, that's just kind of to stop PL from being an annoyance during the early stages of the
10
game and
seconds
stop joining in the
remaining.
fights, because the nuke damage is like super strong on Timber, isn't it, in the early stage?
5 seconds remaining.
There are some possibilities where, of course, he may instead intend to focus the Timbersaw instead with a Diffusal Blade, and, you know, Timbersaw with no mana is literally no hero at all whatsoever. He's a good Silver Edge builder too, so I know I'm super fanboying about this PL, but I just wanted to do well. I really miss the hero.
I mean,
What'd you say,
I
bud?
get that. I do appreciate when little heroes that have been kind of sidelined do get more screen time, and I'm just not convinced. I am really not convinced. I look, if there's any PL game to play, this is it. So it has
Okay.
to work. And if it doesn't work, then you've got issues, I think. So we'll have to see if Eyesight can make it work. I believe overall pub rate above at Divine above, which is not really a good stat because, hey, you should probably be pooling from High Immortal, which we can't do anymore. But its win rate has been at a very dainty 46.9%. So it's not been flash hot, but that is also taking into account Divine players. So maybe a little bit better on Immortal, although I don't think the trends actually changed too much from Divine up and just purely Immortal. I think the majority of the games are actually on Immortal. I think just how the divisions, how inflated MMR has been, it's a little bit more common. So I'm curious to see this.
Prepare for battle.
And he does go for the typical divergence, which is basically just the uncontrollable juxtaposed illusion spawning on nearby units and dealing more damage. So what is going on? Why do we need
So-
admin?
Are we in agreement that if One Move loses this PL game, that PL is trash?
Yes. Yes. I mean, it has to be. This. If there's any
Okay.
PL game to play, this is it. This is a great Diffusal game.
Yeah.
The AoE clear is not amazing. You know, you're not playing against direct counters. As you mentioned, Timbersaw is not really a direct counter later on with Diffusal. Surely you can get a manage on this. What is wrong, Gilgir, that they need an admin? Is there a bug? I'd like to know.
Sigma moment.
Admin's like,
You
no.
are too noisy to
Yeah, here it is. Here it is. Come on. Let's see what's going on, Gilgir. What's wrong? You can't say we picked PL by accident. That can't be an excuse. That's not a valid remake reason. Retreants. Oh, okay. All right. Did he summon treants already? Can you see a treant on the map? I don't think that's...
Yes, we can see a
That
treant
looks
on
like
the
there's
map.
no issue with that one. It's showing properly. I don't think this is a weird one. It looks like it's displaying properly. I think the only cosmetic bands are made for things that can't actually be seen because some of them are bugged enough that you can't visibly see them well. So this should be no problem unless it's just us, but look at that. I mean, the thing's disgusting, but it's not disgusting enough to be banned. I don't know if you consider that cute, Epi, but
No.
it looks freaky.
Burn it.
It looks like something you'd kill off in Wasteland 2. If
Right,
anyone's played
so
that game, it's a good game.
you have a way to judge if it's scary or not. So, imagine you're asleep, and then that
Yes.
thing was at least about 10 centimeters away from your face, and you woke up and you saw that as soon as you opened your eyes. Would you be scared?
Yes, 100%.
So it's not cute.
I just woke up. I don't know what that thing is. If you shove something to my face 10 cm away from my face when I just wake up, of course I'm gonna freak out, or I'm gonna be happy because I think I'm dead. It's either or, and that thing would freak me out because if I was dead, I'd be in hell. Doesn't look like something. Oh my lord! No, Undying's pretty. No, let's not mock Undying. That is perfection. He's a beautiful man. He looks amazing.
That's more like it.
And this is a very interesting pause we have. Very nice sound effects, though. Comedic sound effects coming in here.
Well done, my beauties.
It's been a wild ride so far.
Breezy.
Touring through the map. Look at that. Okay, that's a face. I wouldn't be freaked out by that statue. I think, like, how serene. Yes, master. What would you need of me, master? I don't have a master, but perhaps you are now my master in this dream. You know? Would the treant terrify you, Epi? Would it be scary for you?
Yes, 100%. I'd be absolutely mortified if that thing was. Okay,
we're checking with the treant.
Amateur,
That is terrifying.
amateur.
The towers, look, there's something, if you think about the towers and how they're designed, is this not very Warhammer 40k? Like the Medicaid
no.
stations are bodies stitched in, and they turn into, things to service you, to heal you, but it's a human, well, a decommissioned human, I guess, in that sense. The towers look like it has entrapped souls, working as war machinery to serve the ancients. Is that not grimdark? Is this not?
No, I can see that. I mean, I was literally playing during our 2-hour break. I literally played one Warhammer 40k game, so I can confirm that definitely looks definitely Warhammery. But here we go, we're back. That was the biggest analysis ever of a
Green skin?
treant sampling. Yeah.
When you least expect it.
Never get that anywhere else. What an ugly little thing. Is it supposed to be a rotten tomato or something? It doesn't look very tomatoey from above. And the most disturbing part, if you click it, the portrait's not animated. It's just staring at you deadpan. It's horrific. Look at it. Look at the portrait. It's horrific. It's moving around in the world, but its portrait's just, it's, my lord.
30 seconds
Get
to
it out
battle.
of here.
Maybe it should be banned. Just for that reason alone.
And smoke play though, 4 from Runa. They're gonna get the high. They might be able to wrap around corrupted, maybe. Possibly. Nope. Still hiding in the trees. He's okay. And smoke gonna wear off. We can test for the bounty runes. No, it's all gonna be good. Everyone's safe and alive. Even the little treants.
Yeah, unfortunately. I guess they're too disgusting to kill as well early on. At least they're not massive, but some good creep blocks can come in. Very nice here for the side of one move, just to set their lanes up a little bit better. Let's see if that will make a massive difference. As they are starting with a tri lane up top. There's some decent play here. If they can get like 2-3 decays off and get a flame break on top, that should be a nice easy kill onto Brett if he's not careful. Or on Gil here.
Oh my gosh, and already Gilga. Is he dead? Oh, the spear! And the blood grenade actually gets the kill. Very nicely done. Blood grenade getting the kill there.
At the least, it's not your Mars dying. And again, this lane for the Mars. I mean, the Mars is good for the game. For the lane, it's not particularly amazing. Right? The Drow has good reach. The Drow is going to be able to farm. The Drow has pressure with multi-shot. They're not going to be able to slow down Shigetsu too much. You have a good body in front, Indian dying as well. I'll take a gander back at it later, but already setting up the first blood is nice. Down bot. Alberca on his Bristleback with Queasy on that Bat Rider up against a Phantom Lancer and Disruptor. A lane I have not seen since 2021, I want to say. All the way back to, again, Arkosh Gaming. Shout out to Pale Horse, my favorite pro player ever, who rushes Midas on the Phantom Lancer. Would be very based if Eyesight just decided to do that here. It said, I'm going to throw it back all the way back to Pale Horse. Do Midas PL. This lane is going fine, though, but early levels are not going to feel great. Again, it's not like you start with the Fusel lane, so Alberca can just spam out the Quills, threaten a little bit. There is a lot of wand value here, though. You already have the early stick. So you're going to be able to sustain quite nicely on both of these heroes. But that kill threat is ever present. Once you pop the wand the one time, you get enough Quills, you get enough sticky napalm, you will get run down. So we'll try now.
Oh, they're going for the Disruptor. I mean, the glimpse is there to keep away Alberca. And we'll TP to the tier 1.
Not too much lost. Does cost a little bit of mana to play, and you do save yourself. You're stalling out. Again, you're building up these charges, although you do use them on EWC picks. But if you're happy enough, just buy that Bristle as much space as you can. Last lane we haven't really taken a gander at is that mid, of course, the DP up against the Timbersaw lane. And this is probably the most different mid lane matchup we've seen in a long time. And you are getting a little bit more out for difference. I suppose in a melee matchup, the DP can still wreck face. You can threaten with Spirit Siphon pretty nicely here as well in comparison to other mid matchups. So this should hold its own. You are forced to go for reactive. It's not really strong from the chain lane anyhow. So you can kind of go full greed here for Nicky Cool, although he does go 2-1-1. Just wants the capability later on to move in and out, of course. Let's see how much you can really get out. They are still keeping that chase bot here.
And yeah, that's a dead Disruptor. Double full spray. Yeah, had 4 Vicious Nasal Goo stacks on, so barely any armor whatsoever there. But did melt through all of that mana. That's for sure.
Yeah. It's a decent positive, right? Because you really do need to just hold out in this lane. Once mana's drained, you're pretty happy. Right now, though, all the lanes are feeling good for Runa Team outside of mid, which has been a little bit more of a challenge for Nicky Cool. That gap between Eyesight and Shigetsu is pretty much a full creep wave. So it is starting to rack up this difference in the safe lane experience for both teams. Runa Team's having a much smoother time here on their Drow. Getting that slow, steady build-up you'd want. The body of Till the End just in the middle, making it hard to look for aggressive angles to try to set up with, say, Sprout Spear back. In fact, they're going aggressive again here on the side of Runa Team very early on.
Oh, wow, yeah. And Tombstone is actually going to be committed here to try and find Gilgit. And the Sprout. Roshan's not in the pit, Gilgit. He's trying to escape that teleport. It's not going to help him escape till the end, claiming the life of the Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, this is pretty bad because he doesn't have level 3. He doesn't have teleportation, so TP on cooldown. Have to look elsewhere. It's still chasing bot again onto DB3 picks.
And this might be a dead Disruptor once again. He's going to try and deny himself. Will not be able to do so. Alberca is having a great time right now on this Bristleback. This Snot Rocket, I mean, it's only level 1 Vicious Nasal Goon. It's really paying off. Meanwhile, Eyesight trying to
is under
Back
attack.
rider here. I mean, he has himself the doppelganger, so he's able to get underneath this tier 1 tower.
He is. I don't think we win glimpsing back a disruptor here.
Well, I think the disruptor might be dead here again. One more quill spray is needed. And, oh no, a second quill spray is needed. Just around about 4 more mana and will not get the kill. Disruptor will survive. And Bad is around about 60 HP. He's just going to deny himself 30 Ancients. Nice rotation from the Nature's Prophet. Does leave Mars on his own though. He can possibly pull. It's alright.
Yeah, not in danger of dying anyhow. Dro solo shouldn't have enough damage in attack to try to get that kill alone. He does need some setup, so good punishment coming out. The glimpse does pay off. You do find the 1 kill they were looking for, and that's just important for Eyesight. Again, his lane has been a little bit slower. He's starting to pull a little bit ahead with that space. Is rushing the Diffusal build as you'd expect on Phantom Lancer. My curiosity is whether or not this Divergence starts to cost him, because you can't micro your Juxtapose. If you're trying to make a play on the creep wave, you can't just focus in those illusions onto one, right? So we'll attack the unit they've spawned on first. That's going to buy a little bit of time for the Bristle to try to clear out those illusions, and it can make it a little bit annoying. They are sieging on mid, utilizing that level 6 on difference quite early on here.
This Exorcism still got a little bit of a time on it.
Yep. Don't manage to clear out, but it's down to 300 HP. One more little reset should get the job done. I guess the one pain point for the side of Unity is their mid Timbersaw. Like, it's not snowballing as hard as you'd want it to. You do have your Arcanes to sustain. Probably still need Soul Ring as well on top of that, along with the Kaya, or if not, just Kaya Rush overall. We'll see if that's going to be lining up for Nikki Cool anytime soon. But your side lanes are winning out hard enough that you likely don't care too much. Like, Shigetsu's still free farming top, no contest. Alberca is still matching RPL's farm. Already has the Vanguard up. So, no real threat of dying anytime soon until at least the Diffusal comes in. So you're happy days. A little bit of space to siege down bot with Creep Wave constantly shoved in. And you are at the point where you can jungle here on Eyesight at the very least. There is that, but you can't really stop the Bristle until the Diffusal's in. We'll just have to accept the tower loss. They can compensate by taking mid. That should be the next call anyhow for the side of one move, as they are still clumping around for these power runes here.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It'll be a bottom. Nikki Cool getting himself an Arcane Rune. But this middle tier 1 tower is about to be taken. There we go, difference.
Has fallen.
He'll get the tower and they won't be able to deny it, so nicely done. Opens up the map a little bit more.
Yep. Again, they can start to maybe invade with a few stacks in the triangle. That would be very easy to clear out with an extra commitment. Maybe even a flank up top with this longer angle that they can find for themselves. Just try to apply some pressure onto Shigetsu, who, again, has been free farming pretty damn well in this game. It's not been a good game for Corrupted. It can be soon with the arena up, at the very least, and start to have some threat for a team fight here, as they are slowly working their way into that position. Difference hanging the tree line again, still has that Exo, so they can gun for the double tower take here. Let's see if Runa team are ready for some sort of defense. And early tempo is starting to get to that point for one move. I think the big one has to be that Diffusal, as they will commit.
Oh yeah, Disruptor. He's half HP. He will fall to the hands of the Ranger. It is a 4v2 situation, even with this Exorcism. It's only level 1 Exorcism, right? So it's not like, wow, powerful.
No. Not really. I mean, again, with some of the spirits you collected, it's pretty nice. At the least, but it's not a lot of spirits right now. Just one.
Yeah, Mars will get out. He's okay. Oh, wow, okay. That did a little bit to Timbersaw. Yeah, 7 armor.
Not quite enough. And that's an Exo charge wasted. Again, I'm surprised they didn't drag more numbers. Maybe even drag in Eyesight, as it does have Juxtapose up till the end.
maybe a kill on Undying, maybe? Glimpse back. And the Crypt Swarm. There we go. Taking out the kill. And even Corrupted came in there with a God's Rebuke.
Well, he doesn't have a TP now. Maybe a misclick on that one. We'll have to walk his way back to the lane, but at least is back in action. A nice pickup for one move, not the most meaningful. You're happy with a freebie here, of course. I'm interested in difference rushing the Ags. That's a very interesting pickup. Normally you see maybe some sustain, or like a Shiva's up first, or the Kaya Sanj. Ags rush is not something I've been seeing too much in Death Prophet, but there is a lot of output with that, and basically doubling your damage on the Exo is quite nice. So, again, perhaps this is the way to go. Ultra high tempo, ultra high presence out in the Death Prophet early. There's the Diffusal up now for Eyesight. So the damage can ramp up, and you can start to make this game fairly painful for Alberca and for everyone else on the side of Runa Team. Just a matter of, are you ready to commit? This is your early power spike lining up on the side of one move, and they'll at least poke up top. Exo is going to come off cooldown relatively soon here as well.
Yeah, with this Diffusal now, he can start to push Bristle back away too. You can see now already no mana on the hero, so I mean, he has a Soul Ring and Magic Wand, but that's about it. Meanwhile, action happening on the top. Exorcism has been committed a second time for this Tier 1 tower. And till the end is just waltzing around here. Tower. Some damage dealt there to the Undying. Off HP. Not wanting to go underneath that tombstone though. That could be a little bit dangerous. Oh, glimpsing back the Timber. The Gush is there though to stop that Arena from coming out, and that is a lot of damage with that Chakram there onto the Disruptor. Loads of damage. Meanwhile, in the backline, so Gilga coming in to try and find the Drow Ranger here, but there's no follow-up with his initiation. The Arena finally coming out though with the Spear as the Timbersaw actually dying there, and the Drow getting the double kill. But they will maybe perhaps find the Batrider there too, with Eyesight rotating in. Yes, they do. She gets moved, going to TP away. There's no TP cancel for that. But I guess Gilga sacrificed his life there in order for those kills. And they did indeed get a 3 for 2 there. So just losing the supports, but getting themselves the core of the mid lane, that's pretty good.
That is. And also finally gives them that top tier 1. Opening up that aggressive angle to invade a jungle Shigetsu will want to play with. And you are right, the PL is starting to do some work. The lack of mana here for the Bristle is hurting his game.
Glimpsed all the way back to base. That hurts.
Yeah. Always funny. As a disruptor, of course, have to respect that when you DTP in. At least it does allow them to... I mean, it doesn't lead to too much. It's a bit of a nuisance. Nothing's going on anyhow. So back to the farm. Good Ancients for Nikki Cool to clear out. Kaya timing is here, flying in now. More output from the Timb. Need to find a way to rectify for these mana issues somehow. Alberca has the right idea, just go for Radiance. I mean, to be fair, I don't know if the Bristle really cares about running out of mana. As long as he's able to stand in an area and play with Snot Rocket, he's still going to have impact. Right, like, yeah, you're not going to be killing anyone by yourself, but you're softening them up for the Drow. You're going to be able to get the damage off through other means anyhow. And you can kind of try to go from there. So I can see the mindset of Alberca with that Radiance to just mitigate a little bit of that damage. Just get that mischance going. Blink timing here for Corrupted is pretty big though. We haven't seen the best arenas yet, although it did lead him to have that really good time on the top tier 1. And see if they can start to land it. Again, I mean, it's this Marspic is just so smart. It makes it a nightmare for Drow. You can always make the Bristle back face forward. Very good counter action to that one. Not that it feels like the Bristleback is going to be a threat with a PL anyhow. And it just gives him a way to play. So, still playing up top. Still ready.
Oh, they don't catch the Undying there with the Glimpse in the kinetic field. So, not a kill opportunity there. And for the PL... Alberca is going a Radiance on the Bristleback.
Yeah. Again, it makes a lot of sense. He just wants to stand there, wants to give the mischance to the illusions. No easy answers for Phantom Lancer up against the Radiance. Lasso.
be a kill onto Gilgit. It is indeed.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Easy pickoff. And that is Cuisina with a Blink Dagger now. He's purchased that up.
It's a major timing for him. Easier initiation. That you have now on both sides. 2 blinks up. Ready to go to try to set things up. There's the Ags that we were talking about on difference. So having those extra spirits coming out, more DPS, easier tower siege, could be quite nice. I've never seen the Ags rush, but it could work. It's good stats. You're tanky enough. There's no real burst you're worried about here on the Death Prophet. Maybe some plus armor would help against a Drow, but even Shigetsu hasn't felt like a threat yet, although he is also going into his own Aghanims. Looks like as the Dragon Lance is finished up and already 1 part in, or 2 parts in. I'm like just lacking that Ogre Axe
Dire's middle
at
tower
this point.
is under attack.
Once you've got that, you're going to be very happy. Mitigate that healing that the DP's trying to leverage. Very soft target to go for once the Spirit Siphon and the Exo healing doesn't come in. So, pretty smart. 2k lead from Runa team. Not a massive amount at 16 minutes in. It has felt like one move are the ones who are able to actually play. Right? They're crossing the river. They're the ones across the river. They're the ones with forward vision. They're the ones on the hunt.
And BB Freebix just able to get out. Lasso was not in range there. Disruptor gets out.
Yep. More stall. Wasting some time here from Runa team. But it doesn't feel like it's enough time. Again, like 40 gold away from the Axe for Shigetsu. Hypothermia now flying out for our Drow. So that healing reduction up against the NP with Soothing Saplings, up against a Death Prophet, it's going to be quite effective. The Radiance for Alberca, that's the one thing that is taking a little bit longer here on the Bristle. Farming with Snot Rocket is not too quick. So there is that aspect. But he is still doing a fine job in between that we're tied up, really. Almost a 4-way tie at the bottom, so even enough farm distribution on all the heroes. As they'll try with a smoke. They still have that Lasso already and Queasy. See if they find anything. No forward vision again here on the side of one move, but they should know something's up down bot anyhow. It is only the supports. They want something bigger at this point. Maybe if you can get a jump onto that Death Prophet Mars or PL, but pretty far apart to try to find that movement, and I can't believe they even dragged in Shigetsu.
Oh, BB for picks. Might be dead. Oh. Okay, or he can do that.
Understandable.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
The ultimate protection. You cast ult on yourself? Bye.
Dire's bottom
I mean,
tower
you just
is
want to
under
stall for
attack.
time.
Yeah.
You know your PL's getting bigger. You know this is probably the best PL game you could ask for. So you might as well get that PL nice and big. It's going to be the heart coming out next for Eyesight. And once you have that durability, you should be feeling comfy at that point. Should line up with Difference getting the BKB, along with Corrupted as well, as till the end, so far forward.
Wow. Okay, Difference might be dead here. He is healing up, or trying to heal up, that is, but the damage is too strong. Meanwhile, they do get a kill onto the Undying, though, in the middle. But, my gosh, Difference was on his own there. I don't know what he was doing, though.
You just, out of position, maybe, I don't know, like farming a little bit too aggressively. The side of Runa team not going to answer his questions. Again, they found that kill until the end, but doesn't matter. Roshan is nice and quick with all the minus armor here. And Shigetsu will get himself a really good time at Aegis, 19 minutes in.
Dire's
Some
middle
siege
tower
potential
is
coming
under
out.
attack.
Very nice scoreline, 6-9, of course. As Runa team. They aren't really building a gold advantage. You are starting to see Eyesight slowly pull ahead, so there is that concern of the Phantom Lancer, but the Radiance for Alberca 1 part in. Having the Talisman of Evasion up.
Lasso always caught Corrupted there. That's a big target. Can he get off his arena in time? He will be able to. But the multi-shots will still take his life as they found themselves Bristleback now within the static storm. Is he dead here? Yes, he is. So it will be an offlane for an offlane. They will get that kill. And that was all thanks to Gilgit with the Spirit Vessel.
Mentioned to get that last tick. Again, we're seeing the concentric circle strat coming in. Arena plus Static Storm is pretty scary. Just a little bit unfortunate that the arena does not block multi-shot as auto attacks
Radiant's
is
middle
count as spell
tower is under
projectile. So
attack.
Wise right tree still get the damage to find the kill trade. 7 to 10. Double digits finally coming out on our screen at 20 minutes in. On the side of Runa team, again, it's slow going. I wonder how confident they feel about the late game. Because this PL is proving to be fairly annoying. It is burning through all their mana. They don't have an easy answer. Nicky Cool is fine to trap him, but he is solo, so it's a little bit optimistic for that one. I think... Oh, to drag him back? Nah. Just being annoying
Radiant's
to
top
Nicky
tower
Cool.
is under attack.
I still think the PL's pretty burstable though, only 1,500 HP. If Nicky Cool plays his cards correctly with a blink, I still think the PL can get demolished. And they do find themselves queasy here too on the top lane, corrupted. Let's get the kill there. I'm not sure what Queasy was doing there though. Maybe perhaps trying
Setting
to...
up for the 21 Shrine of Wisdom, I think.
Oh,
They were
okay.
taking Torm. So gets a little bit greedy, gets punished. Does get his free shard.
Like it.
So he does have the infinite sticky napalm stacks, but he doesn't really have the facet for it anyhow. So it's not too funny, but it can still be quite strong, especially if he's not focused down with a mana burn. And it does allow a little bit of a quicker push out, so there is that. A little bit of a smoke out from one move. Corrupted Indifference looking to maybe make the play onto Nicky Cool, who again doesn't have anything defensive yet. Would be a nice one to find.
Oh, and glimpse straight. Oh, TP cancelled. No!
Oh.
Oh, it connected into the illusion. Oh,
Oh,
so we'll not cancel the TP. Otherwise, that would have been
that-
a nice pickoff.
that is kind of nasty. Really unfortunate for the side of one move is. Will try now themselves, but
Oh, Arena committed. And PL rotating in will take down the tombstone, but the multi-shot arrows, got to be careful of them. So, still not actually able to get a kill there. And Drow able to find the disruptor there.
Is under attack.
Now, now Queasy wants to try and get a blink and a lasso
Radiant's
here.
top tower has fallen.
No avail, they cannot fight unless they can maybe perhaps get the Death Prophet. Yes, they can. Death Prophet being pulled all the way back in the middle of the chakram. However, turns around, gets a crit swarm, and is out of there when the haste rune is still alive. What the hell? Right out of there. Meanwhile, they do find the kill, easy kill onto Gilga though, who was attempting to try and help Death Prophet, but Death Prophet didn't need any help whatsoever. And with that, he does kind of a little bit feed his life away there.
he does. Still happy enough. For the side of Runa team, you lose 1 for 2. Again, you're also happy. You get the Radiance timing finally lined up in Alberca, so there are issues here for Eyesight. He does have that full Reaver up. There's more HP now in the Phantom Lancer. At least the illusions and him, and his illusions and himself won't get burst down all too quickly now by Nicky Cool. So some upsides coming out here, but again, Runa team still have that Aegis. Can still look to apply pressure onto a tier 2 if they wish. Maybe need a little bit of a reset as mana and HP is not that high on Shigetsu. One move though. Are starting to reach spikes, right? BKB done on Difference, going for the blink next. And Heart's almost done on Eyesight, just lacking the Ring of Rask. And Corrupted just wants a shard to impale multiple people now with that spear. Start to help with even further lockdown in the arena. So we're seeing just locking one hasn't felt like enough. Do need more to be caught out. We shall see. Again, a relatively slow game. Overall, 9 to 12, 5k lead still for Runa team. Very similar in pace to what we've seen so far. Pretty standard for what we've seen here in Eastern Europe. And it's a matter of using the advantage. Aegis has expired for Shigetsu. Is going towards the Butterfly. More evasion that PL is not very comfy with dealing with. I have to see what Eyesight solution is. Will it be like a Bloodtorn? Is it going to be an MKB, which is not ideal, but might have to be picked up?
He has a little bit too much to do, I think, on Eyesight right now. Does he get himself like a Silver Edge for Bristleback and the Timbersaw here too? Or does he go that Bloodthorn? I mean, Bloodthorn helps against Timbersaw, that's for sure. But not so much the Bristle.
No. I'd say Break isn't too important, at least for the Bristleback. Because again, you can rely on Corrupted. He just needs to spear the Bristle if he faces front, he's easy. So, In that sense, you don't need to deal with Bristleback. For Nicky Cool, I feel like just burning his mana does hurt enough.
Lasso uncorrupted. He has himself a BKB and the Nightfall.
So. It does. We've seen that quite a fair bit here in Eastern Europe, but hey, it happens. Down to 7 seconds here on Corrupted. And there's that full heart. So one would hope this is the time when you start looking for more pressure on either side. Again, you are on the slight back foot for one move, so you can't really fault them for being more on the defensive. They're getting some split push going, of course, with Gilgear. And the creeps try to take control of bot. Top being traded away for that.
Top tower is under attack.
For an angle.
And nice spear in Arena. Where's the follow-up here? Mars getting pretty low. He does not have himself a BKB, but PL now joining the fight. They have the kill there. Maybe perhaps on the Bristleback. Stuck within the kinetic field. And can they find Timbersaw? No, Timbersaw is out of there. Along with Drow too. They all just committed their TPs to get the hell out of there. But a lovely initiation from Corrupted.
He had that angle. Surprised they didn't keep anyone by that watch, which just ensure no one's going to get a flank angle out. A little bit of a mistake. They do get punished nicely. They don't lose too much, mind, but you are still seeing issues once that spear comes in. And again, it just makes so much sense. Corrupted had to buy his own shard, but you can see that investment in play. The double spear on the Drow Bristle, lining up for the silence coming in. It's not a happy circumstance for Runa Team. And that is the weakness of Runa Team in this kind of draft. Their team fight potential isn't amazing. They're all about single target here.
I think Queasy might be dead from this Spirit Vessel damage. He is indeed, though Gilger is going to trade his life. An unstoppable spree for Shigetsu as now Corrupted. Needs to get himself out of there. He's going to go through the Twin Gate. Okay, he'll survive.
Not quite enough on Shigetsu, but Corrupted does go right into Nicky Cool. At least Nicky Cool doesn't directly spot him. Scan does allow them to maybe consider a move. They are dragging more heroes up. Eyesight and BB3 picks are there, but not able to really get the flank in. And again, there are issues for Runa Team. Like, one move are playing defensive. Yes, Runa Team can't find openings. And when the PL does show up, at the moment, it is a menace. Again, the mana burn's insane. You have to watch the spears from Corrupted. You cannot afford to have two of your heroes just pinned down. So you have to have that situational awareness here. I'm surprised that Till the End hasn't bought his own shard out.
Oh, they've called themselves a Undying, and the Runa Team have also caught themselves a Mars. Never mind, he gets the BKB and the Arena. They've caught two within here. Can they take down the Batrider? Yes, they can. There's PL coming in there. They find one, possibly finding two here. As Bristleback in some trouble, stuck within that Sprout, and it's a double kill there for the Death Prophet. There's PL. He wants to try and find more. And underneath here, this tier 2 tower as they glimpse the Timbersaw all the way back here into a static storm, spearing him into the cliff. There's nowhere to run. He's silenced up. The Spirit Vessel doing work, and it's a triple kill for the Death Prophet.
Yeah, the lack of BKBs here on Runa Team really starting to hurt them. You don't have that protection on Nicky Cool yet. You don't have that full protection yet either on Alberca. So everything is lining up for one move for that direction. It started well enough, but you have nothing to increase the BKB. And if you look at the position here on the map, our Drow never bothered to try to chase further. Like, yeah, you could do damage into the arena. She figured it was pointless at that point. Just getting the right targets trapped up. And the area denial, again, having to use BKB to walk back in, is just such a big gambit. You'd rather play safe on the team. Lead does disappear, and they have an open opportunity for Roshan as they're already in that pit. You can see the damage for that. Ags of difference making pretty short work. It's still not the quickest, but it is going fast enough here.
There we go. His immortality will now be in the hands of one move. It's on the pier.
He has not died this game yet. 206 for Eyesight. It's like you called it. This is the best game for the Phantom Lancer, and so far there are no clear answers here from Runa Team. They just need more time. They need BKBs. Even Queasy's having to go for a BKB at this point. Whether or not they get enough space and time to get that, though, different question. 1 BKB up. Still lacking at least Nicky Pools. Maybe we can start counting in Queasies as well. To get the angles out for the Lasso, to not be scared of the arena. For 1 move. We are getting a Butterfly out for Eyesight, so he does not care for the invasion. He's just gonna get his own invasion going for himself, boost up his damage. Could be a little bit of a nightmare here for Shigetsu to kind of contend with. He does have his own way of piercing at the very least, but
I mean, it helps with DTS. I think that's alright.
Yeah.
But I feel like Bloodthorn would be amazing.
would be a little bit better. But I can understand his mindset of just wanting no downtime on like all this output, right? So you don't need to be up front. You don't need to target. You don't need to try to pin down someone first. You can just kind of willy-nilly run in, do damage. Tormentor not going to take too long here for 1 move. Doing a team with a smoke is pretty far off. You are going to get that 3D set up for yourself here. A shard out for difference now.
I mean,
so a little bit more coming out.
I did want to just say as well, the Agnims, I know they changed it on PL, right? But almost doubling the range that you get on Phantom Rush is a bit crazy. 1,450 range, show how long that is? That's pretty long.
That is. Look at full screen. It would be interesting to see that come out. Maybe after this pickup, I can see him using that last slot for it, just for easy initiation, easy retreats as well. If you manage it right, if you get some vision in the right spots, could be a nice thing to do. Shall see. The lead is ramping up.
Yeah. Well, I know some people might think like, oh, PL Agnims, you know, fresh, but if I'm thinking like constantly 1,500 range running at like haste speed, and
oh yeah, it is valuable. No, I am actually a believer in that. I do prefer it over the dreaded days of PL Octarine Ags. This is certainly more preferable.
Oh,
I don't think PL was ever meant to be. I don't think it was ever good design to have PL be a spellcaster. Let me tell you that. This is much better. I like it. It's very niche, but it should be coming out later on. It is going to be the full disperser first, which is understandable. Fill up your slots fully. Utilize all the upgrades. Octarine fully done now on our Death Prophet, so more uptime for the Siphons and the Exo. And an opportunity again. Aegis still with a lot of time, 1:50. Smoke out. 1 move. They've got this game in their hands. Just need to find an angle for the initiation, which hasn't looked so hard at all here. As Runa Team just have no initiation outside of Lasso. That's really their pain point. All you have is Blink Lasso, and after that, that's it. That's all you do. That's all you have to control these heroes.
Oh, they see Drow though, using the multi-shot. They may have called themselves a Drow Ranger attempting to TP now, but there's no cancel for that Drow, so Drow will be fine. And now they'll just pressure the tier 2 tower. And they don't have themselves any creeps.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Pretty good creep cut coming through. Good stall. At the least, again, wasting some time in this Aegis. Only less than a minute left for Eyesight. So, might not have that safety net for too much longer. But again, it hasn't felt like the PL's been under any threat at all. I don't think we've seen the Runa team be able to handle that just yet. You've stalled long enough that BKBs are pretty much all set across your cores. Even the secondary support BKB for Queasy. Not too far off now as well. So we will have this quadruple BKB timing that can be good, and maybe now the Lasso can start to actually threaten. Because again, you just don't have control. Already onto the high ground you go.
Yeah. Doppelganger away as Gilga, hold on. Gilga was found in the bottom of the map, just a free kill. It was currently a 4v4 situation. He'll glimpse back the Timber. The Aegis has now expired though on the PL. And with that, they'll just back themselves off.
I mean, you don't want to take the risk. Just play it safe, get that full disperser up, I suppose, and You can wait out next EXO, not too long for cooldown here for difference. It's going to be nice and handy to have that online. Keen on seeing how else Runa teams itemize this, because they're starting to get filled up in slots. Shigetsu about to have enough gold for the full Daedalus. Looks like he's holding out to maybe either have Daedalus with Shard or Daedalus and buyback, which will take some time. There's no vision on the map. Good V-wards coming out here for the Runa team to ensure their map space is safe, but they also don't have forward vision coming out right now. They're not going to be able to find as much. And 29 kills in 55 minutes. Almost a kill per minute at the very least.
Oh,
They
they've
catch
caught a
one.
timber. Spear into the tree. The silence is there. A BKB is available for Nick Cool though if he wants to use it. Oh, he actually doesn't timber chain away. He has been healed up though. He has been bound. But he got himself away with the timber chain. They may find an Undying here though instead. Yes, they do. 9-4. So maybe perhaps another opening here to possibly siege the high ground. They've got 2 catapults. It is doable with the BKB down on timber. Yep, here we come. Exorcism level 3. It's going to be committed into the tier 3 top. They'll force out a glyph. Queasy, he's ready with the blink dagger and the lasso. He has himself a fresh BKB here too. Should he want to grab himself a juicy target, he wants to go for the Death Prophet, bringing it back, but the Arena comes out there in return, but the insane nuke damage from the Timbersaw actually taking down the Death Prophet in less than a second. That was huge.
I mean, the damage right now on Shigetsu is not to be underestimated. The Arena is saving them every single time. You are seeing issues here for the Bravo to leverage that damage to anyone else. They are entrapped in the Arena. Such good area denial up against a range core. Let's make it very difficult, but they do save themselves a high ground. Tier 3 falls, racks are safe. And the lead for one move again, it's a very even game. You look at the graphs here, Epi. Win probability is 50-50. We're 37 minutes in. This could be a long one as they get another grab here.
They found Timber. He has no mana. Cannot escape. Maybe perhaps now they can get the kill onto Undying here too. Oh, here we go. PL show. Going onto Undying. He's caught within the kinetic field. He will be glimpsed back, and they will find that kill. There we go. 2 down. Maybe perhaps they'll go for more as PL attempting now to try and find this bristleback. The multi-shot arrows are there. Gilgit, he's going to rotate in here. Oh, he actually cancels it there. Queasy wanted to try and find a lasso. Now, the Nature's Prophet comes in. He has himself that Ghost Scepter. The PL needs to be careful, though. And look at that. They find a kill straight away there onto the Batrider. Which one's the real PL? Cannot touch him at this moment. Sprouts there, locking in place the Undying. Not taking any physical damage there. Already. Oh, an Arena. That comes down, their spear is ready. It will connect there onto Undying. But no follow-up. Oh, Glimpse kill with the fire damage from the spear. Just claiming the life there of the Undying. Still have the Vipers. Exorcism comes out. Now they're going to siege the middle set of racks with PL hitting into these hard.
Dire's middle
Just
barracks.
doppelganger away if he so pleases. Nothing to stop him from doing that.
Dire's bottom
No,
tower
it really
is
has to
under
be
attack.
lasso, and it's just so hard to find the real PL. This Ags has to come in here for our Batrider, who is for Queasy. I mean, he needs to get room to farm, and again, the map space is just shrinking fast here.
Dire's bottom
One move
tower is under
are
attack.
too damn tanky, have too much area control,
Dire are scared.
and have a PL that they can't manage. Runa team, they're not out of the game yet, but it's just a very difficult game already. Roche beginning. Doesn't take too long with the damage again coming out from Eyesight and Difference here. They really need to make a choice on the Runa team. This is probably their last opportunity to take a fight outside.
Yeah, here we go. Oh, coming forward there with the Shiva's got the Roshan so incredibly low. Who's going to be able to snatch this?
Oh,
Queasy
Queasy!
will get it! Queasy gets gets himself the Aegis. PL's getting lower and lower. His doppelganger is on cooldown here. He could be dead. He's just able to doppelganger out there in time on 300 HP. But the Mars attempted to TP away, but he will not be able to survive. And he is gone. 2 down, possibly 3. The lasso's there. Double kill for Shigetsu. And 3 down on 1 move.
Oh man. Queasy is a hero. Managing to steal away that Aegis, saves them for a high ground. And that was do or die in that circumstance, and they make it work so damn well. The side of Runa team, they stay in the game. Like if that Aegis just gets handed to one move, I feel like that's it. You're not going to call it, but the opportunities are very limited into those 2 lives. And now you actually do have room for yourself. Again, you can take a look at the fight. Look at this angle out from Queasy. Just getting that spot, stealing away the Aegis. And that is just tight. And you also have so much room for Shigetsu. Without the instant arena, the damage can be leveraged here on our brow. And it is a lot of damage before the Data will spot out. Damn it, it is quite scary. As now they're going to even out on the racks. Doesn't take too long with the output. No buyback on these 2 heroes. Respawns are short. And they'll equalize the game all of a sudden. Both sides having super creeps on the mid lane. You're back in the game. You don't have big margins. You're not in control of the game. But you are back to play here on Runa Team.
Difficult position now. It could be anyone's game here. It's practically 50-50. Well, actually, according to the graphs, 55% win probability for Runa team. So.
It split off from the 50. It was 50-50 for a while if you look back just a bit from around the 28-minute mark when it got a little bit stagnant. See if they can utilize that 5% advantage. They are smoked up. Maybe they get themselves that free transfer, and they will. So potentially free shard coming out there for till the end. So now you have the tombstone save. That is what we've been looking for. Just the save. If a jump comes in, if someone's isolated away, if they get arena speared, if you can maybe somehow drop a ward in the arena, get some vision down, save them with a tombstone. That's what's been catching them off guard. These arenas have been a massive nuisance from Corrupted. And now, with that smoke still running, Runa team, if they take a fight outside again, it doesn't take too long to translate the objective. Same way that one move does. Their own threat of push with a PL plus a DP. Let's see them re-smoke. They've got the Sanjiasha up on Perka, going for an AC next. And for armor to play with, there goes the full Bloodthorn, but there's no buyback gold here if you do fall on eyesight somehow.
Defensive
has to be
limbs.
cautious.
How are the buybacks right now? Which side of the teams? How's it looking? It's only one buyback.
Yeah,
On
it's looking rough.
one move.
I mean, it's in their name. One move, one buyback, one smoke. See if they work this out as well. It has felt like these smokes have been mainly for repositioning. Again, no forward vision to try to play with. It'd be hard to try to catch anyone out. Even Gilger maybe. Maybe he's the one to get caught out here.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower.
Smoke now from one move. Oh, they got a glimpse there, but it won't affect the Bristleback. He's going to BKB and TP away, though. They've got themselves the Drow and an Undying here within a Kinetic Storm. As the Drow is going to be heavily focused here. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. And that is a big bounty taken out. The Drow down along with the Undying there too. And they could possibly look now to siege the high ground. Buybacks are available.
That they are. A bit of a mistake from Runa team. You had Nicky Pool just hunting down this Nature's Prophet. He dragged in a Queasy as well. And you do find a kill, but it's at massive cost. Huge opportunity now for one move to play. Pressuring onto top. They have a massive creep wave kind of lined up here for themselves. And they could force the buyback. And that evens out the game once you get that buyback out of the way, as again you're lacking it on eyesight. You know that one more kill could hand you the opportunity to go into game 3. Runa team, do or die. Queasy has enough gold for the full Ags. Issue is, does he want to commit to 2 buyback gold? does have enough for it. And he will buy out. So, double lasso. Secondary lasso prioritizing heroes will be massive. And
Dire's top tower
that
has fallen.
can, again, really help the cause. Help catch out this PL perhaps. Finally get a kill onto Eyesight somehow if they do manage to connect.
Dire are scanning.
Let's see.
He's got the doppelganger talent now.
Yeah, they're slippery. Damn annoying. At least you're not encouraged to go Octarine nowadays because the Axe is different. So there is that. Again, that was a moment in time for the Phantom Lancer. At least it's different now. You know, I do still like your idea, Effie, though. I think Eyesight should just go for the Axe. I mean, he's fully slotted up. There's nothing else to go for. Might as well get the Axe Blessing if you can find gold. He is always taking risk. He is going for the Axe Blessing. But he has no buyback gold. He's super confident in that he won't die, but if he does...
That's a high ground hit. They've just used Manta on the PL. He has to be careful in case he does get silenced up. Bat's trying to find a lasso target, but they're just unable to see anything here with Timbersaw blinking forward. And they've got themselves an observer ward there. Oh, BKB activated there from Queasy. Saw the rotation there of the Nature's Prophet. Thought that was initiation.
I respect that. I mean, it's such a risky game right now. It's so even. One fight can just basically end the game. One move now having the advantage, knowing that there's no... At least one BKB taken away. They're staking that front line with the tanky heroes, though. This long fact could be scouted out nicely here.
Oh, Bristle. He's going to break the spear. Oh, the spear! It doesn't connect. And the rest of Runa team are going to try to capitalize on this if they can. The Static Storm coming down there onto the guy, so he can't use his spells. But oh my god, Mars
lasso.
and PL along with the Disruptor are completely decimated. They've just been ripped apart. There's now only 2 remaining. The DP is going to fall here, along with the Nature's Prophet there too. It's a team wipe, and the only person to fall here was the Batrider.
And there's no buyback on Eyesight. Again, he bought out that full nullifier. You miss one spear, you miss the fight. Because that's how they've been winning, not even getting the arena droppage. Just the full commitment out on Prepid. He just never got the chance. He was just running forward, getting position for arena. He melts. And again, a really good lasso come out with the Axe. It's the Axe, it's the lasso Axe. Just helps you find him. You get the control, the buyback's forced out. They don't know that the PL doesn't have buyback. They're playing it safe here. Runa team, they need to understand. They need to find as much as they can off of this one. Get that top tier tree. Get that bot set of racks on top of it. Even go for the end game. They're going. They've got the flamethrower. They have damage for the buildings here.
Buyback apart from the PL who doesn't have it. He's back in 30 seconds. They do have themselves a glyph here on one move. One bound there with the Wrath. The tier 4 towers. They're down though. They find his Static Storm. It's down, but Bristle's just going to tank it up here. He's hitting into the Ancient. They need to kill this Bristle and stop him from taking the Ancient. He'll force out the glyph. Now Drow ready to hit into the Ancient, possibly. Yep, there we go. BKB committed, going to hit into the Ancient right now. Just walk out of the arena. The Ancient slowly falling. It's going to fall, maybe perhaps. It's on around about 200 HP. They're going to get it. They are going to get it. Runa team, they are your victors here, and they will get themselves game 2 out of this best of 3. And they will move on throughout these close qualifiers. They will eliminate one move. And funnily enough, John, as we were saying, it's a switcheroo because it was one move who knocked Runa team down into the lower bracket. And then when both teams meet each other once again, the tables have tabled.
That they have. The tables certainly were tabled here by Runa team. One move. I feel like they were trying a lot of different things in this draft. Game 1 with a Pudge support was an interesting idea to go into the Terrorblade, trying to take away the power of that reflection, and it certainly did feel okay in the laning phase. In this game 2, going back for a specialty in the Phantom Lancer, just not doing enough. I think that really is the issue. I mean, okay, look, I don't think it was actually Eyesight's fault. I believe he was doing everything he could. It's just one mistake. That's how close this game was. The network lead was dead even You know, the win probability was dead even. Both teams were playing really clean, really safe. And just that missed spear from Corrupted, the missed spear and the lack of an arena, that is key to everything. That was their key to stopping the damage from Shigetsu and controlling the team fight. But him popping BKB, isolated away by the Yules, having to walk forward, trying to drop the arena onto the area, it cost him. I think at that point, maybe if he dropped a random arena, that would have been better off. They might have been able to win a coin flip, hope that they could try to kite around that area and take control, but very well played out from the side of Runa team. Again, it was a slow game for them. Alberca almost had no impact until the Radiant was up. Even then, he was kind of just a sitting duck. We can take a look at our brackets here to remind us of the journey to the road to the Esports World Cup for these teams. Because again, we look at our journey from that start in the upper bracket. A long run for Na'Vi, getting crushed down by Cyber Goose, getting that 2-0 already in the grand finals there. Very clean start for them, and unfortunate for Na'Vi, but they do still have a chance, right? They're going to be playing from the lower bracket. Cyber Goose has been dominant in their run, 2-1 in Liga, 2-0 on Pirates, and again, that 2-0 on Na'Vi, who a lot of people argue is weaker than junior team, but they are still a force to be reckoned with. Of course, on our lower bracket now, where we will find our story, where we've had all of our matches today, should be interesting to see and remind yourselves of that run that Rune team had, getting dropped down early by one move, getting 2-0 on Espoiled, getting 2-1 on 4 Pirates, 2-0 on one move in the revenge match for themselves, getting themselves into the lower bracket final up against Natus Vincer. And that's going to be a fun one. And for Runa team, the fact that they beat one move after being knocked down by them is one thing. The fact that they did it after playing 2 best of 3s before this series is another. We were talking about that endurance. We were talking about what kind of team you are. Can you last through the onslaught of playing 7 games in a day? And they did. Rune team delivers the goods, and it's a very well-deserved victory. But for one move, again, I would say the PL ID wasn't bad. I'll admit to that, Epi. It didn't look bad at all. This was a good PL game, but they needed so many things to go right, and just the one little mistake after a very clean game, a very clean day from Corrupted, just took away those chances here.
It really did, and I've got to say, they must be absolutely exhausted. Runa team must be, so I assume that they are going to go bed all pretty much happy and be glad that this day is over, because 7 games of Dota, I mean, especially in a pro scene as well, must be absolutely exhausting. But congratulations to them to get towards the lower bracket final to face Na'Vi. I think it's going to be quite a big one, so very excited to watch that all unfold tomorrow. But that is it from me and yourself. We are done here. This is the end of the road for our closed qualifiers for East EU, as it's just the lower bracket final and then the grand finals that will take place tomorrow. But again, thank you ever so much for having us. John, do you have any closing comments to make after this miraculous 2 days?
I mean, it's been really fun. I've had a lot of fun with you, Epi. Thank you for being so kind to have me on. I blabber on a lot, and it's been fun bouncing off of you. And thank you for everyone for watching. Again, those matches tomorrow will be on EWC_Platinum. Make sure to check it out at the same times tomorrow. It will be a lot of fun. I'll be tuning in. But again, for me and Epi, that's going to be it. Hopefully we'll catch you guys again next time.